must be the great arsenal of democracy.
Winning is an art. To win and maintain victory was what great powers always considered their ultimate goal. Over the last decades, we have forgotten how to win. The democratic world seemed to accept the end of history narrative, while rogue actors and malicious states began reinstituting war and terror as means of conducting policy. Are we ready to start winning again? Are we able to use the arsenal of democracy to put a stop to those who claim to share our values while actively pressing us to undermine our confidence in solidarity and shared responsibility for our future? Appeasement means walking away from a challenge. It emboldens the side that stays the course and spells strategic defeat to those conceding victory. This is the Polish Institute of International Affairs Strategic Ark, the art of winning.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Sławomir Dębski, Director of the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
Distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all here in person and virtually around the world to the Polish Institute of International Affairs Strategic Ark 2024, an annual gathering dedicated to bringing together the most innovative strategic thinkers from throughout the world to discuss complex problems and inspire and empower decision makers with the principles for achieving our common goal, the free world's triumph. In other words, we are here in Warsaw to debate and strategize about art of winning. Winning is indeed an art form. It takes individuals with talent and vision, sharp minds and strategic skills to develop a winning theory, transform it into a clear mindset, and implement it into a real-world strategy necessary to achieve well-defined national interest and goals by overcoming difficult obstacles. The distant and near past has shown us that the art of winning plays out most dramatically on the greatest stage of them all, the global commons that we all cherish. Over the past decades, however, winning has become a lost art for the nations and states of the free world. The United States, the leader of the free world, achieved its last victories at the end of the Cold War, and arguably in 1991, after defeating the forces of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. And even then, President George H.W. Bush received a narrow margin of approval from the Senate to wage war against an autocratic aggressor, 52 to 47 votes. Subsequent American interventions in Iraq and Afghanistan, regardless of long military engagement, can hardly be put into the win column today. The United States remains the most powerful and innovative economy in the world, maintaining a high-end technological edge over China. But does America know today how to win in a context against China? Does it have the knowledge and experience to do so? And on the European front, how is America doing against Russia? Does it have a winning strategy when it comes to supporting democratic Ukraine facing down Russia's totalitarian aggression driven by genocidal motives? They are all vital questions for Europe, which has not been able to win without the support of the United States for more than 100 years. Today, we see that Europe is not even able to successfully defend itself in the asymmetric struggle against much less potent but more determined Russia. As I see it, the art of winning is in crisis everywhere. The nations and states of the free world must return to the practice of shaping the art of winning through the purpose-oriented strategic thinking, where we can look for inspiration or motivation. Perhaps it is worth recalling how Ronald Reagan, beyond any doubt a successful leader of the free world, defined his strategy towards the Soviet Union when campaigning for the presidency. We win, they lose. Although simplistic in character and regarded as shocking at the time, pursuing a long-term strategy with a clearly defined goal of winning contributed to America and the free world's Cold War success. Perhaps sometimes simpler is better. However, it is precisely indifference or fear of clearly defining and pursuing a simple winning strategy that drives us to a state of self-deterrence today, preventing us from achieving victory tomorrow. Speaking practically, winning cannot be achieved by choosing a flawed strategy based on avoiding confrontation in the hope that strategic success can be put off in time for so long that it solves itself naturally, or that someone else will fall victim to aggressor before we do. It will not be gained, especially if we don't believe that it is possible. This raises two important questions. Does the free world have the will to win anymore? Does it believe claims that it is in decline, which are spread by its adversaries in the hope of appending and replacing free world values and principles with a new global order? This wouldn't be the first time. In December 1940, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt made a very clear assessment of adversaries' intentions towards the free world. Let me quote, "They may talk of a new order in the world, but what they have in mind is only a revival of the oldest and the worst tyranny. And there is no liberty, no religion, no hope." End of quote. The determination of the free world to win may be tested in the near future on the global scale by China. However, as we speak, it is being tested today by Vladimir Putin in Ukraine. And it is up to us, experts, scholars, practitioners, to define a long-term strategy rooted in managing a relationship that is confrontational in character. Putin's goals are maximalist in nature. He believes that an independent Ukraine and the Ukrainian nation threaten Russia's very existence, just as much the international order based on fundamental principles against the use of force, inviolability of borders, and respect sovereignty does. Putin's Russia is unwilling to renounce its only remaining bargaining chip. Force. Force, ladies and gentlemen. Only tangible strategic defeat can stop Putin, or the creation of immediate and substantial threat to Russia's defeat. Clarity in messaging and defining goals is critical to the art of winning. Unfortunately, the lack of strategic clarity when it came to explaining the meaning of messages like "Ukraine must win," or "Ukraine cannot lose," or "we'll stand by Ukraine as long as it takes," have only led to recommendations popping up that suggest striking a compromise with Putin's authoritarian Russia. Some may correlate these suggestions with a dictated or negotiated peace, which by their nature go against the idea of winning. The fact that once again we in the free world are debating whether or not to negotiate peace with our authoritarian aggressor tells me that we lack of strategic leadership to prevent us from falling into a trap that will cast us into war. We lack strategic leadership because we have forgotten how to win. The experience of the 20th century has proven that no nation can appease an authoritarian aggressor, be it Nazi Germany, the Soviet Union, or Putin's Russia. Allow me again to invoke the message of one of the modern history's greatest strategic leaders, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who spelled out the flaws and danger of a negotiated peace. I quote, "Is it a negotiated peace if a gang of outlaws surrounds your community and on threat of extermination makes you pay tribute to save your own skins? Such a dictated peace would be no peace at all. It would be only another armistice, leading to the most gigantic arms race and the most devastating wars in all history." End of quote. There can be no reasoning at gunpoint. Negotiating peace is the same form of dangerous wishful thinking which has damaged our will to win. The debate on supporting Ukraine reminds us of the great debate in the United States on whether or not to help Europeans strive off Nazi German aggression in 1940. Here again, the strategic leadership of Franklin Delano Roosevelt offers a valuable key to understanding how see Ukraine win. Quote, "The people of Europe who are defending themselves do not ask to do their fighting. They ask for the implements of war, the planes, the tanks, the guns, the fighters, which enable them to fight for their liberty and for our security. Emphatically, we must get these weapons to them in sufficient volume and quickly enough so that we and our children will be saved the agony of suffering of war, which others have had to endure. Let not the defeatists tell us that it is too late. It will never be earlier. Tomorrow will be later than today." End of quote. Roosevelt's clarity and vision of the US as the great arsenal of democracy not only helped to rest skeptical voices of a peace at home, but transformed the United States into a production powerhouse that once forced into combat contributed mightily to the victory over Nazism while paving the way to the success in the Cold War. Then, as now, the stakes remain high when confronting an authoritarian regime, which abides the principle that might makes right. They do not seek a just peace, but strive for domination and subjugation. To be victorious, it is necessary to revive the art of winning, starting by restoring faith in the principle that free world is capable of winning. To do this, there is no better forum than Strategic Ark. I'm confident that over 12 panels in 2 days, the world's top minds gathered here will help us to rediscover and boldly redefine the art of winning. Let's give it the credibility and clarity it needs to be our strategy for success when it comes to facing the global challenges of tomorrow, today. This is PISM Strategic Ark, the art of winning. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the many keys to winning that challenges free world today is successfully seeing Russian society relinquish the imperial mindset once and for all. One of the modern thinkers and practitioners who understood that Russia's future lies in and within the democratic free world is Vladimir Kara-Murza, a personal friend and a great friend of the Polish Institute of International Affairs. His pro-democracy efforts to see Russia shed its imperial mentality were seen as a threat to Putin's authoritarian system, which tried to stop Vladimir, attacked by poisoning on 2 occasions, nearly ending his life, and sentenced to 25 years of penal colony. Although unjustly detained, Vladimir Kara-Murza is not silenced. His vision and efforts continue through the strong voice of his wife, Zhenya, who directs the Free Russia Foundation. I'm honored that this champion of democracy and human rights will speak to us at the PISM Strategic Ark 2024 and to all tuned in around the globe. Join me in welcoming on the stage Żenia Karamurza.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor and a privilege to be here. And I want to express my deep gratitude to Director Sławomir Dębski and the Polish Institute of International Affairs for this incredible opportunity to address all of you. Over the past 2 years, I've been doing my best to continue the work of my husband, Władimir Karamurza, who was arrested in April of 2022 and subsequently sentenced to 25 years of strict regime for so-called high treason, based on 5 public speeches that, according to official indictment, and I quote, posed a threat to the national security of the Russian Federation and damaged the image of the Russian Federation on the international stage, end of quote. In these speeches, Władimir denounced the war of aggression against Ukraine, raised awareness about the ever-growing number of political prisoners in the Russian Federation, and called for targeted Magnitsky sanctions against human rights violators. To the Kremlin, this is treason. Under the UN Nelson Mandela rules, keeping a person in solitary confinement for over 15 days is considered torture. Władimir has been held in solitary confinement of a punishment cell for the last 8 months, since September 2023. His bed is attached to the wall from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. There's barely any daylight in his cell, and he has not seen or spoken to a single other prisoner in that so-called special regime prison colony where he's serving his sentence in Western Siberia. He's allowed pen and paper for 90 minutes a day, and his sole possessions are a mug, a toothbrush, 2 bars of soap, 2 towels, and 2 books. Not even the pictures of our kids. My husband's case is atrocious, yes, and with his 25-year prison sentence and the conditions in which he's serving it, he still holds the record in today's Russia. The record he might soon beat himself because the Russian authorities are about to open yet another 4th criminal case against him under the so-called foreign agents law. But Wladimir's case is also very illustrative of the situation with human rights in Russia in general. By the most conservative estimates of Memorial, Russia's most respected human rights organization and co-laureate of the Nobel Peace Prize, the number of political prisoners in the country is over 700 people, while the total number of Russians who have faced criminal or administrative punishment since 2018 for exercising free speech, according to a recent media investigation, comes to an astonishing 116,000 people. There have been more political trials under Vladimir Putin's 4th presidential term alone than under Soviet leaders Nikita Khrushchev and Leonid Brezhnev combined. We see people being persecuted for laying flowers to slain opposition leaders Boris Nemtsov and Alexei Navalny, and any kind of anti-war speech in a country whose government has for 2 years been carrying on a war of aggression against Ukraine is harshly punished, very often with Stalin-era prison terms. The regime has brought back the entire arsenal of Soviet-style repressive mechanisms to eradicate dissent and scare people into silence. Punitive psychiatry, first introduced by then KGB head Yuri Andropov in 1969 as a method of fighting dissent, has made its bone-chilling comeback. The use of intimidation and torture by Russian law enforcement authorities does not even surprise anyone anymore. Since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, arrests and detentions in Russia are happening on a daily basis. According to OVD Info, an independent media project that focuses on monitoring political persecution in the country, from January 1st to May 5th of this year alone, 970 people were detained at public events throughout the country. That's roughly 8 people per day. with independent media banned and blocked, civil society institutions destroyed or under extreme pressure, and international observers and rapporteurs consistently denied entry to the country, we really have only a vague idea of the scale of repression in Russia. Just like in the Soviet times, all those who publicly reject the official narrative are being portrayed by the Russian authorities as criminals, extremists, spies, traitors, or insane people. Political prisoners with pre-existing medical conditions are routinely deprived of medical care and are repeatedly sent to disciplinary cells on ridiculous grounds and in total violation of the Russian law. Alexei Gorinov, Alexander Skochelenko, Yuri Dmitriev, Igor Baryshnikov, Zarima Musaeva, Yevgeny Bestuzhev, Yegor Balazeykin are just a few of those whose lives are in imminent danger because their health is rapidly deteriorating in the absence of medical care. Thousands and thousands of Ukrainian civilian hostages and kidnapped kids are held captive in Russia, very often in torturous conditions and in clear violation of the international law. I realize that I've painted a very grim picture of a totalitarian state in full swing. And believe me, I sometimes find it hard myself to fight that feeling of helplessness and despair at realizing how much pain and suffering this regime has brought to my family, to my country, to our neighbors. But in the words of great Polish leader and hero Lech Walesa, and I quote, "It is hardly possible to build anything if frustration, bitterness, or a mood of helplessness prevail," end of quote. And as my husband put it after Alexei Navalny's murder, and I quote, "If we fall into despondency and despair, we'll give them what they want. But we have no right to do that. And we owe our fallen comrades, first of all, the obligation to fight with an even greater strength and achieve what they lived for and what they died for Russia to become a normal, free, European and democratic country," end of quote. The question is this Russia possible? Is there a potential for a democratic Russia? Is there an alternative to the Putin regime? And the answer is yes, of course. It is just that you're watching Vladimir Putin using a very powerful state repressive machine to try and destroy that alternative right before your eyes. The regime targets all those Russians who risk not only their freedom, but often their lives to show you that Russia can be different. Chairman of the board of Memorial Oleg Orlov, historian with Memorial Yuri Dmitriev, politicians Ilya Yashin, Alexei Gorinov, Ksenia Fadeeva, Lilia Chanisheva, Andrei Pivovarov, lawyers Dmitry Talantov, Alexei Liptser, Vadim Kobzev, poet Artyom Kamardin, theater director Evgeny Berkovich, playwright Svetlana Petrichuk, journalist Antonina Favorskaya, Sergei Mingazov, Maria Ponomarenko, Ivan Safronov, Nadezhda Kevorkova, Olga Komleva, Sergei Karelin. Hundreds and hundreds of brave people ended up behind bars because their human integrity did not allow them to stay silent in the face of the crimes committed by the regime. They are the alternative. As are my incredibly committed and intrepid colleagues from the Free Russia Foundation, Memorial, OVD-Info, ethnic minority movements, Association Russie Liberté, the Feminist Anti-War Resistance, the Go by the Forest Project, the Anti-War Committee, the Anti-Corruption Foundation, and many other Russian civil society groups and organizations working tirelessly to bring closer the day when the regime in the Kremlin collapses. They are the alternative. Those who are opposing Vladimir Putin today represent that Russia that Boris Nemtsov and Alexei Navalny fought and died for. You saw tens of thousands of these people standing for hours in lines across the country, not just in big metropolises, but in faraway provincial cities like Novorossiysk or Gorno-Altaysk, to sign the petitions required for the nomination of Boris Nadezhdin, the only candidate who was planning to run on an anti-war platform. You saw thousands and thousands of them on March 1st lining the streets to pay tribute to slain Alexei Navalny. Under surveillance cameras and a heavy police presence, the crowds defiantly chanted, "No to war, and Russia will be free." You saw thousands and thousands of them turning up at polling stations in Russian capitals across the world to take part in the Noon Against Putin protests on March the 17th. They are the alternative, and they need your solidarity and support today. If Putin is allowed to destroy that vision of Russia, the free world will be left with no other options but this vile, decrepit dictator and him alone. And Vladimir Putin understands this very well and throws the entire weight of the repressive machine against dissenters. As I'm not a politician myself, I would like to turn to one of great vision and integrity, someone who also happens to be the man I share my life with. As Vladimir wrote over the course of the last 2 years, and I'm taking only a few of the strongest points that he made in his Pulitzer Award-winning pieces for the Washington Post, and I quote, "Political change in Russia is famously difficult to predict. The Romanov Empire and the Soviet regime appeared stable and secure until both collapsed in literally 3 days in March 1917 and August 1991. Both times the collapse was so sudden and unexpected that democratic reformers in Russia and Western democracies that were in a position to help came unprepared for the task before them. The price of mistakes that resulted from this unpreparedness, both for Russia and for the rest of Europe, was enormous. The next time change will come in exactly the same way, abruptly and unexpectedly. None of us knows the specific moment and specific circumstances, but it will happen in the foreseeable future. The chain of events leading to these changes was started by the regime itself with its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. It's only a matter of time. Which means we must be preparing tomorrow's changes today. It is clear that in order both to rebuild its domestic institutions and to regain its proper place in the world, a post-Putin Russia will need to undergo not only significant reforms in policy, but also a full-scale moral reckoning and renewal. Along the path traveled by Germany after 1945, by Latin American countries after their military dictatorships, by South Africa after apartheid, and by Central and Eastern European states after the fall of communism. The central part of this moral reckoning must be full, public, and official accounting for the crimes committed by Putin's regime, both against its own people and against other nations. All archives must be opened. State institutions implicated in crimes such as the FSB must be irrevocably liquidated. The perpetrators of these crimes must be held criminally responsible, while those with political responsibility and those who held position of power under the current regime must be subjected to lustrations and barred from future office. This is important not only for justice, but also for protecting against a potential revanche by the old guard. Evil must be publicly reckoned with and officially condemned. Only then will we be guaranteed from its repeat. It goes without saying that accounting for the Putin's regime's crimes must include a full reconciliation with Ukraine, along with the return of occupied territories, the payment of just reparations, and the surrender of those responsible for the war crimes and crimes against humanity for trial at an international tribunal. But just as we in Russia must learn from our past mistakes, so should our friends in the West. The immorality and cynicism of the realpolitik aside, the architects of the Western policy of embracing Putin ignored two fundamental warnings from history: that internal repression in Russia always translates into external aggression, and that appeasing an aggressor always leads to war. Again, the free world has learned this the hard way. After he got away with so much else over the years, both at home and abroad, it is not surprising that Putin thought he could get away with occupying Ukraine too. It is important that the European Union sends a clear message to Russian civil society that its grievances are not with it but with Putin's Kremlin, and that there will be a rightful place for a post-Putin democratic Russia at the European table following sincere and fundamental changes in our country. There is only one outcome of this conflict that would be in the interest of the free world, of Ukraine, and ultimately of the Russian people: resounding defeat for Putin, to be followed by political change in Russia and a Marshall Plan-type international assistance program, both to rebuild Ukraine and to help post-Putin Russia build a functioning democracy so that it never again becomes a threat to its own people and its neighbors. That is the only way to make sure Europe can finally become whole, free, and at peace, and stay this way. That's the end of quote. And I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the welcoming remarks for the conference. Please remain seated and welcome your hosts for today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amanda Dziubińska, and I'm a senior analyst at the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
And my name is Tomasz Zając. I'm also a senior analyst at PISM.
We are honored to welcome you back to Warsaw for the 2024 edition of the PISM Strategic Ark. We will be serving as masters of ceremony both today and tomorrow, and will guide you through our lineup. Well, I see many friends and familiar faces. It's fantastic to have you back with us and to recognize that our conference serves as a vital platform for discussing strategic matters. A heartfelt welcome to all those who are attending for the first time. We are thrilled to have you here. Well, Tomek, I have no doubt that this room is filled with great intellectual capacity and strategic thinking skills to address global challenges.
As Director Sławomir Dębski mentioned, this year we will focus on winning strategies. The discussions will cover a wide variety of topics, from defining real threats and possible outcomes of the current situation to cyber and hybrid warfare and nuclear weapons. We also have a visual component before every panel, and visual component is just a fancy way of saying that there will be a short video introducing each of discussion. Another important information is that there is no intermissions between the panels, no coffee breaks. This, however, doesn't mean that we run out of coffee. No, it's still there. We just wanted to pack as much content as possible. And knowing that people rarely attend all the panels on a given day, it's better to leave the decision up to you. When instead of attending a panel, you prefer to have a cup of tea and chat with some very interesting people outside this room. So choose wisely and make the most out of it.
And without further ado, let's introduce our first panel. In the first session, we will discuss winning strategies for the upcoming challenges. We aim to identify threats, both from state and non-state actors, and define desirable outcomes. Let's welcome our panelists. We are joined by
Richard Hooker Jr., a non-resident senior fellow at the Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security.
Julian Lindley French, chairman at the Alphen Group.
Cory Schake, who is the director of Foreign and Defense Policy Studies at the American Enterprise Institute.
Patrick Turner, former NATO Assistant Secretary General for Defense Planning and Policy.
The panel will be moderated by Minna Lander, a research fellow at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs.
But first, let's see the clip.
In the shadow of past global conflicts, today's leaders are challenged to shift from crisis management to mastering the art of victory. Our adversaries seek to exploit vulnerabilities. To counteract, we're identifying threats, enhancing our military capabilities, and embedding a winning philosophy across our strategic plans. Step into the arena of strategy of winning. Here the past and future converge, crafting blueprints for victory and peace. Join us, because to secure tomorrow, we must define our path to victory today.
So welcome to... Try again. Welcome to the opening panel of this great conference that promises to be very interesting and provide us with a lot of food for thought. And I have the great honor and pleasure to moderate these amazing speakers here when we are trying to get into the question, how can we define winning and victory, and is winning actually more an art or a craft? So if we take a look back and we think about like how we in the West have been successful in the past. So NATO was quite successful with this strategy of winning the war without fighting it in the Cold War, at least as a hot war at that time. But after that, we were sort of able to pick and choose where and when to go to war most of the time. Maybe not always the timing, but it was certainly, there was a physical distance to the war most of the time. But now in Europe, we are facing a fresh, new, hot territorial war again. And we need to get back into this mentality of, if you want peace, prepare for war. So that, of course, means that we need to relearn deterrence in Europe and to effectively deter like increasingly emboldened adversaries, not only Russia, but also others, who want to see a weaker West. So obviously, the war in Ukraine needs to be won first. And that is the great challenge that we are facing at the moment. A lot depends also on the credibility of the United States extended deterrence, far beyond the European theater. So I would like to ask you all on this panel now, how and what should we do? What should be the next step after this strategy of like supporting Ukraine as long as it takes has proven sort of like unsustainable? If we may start here with you.
So first of all, to say it's exceptionally humbling to be here in a session just after Evgenia spoke. So that is the front line of freedom. Ukraine is the front line of freedom, and we are nothing by comparison. So just start with that. Second, great to be in Poland, a place of reality, and we desperately need reality. And I started visiting this terrific country in the beginning of the 90s, building a new defense relationship between the UK and Poland. So you are an indispensable ally. So main first point, it's time to call time on the sweet little lies, or let's say it clearly, big fat lies that we've been telling ourselves for years, and to get real. The West has absolutely no strategy to win in Ukraine, and where, looking around, are the leaders that we need. So focusing on Ukraine, but I'd say the same applies with China, which is absolutely watching, and winning in this century means winning in Ukraine. So we have to do a lot more to defend ourselves and a lot more to support Ukraine, and both America and Europe have fallen well short on both counts. And given that we in Europe are next on the menu for Putin, supporting Ukraine is the first priority. We can't just raise the drawbridge on the NATO fortress and leave Ukraine to fail. If we do that, we will fail. And we've been failing Ukraine since 2008, when we falsely promised it could join NATO. In practice, our real focus has been on avoiding war, on doing enough to quiet our dormant consciences, on limiting our costs, and on reassuring our adversaries and our publics. We've been especially good at saying what we won't do. So in February, it took precisely 24 hours for a whole set of Western leaders to rush to rule out Western troops in Ukraine when President Macron raised that possibility. A terrific example of self-deterrence in action. Part of the problem is that since the Vietnam War, we fought no war which involved serious casualties. So that's 50 years of more or less no war. The war in Ukraine, by contrast, has been killing more or less as many soldiers in a week as died in Afghanistan in 20 years. A major democratic European country the size of France is being dismembered. So imagine if this was France or Germany or Britain, how would we then be looking at it? And this has become remarkably untroubling for European and American voters, because our leaders have in most cases not addressed the question of what is at stake and what must be done. And so they failed to explain to our publics clearly, repeatedly, and convincingly what's at stake. We've left Ukraine in no man's land, and as a result, we are in no man's land ourselves. Let's be totally clear, winning in Ukraine means saying clearly to Russia, get all of your troops out of all of Ukraine, and that we will do whatever it takes to get that done. We need to give, misquoting a quote, we need to give war a chance and take the Western handbrake off. The as long as it takes approach to the Ukraine war needs to be replaced by whatever it takes. And what would that mean? Briefly, accelerating the provision of systems and munitions provided by Western countries to Ukraine. Doing much more to help Ukraine with air defense, including, if necessary, doing it ourselves. Allowing Ukraine much freer use of long-range offensive systems, including in Russia. It's totally unacceptable for Russia to be able to launch attacks on Ukraine from Russia with impunity. Deploying Western troops to Ukraine. NATO membership for Ukraine as soon as possible, and truly wartime levels of defense production. So getting back to being the arsenal of democracy. Last and key point, in order to win, we have to engage our whole societies. We've not done that. We have to explain to our publics clearly and repeatedly what is at stake, why we have to win, what winning means, and then act accordingly.
Thank you so much. That was very comprehensive. So more whatever it takes and less as long as it takes. So Corey, what do you have to add?
So there's not much to add after that expanse, but I would say what our adversaries have succeeded at is identifying very clearly what the limits of our actual willingness to do anything are. The gap between how our leaders talk about our willingness and their actual willingness to run risks on behalf of achieving goals is something that has called the credibility of Western commitment into doubt. And that's incredibly damaging. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing that we ought to be doing is being a lot more empathetic to the fact that our strategy of doing, helping Ukraine for as long as it takes, Ukraine's bleeding and dying in ways we're not empathizing with by saying, just keep doing this forever. And that's both morally wrong, but it also, our strategy assumes that time is unlimited and that Ukraine will never crack under the daily pressure of blackouts and attacks and casualties. And I think that's a very dangerous, in addition to immoral, thing for us to be standing on.
Absolutely. Julian, more do's and don'ts from you.
Thank you. Great to be here and great to see some great old friends. I'm going to disagree. And I'm going to disagree because I've built a career on spouting hot air about what we should do. And I am really tired of sitting on panels like this and saying, we should do this and we should do that, and then nothing happening. The real question for this community, and I put it out to the audience, is how on earth do we get our political leaders to face up to the reality which Corey and Patrick have so eloquently described and our friend from Russia so brilliantly captured in terms of the threat? How do we end the culture we have in Europe in particular of holding conferences on security policy which have absolutely no political traction whatsoever? It's getting dangerous out there. Many years ago, when I was at Oxford, I wrote my thesis on British policy in the coming of war. Now, this country in particular suffered at the hands of appeasement. But you know, at the same time as appeasement was taking place, the British government in 1934 committed to the biggest rearmament program in British history. Shadow Factory Plan, the surge industrial capacity, which meant that by 1940, we had the world's most advanced air defense system, which prevailed in the Battle of Britain, which meant that by June 1942, the Nazis could put 500 medium bombers over Britain. We put 1,000 heavy bombers over Cologne. They didn't come out of thin air. They came out of decision-making, leadership, and planning. And there is a black hole in the defense of the West, and it's not in this country. That black hole is Britain, France, and Germany. Those three countries have to start showing leadership. Otherwise, we are going to continue to have these wonderful conferences, these great events, when we talk about what should be done. We should be talking about what is being done and what has been done. And I'm at a loss, and I'll welcome ideas, how we get our leaders to properly grip the reality that is staring us like an angry Russian bear in the face.
Thank you. That stings. We all love our conferences, after all. So, over to you.
Always a tough act to follow, Julian. I have what may be an eccentric view about strategy, which is that, at least in its conception, I think it need not be diabolically difficult. And one hears an awful lot of a discussion about a theory of winning in Ukraine. What does winning mean? What does victory look like? It seems to me that that's a relatively simple question. What it means is, as Patrick told us a few moments ago, it means the ejection of the Russian military from Ukrainian national territory. Full stop. That's what winning looks like. That's what winning sounds like. That's what winning is. How to achieve that? Well, it's to aid Ukraine in marshaling in all of the relevant domains, air, sea, land, space, and cyber, along with all of the impedimenta that goes with that and into defense industrial base and so on, to overwhelm and dominate the Russian forces in the field. And the wonderful opportunity presented here amidst all this tragedy is that there is, in fact, a real opportunity to achieve that, and probably even without introducing NATO troops onto the ground. I would also caution against saying the West, because actually there are quite different perspectives within our transatlantic community. And I'm not surprising anyone when I point out that the closer you are to the Russian border, I would say the more serious you take the threat. In a previous White House tour, I was always surprised at how the closer you got to Russia, the more tanks you seemed to find. And the farther away you got from Russia, the fewer tanks you found, okay? So there is an eastern flank, which really today stretches from Helsinki all the way down to the Black Sea, which understands the reality of what's going on and takes it in a deadly serious way. So this is the Nordics, the Balts, Poland, Romania, for sure. But then as you get into Central Europe and Western Europe, and certainly in the United States, this becomes much more of an academic exercise. And as Corey pointed out, what seems to be missing from all of the political analysis is the actual human cost on the ground, which is the greatest tragedy in Europe since 1945. And on a scale which is becoming really difficult to grasp. On all sides, it's as much a tragedy that hundreds of thousands of Russians have been killed as Ukrainians and wounded and all of that. So it's certainly doable. The transatlantic community possesses the wherewithal and the resources to aid Ukraine in achieving success on the battlefield, no question. Now, Julian raises the really important point, which is, where do we find the political will to do that? We may find the political will to do that when we find it on our own doorstep, and that will happen, can only happen if this opportunity has been missed. And that would be a tragedy in itself as well.
Indeed. Corey, to come back to you. There's a lot of talk about like a new Cold War and that we might have to like get back to the Cold War thinking and use the vocabulary and reestablish deterrence, maybe rollback and containment and all that. Do you think that, like, with your experience, is this useful, or might it lead us to miss some crucial elements that are new and unique to this very fragile moment that we are in?
I do think the framework of the Cold War is a useful way to think about the challenges that we are facing, because we are looking at adversaries who feel ideologically threatened by the vitality and dynamism of freedom. And they are looking to impose on their neighbors the inability to choose their own paths forward, right? To choose their alliances, to choose the nature of their economy, to choose accountability instead of corruption. So I do think that we have had the luxury of being reckless about our own security because we have not had major challenges to it. And now we have major challenges to it in the nature of Russian aggression, in the nature of Chinese aggression, in the increasing collusion between China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, as we see the rat lines of weaponry that Russia is using in Ukraine. So in the Eisenhower administration, American defense spending was 13% of gross domestic product, at a much lower level of prosperity for our country. And I think thinking about the Cold War, both in ideological terms and in what it required of us to keep our societies free and vibrant, is a useful frame of reference for thinking about this moment. It doesn't capture everything, but it does capture the nature of our adversaries, the threats they are posing to us, and calls on us to be more committed than we have been.
Indeed. I think we have forgotten that freedom is not for free. Patrick, from your point of view, you've been Assistant Secretary General at NATO in different positions for a long time and until very recently. So you saw sort of like this transformation of NATO firsthand. But what's your take as of now? Like, are we sort of like, do we still know in the alliance how to win potentially a territorial war after this eternal peace that lasted 30 years?
So thank you very much for the question, and thank you for giving me some notice of the question. So you might have gathered from my first remarks that I'm fairly pessimistic, but I am not without hope, and I'm inspired by Julian. However, we're only now starting to come out of a 30-year break on defense. We had plenty of warning, at least 15 years of warning since Georgia, and mostly we've not made very good use of that warning. There is, I acknowledge, not least having been involved in the work until a couple of years ago, some good work underway at NATO and amongst allies, raising defense spending, executable defense plans, more ready forces, strengthen defensive and offensive capabilities, boosting defense production support to Ukraine. But as I already said, it's late in the day and we're not going far or fast enough on any of these files, not remotely so. And that includes, as Julian said, the US, Germany, France not going fast enough, and I'm afraid I would include the US. The US's current budget predictions for defense show flatlining or worse defense spending. Let's hope that changes. Eastern allies like Poland and led by Poland, Nordic allies have woken up. Hats off to you. You know the price of weakness better than anybody else. I quote on the downside the recent UK announcement that it plans to reach 2.5% of GDP spent on defence by 2030 as a case in point. It was a hollow electioneering gesture in large part, and it's not remotely serious. President Macron talked some time ago about the need for having a wartime economy, but no ally, I contend, has moved to a wartime economy, despite the fact that our enemies, and let's be clear, they are enemies, not competitors, not all the other kind words we have used over the years. They have moved to wartime economies. Their economies reflect that they are at war. Very few of our leaders are telling our publics what is at stake, either with Russia or China. So in the US, where I live now, all of us are funding the Chinese war machine every day when we go to the shops. And are we thinking about that? We are buying China's nuclear weapons. Our leaders don't want to disturb the long sleep of peace. And after the pandemic, inflation, certainly in the US, is the new public enemy #1. If only that were actually true. Given how we are treating Ukraine, we have treated Ukraine, I would not be feeling overwhelmingly reassured if I were a citizen in this part of Europe, in living in a country, whatever the country is that might be next on Putin's dinner menu. And I would not be overwhelmingly deterred if I was Putin, because this war has brutally exposed our limitations, our hesitations, and our fundamental unwillingness to pay a serious price for freedom and security. So if the limit of our ambition in Ukraine, in Europe over the next several years is maintaining at best a bloody equilibrium where let's remember all the blood on the Western side, if there's a better word for the West, happy to use it, is reassuringly Ukrainian. That's a recipe for failure, and we will thoroughly deserve to fail. So we have to say now, enough is enough, and really mean it. And I agree that starts in the UK, in Germany, in France. And that means taking the steps for Ukraine I mentioned earlier. That means taking much more seriously the work underway by allies on much greater numbers of more ready forces, much more ready forces, on executable defense plans, on stockpiles, on rebuilding logistic capabilities, and on defense production. And last, you can't get away from spending. People hope to do that. For many allies, it's clear already that 2.5%, 3% or more of GDP will be necessary to do what they need to do. And I can imagine former President Trump, if he wins a second term, telling allies that spending 3%, 4% on defense is needed. And he would be right. He was giving allies that message well before the full-scale Russian invasion, and that is even truer now. So it's time to come out of our long post-Cold War sleep, to fight and win in Ukraine, to rebuild our defenses. And to do that, we desperately need our leaders to lead, and we need to fully engage our societies. So there is a lot to be done, and we need to do it now.
Thank you very much. In some more positive news, in Finland we actually have activated sort of war economy light, you could say, or this preparatory stage where the defense forces are increasing their cooperation with private companies and so on. So there's some good things going on in the Nordic region at least. And on the spending, of course, it's also important that it's spent on relevant things and not only pensions, for example. So Rich, if we get back to you, you already outlined what Ukrainian victory would look like, but how about the Russian defeat? Like, if we define Ukrainian victory like this, is it just like the other side of the same coin? And would this be sufficient, if we talk about the strategic defeat for Russia, would this be sufficient?
Well, first of all, again, I don't think in its essentials this is a particularly difficult question. We're asking Ukraine to attempt to fight a modern, high-intensity war, essentially without air power and essentially without long-range fires. So no major European state would ever try to go to war under those handicaps. And we're doing this as a conscious policy decision. So a couple of vignettes for you. In the case of the United States, we have about 2,000 M1 series tanks that are just sitting in storage out in Sierra in the California desert. And we've gifted the Ukrainians 31 to date. The Ukrainians are trying to fight under serious handicaps when it comes to air defense. The best high-altitude system in the world is probably the Patriot system. I believe we've given them a single battery of Patriot, and so on and so on and so on. This is a war which is fascinating in a couple of ways, and one is that the combination of old traditional ways of fighting and very cutting-edge, high-technology, advanced ways of fighting are combined on the same battlefield. So, for example, the importance of artillery, a community which was allowed to dramatically atrophy in the West after the end of the Cold War, has been brought back in full force to us. Artillery really does remain the king of the battlefield, but it's also become a battlefield that's dominated by drone warfare. And to contend with high numbers of drones on the battlefield, the Ukrainians lose about 10,000 drones a month. That's a staggering number. They just replace them. Then you have to have not only advanced technology in the form of electronic warfare, but you have to have highly skilled operators. Most Western armies, the United States Army in particular, has no electronic warfare in its brigade and divisions. It has no air defense in its brigades and divisions, now almost 3 years into this conflict. So there's a lot of catching up to be done. And if you ask me what does Ukraine need to realize this vision or definition of victory, it needs air power, it needs long-range fires, it needs air defense, and it needs them at scale. Why are we not providing that? Again, I said a moment ago, this was a conscious policy decision. I think it's probably because we fear the consequences of a Russian defeat. We've given Ukraine what we think is enough not to lose, but we refuse to give Ukraine what is actually required to prevail, to win. And the reason I suspect is because we fear the collapse of Russian society, Putin's ouster, the possible use of nuclear weapons, all these components which come together to describe really the essence of self-deterrence. If you want to play on this chessboard, then you've got to have some resolution, some political will, the willingness to take some calculated risks, not to be reckless, but to take some calculated risks. And you have to demonstrate to the adversary, the opponent, the enemy, if I may use the word, that you are as willing to fight as the adversary is willing to fight. And at the end of the day, this is where the credibility of deterrence comes from. Putin, whatever else his failings and his sins may be, is not afraid to fight. And arguably we are. And that may be in large measure why we find ourselves where we are today.
Bleak, to say the least. Julian, the war in Ukraine obviously has entailed so many very painful lessons on very many levels. Given that you also, a couple of years ago, published a book on the future of warfare, or future warfare and the defense of Europe, what are your 2 to 3 key takeaways if you look at Europe?
Thank you. Well, the book is still out there. It's still brilliant, and it's still very reasonably priced. One of the takeaways are thus. One is, the United States can only guarantee the security of Europe if Europeans do far more for their own security. The United States is a global power facing global autocracies that are trying to complicate the life of the United States and doing it at a time and place of their choosing. Europeans and the Allied reaction force that will shortly become operational is a good first step, Europeans must assume that they must be the high-end first responders in an emergency. That's it. That should be the ambition militarily. Second, the Chinese and the Russians are systematically exploring our vulnerabilities. You know, government is keeping from our peoples the daily cyber attacks, the daily information attacks, the daily hybrid war attacks that are taking place on our countries. Why? Because they're treating the citizen as a child. We need to bring the citizens in as partners in resilience. Resilience is the flip side of power projection. If we can't secure the home base, we cannot project the power that 21st century defense will require. There's one thing, you know, don't get me wrong when I say this. I have huge respect for the sacrifice of ordinary Russians during World War II. But this narrative that the Moscow regime puts out, that because so many Russians were killed, they won World War II, was because primarily, not just because of Nazi brutality, but of Soviet incompetence. So many Russians died because the Russians put flesh before steel. Now, at the Arcadia Conference in January 1942, the first time the Americans and the British really sat down to say, how are we, the Western allies, going to fight this war? They came up with a conscious plan called steel before flesh. So, for example, a Lancaster bomber had a crew of 7. But for every Lancaster bomber, there was 35 support elements to put that highly advanced piece of technology over target. And the Western Allies might have lost far fewer people, but they lost far fewer people because they fought with technology. And that's our strength. We have to have, as part of our deterrence, a technology before flesh strategy which counters this Russian pretense that mass and maneuver is going to always win because they don't care how many die. We have to demonstrate that if they really want to try that, our technology will always prevail. But to do it, to quote the Nike commercial, just do it. You know, to finish off this point, looking at the current regional plans of SACEUR, to an extent, classified and all that, it's not about 2%, 2.5%, 3%. It's about capability shortfalls. We must, having agreed to these plans, to the NATO military strategy, we have to deliver on the very capabilities in sufficient capacity that we have signed up to. Because if not, well, then I can tell you this. The signal we're sending to the Russians is, well, Donbass, Crimea, not really a critical interest for the West. Yes, we'd rather you didn't do it, but at the end of the day, we know you're going to get it. Maybe Ukraine is a critical interest, the survival of the rest of Ukraine. That is the message we're sending the enemy with this kind of strategic indifference if we continue not even to fulfill our own plans.
Yes, indeed, the spending should not remain in the Excel sheet, right? All right, I'm so thrilled that we are so well on time. So we have now some time left for questions from the audience. So if I can see some hands. Oh yeah, there are a lot of hands. Let's start there in the back. And of course, remember to introduce yourselves when you take the mic.
Thanks very much indeed. Benjamin Tallis, German Council on Foreign Relations. What a great panel. Thank you for your comments so far. Let me agree with a couple of you and then put something to you. So, Patrick, you're right. We need a whole of society approach. Rich, you're right. We're not stepping up. Julian, you're right. How do we get from should to did is the absolute question we have to answer. And Corey, I think you're right, that part of that equation is convincing our societies of what they stand to lose if we don't. But it is only part of the equation. To actually get our societies on board, to commit to the defense spending we need, to commit to actually stepping up and paying those costs, we have to offer them a credible vision of the future that they actually buy into. And that's the part we're not addressing in these conferences. This has to be whole of society in the true meaning of the word. So that means addressing our societal divisions. It means addressing income inequality. It means addressing the reasons why too many of our people don't believe we deserve to win and thus are unwilling to fight. So I'd be interested to hear the panel's thoughts on how we actually engage those societal dimensions of the art of winning. Thank you.
So can I take that one?
Absolutely.
Because I actually disagree, my friend. And I think it's an example of our tendency to say we have to fix every problem in our society in order to deal with the threats facing us. And I think that overcomplicates the challenge. What I notice when I'm talking to Rotary clubs and members of Congress and town hall meetings is that a way to frame it that people can understand, we're actually really good at the balmy, beautiful, peaceful, prosperous future stuff. What we're not doing well enough is explaining that unless we make the rules, our enemies are going to make the rules, and our societies will cease to be safe and cease to be prosperous. And we have, I mean, we just got fabulous examples this morning about what a Russian rules-based international order would look like, dictating the terms of everybody else's relationships, economies, and freedom. I think that's the message that mobilizes public support, not we have to stop income inequality in the United States because of the rise of China and Russia's aggression. I just don't, I think that will talk us into doing nothing.
Go ahead, Julian.
Yes, I agree with Cory. I mean, we can't tick off every other box before we get to defense, because defense is the first duty of the state to its citizens, and then only then can you start to deal with the inequalities of which you eloquently describe. I want us to stop being analysts and start becoming a movement. I want us, all of us, this community, to start becoming lobbyists. I want us to get into our politicians. You know, I was at Oxford with quite a few of Britain's contemporary leadership. Patrick, I think you know quite a few. Some of them are quite good. Some of them I wouldn't trust with a Morris Bloody Minor, I tell you. I mean, you know, it's the nature of politicians these days. Because they didn't grow up in this stuff. And they have no idea of history. So we as a group now have to stop comforting ourselves by having nice conferences and start becoming activists. We have to start explaining to these politicians much more coherently and much more aggressively why this disaster could happen on your watch, and you may well be remembered for this disaster.
Yeah, I'd also like to add that I think we do a poor job of articulating to our publics that the cost of this very important venture is eminently bearable. The United States is spending about 5% of its defense budget directly and indirectly on assistance to Ukraine, 90% of which stays in the United States, benefiting American workers. I would diverge a little bit from Patrick by pointing out that right now today, the European allies alone spend about $380 billion a year on defense. Even on a war footing, Russia spends about $125 billion. So the resources are there, the money is there. We have some outliers that we need to work on. The Italians, Spain, Belgium, the Netherlands, who are still not very close to reaching 2% of GDP. But overall, collectively, the European allies are at or above 2%. Now, how those resources are being used, how that money is being spent, that's a fertile field for discussion, for analysis, because it doesn't seem so far to have translated into hard military capability. And I would point out the example of our hosts. So with about half the defense budget of Germany or France or the UK, Poland puts vastly more capability into the field. hundreds of tanks that actually run, and program acquisitions that are among the leading ones in the world. Patriot, the most advanced version of M1, F-35, and on and on and on. So there are some good models out there that can show us how we can translate the defense resources that we already have, which are not overburdening our societies, they're really not, into actual real capability on the ground that can make a difference.
Patrick.
So very briefly, queuing off that last point, the message is be Polish to Britain, to France, to Germany. Indeed, you're leading the way. One little fact from the US. If the US spent per person what other developed economies spend on healthcare, that would free up around $2 trillion a year. So the US wastes $2 trillion on healthcare. The same number of people die of the same diseases at the same age. So worth thinking about. There is money there, and indeed there is money there on for defense. The main message is our enemies are on the march. We need to be on the march, and the we is all of us. And the main enemy is not pandemics, it's not inflation. We've got actual enemies in the old-fashioned sense. They don't wish us well. They're doing everything within their power to win this century. We need to win this century.
Next question. We have so many here. Let's take one from the front here.
Michał Baranowski, German Marshall Fund of the United States. Wonderful to see all the friends, all with violent agreement with each other, and I think around the room as well. So my question is about, given the agreement in this room, your leaders, our leaders, certainly are hearing this. What are your leaders who are not having the right strategy afraid of? Let's put it very bluntly. You understand your countries, you understand your leaders. What are the scenarios? Second question, if I may, Sławek and others pointed out to the importance of leadership of the United States. Okay, we have not talked about the US election just yet. We have wonderful Republican colleagues and colleagues across the political spectrum on the panel and in the room. Can you imagine a flip in terms of the approach of the United States to leading on European and broader security? Thanks.
Well, let's take it like everybody may say one thing that our leaders are afraid of, and the US colleagues, of course, please address the second question.
For the first question, I think I touched on that a moment ago. In my opinion, certainly in America, but I think also in the case of the great powers in Europe, there's a palpable fear of what might follow if Ukraine was successful and Russia was defeated. So you read a lot of commentary about the fragmentation of the Russian state. A follow-on successor regime might be even worse than Putin. If defeated on the battlefield, Russia might resort to nuclear weapons and so on and so on and so on. So in my opinion, I think that's the limiting factor in our less than full commitment to aiding Ukraine. The elephant in the room, of course, is the next election in the United States. And I'm worried about that. I worry that depending upon the outcome of the election, the United States might begin to disengage from the alliance and from the transatlantic relationship. Now, the good news is that all of the polling indicates that support in the United States for NATO still remains very high, on the order of some 78% by recent polling. So that's encouraging. But to the extent that there's fear that the United States might withdraw or disengage or lessen its commitment, that certainly introduces cleavages into the alliance in a very unhelpful way in this very dangerous time.
Let me speak of my own country, which, as you know, the Prime Minister yesterday declared his own suicide by calling an election, which means we're likely to have a Labour government. I think it's much more likely than not by July the 4th, which is an interesting date in its own right. I can bet you this. First of all, the Labour government will focus on healthcare, on education, on a host of other things, including potholes, which is very big in Britain these days, because post-pandemic, we've had to rebuild the economy. In fact, post-banking crash of the late 2000s, we've had to rebuild the economy. And that is part of the problem of certainly Western European economies. We've had crisis after crisis after crisis. And defense is seen as a kind of contingency reserve from which to take money to pay for other things. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is the nature of a Labour government will be that it will invest in defense as a trigger for growth. And that's the argument we have to make. For example, there's 22 ships and submarines being built for the Royal Navy at the moment. We will continue to build ships and submarines for the Royal Navy. Why? Because it creates jobs. And B, because it keeps that lunatic Celtic fringe in Scotland happy. So given those imperatives, there are ways to sell to politicians who are fairly strategically illiterate why they should support defence, because of its impact not just on the safety of the citizen, but also on the prosperity and growth in the economy. And I think that's pretty much the narrative that will be adopted.
So maybe what I should add to this is a reminder to the friends of my country that the United States is a country so incredibly dynamic that in the middle of a global pandemic, we could create not just one, but 3 life-saving vaccines. The second thing to remember about the United States is that we are a country so prosperous, we could not only make that life-saving vaccine free to our citizens, but to millions of others. But the third thing to remember about the United States is that we are a country in which a full third of our citizens will refuse to take a free life-saving vaccine. That's actually who we are. And it's good news for you. The risk tolerance of Americans is a source of dynamism. It's a source of our willingness to fight for things other than our own safety. But I grant you, it can be a white-knuckled experience to be an ally of the United States, and this is going to be one of those years when that's true.
So I'm going to say, first off, I've always loved America. It happens that I was named Patrick Henry after the American patriot, or you might say traitor if you're British, really, who said, give me liberty or give me death. I always thought that was a good rallying cry. I was slightly tempted when Julian mentioned potholes to make some reference to Washington, where you go around in clouds of cannabis fumes when you're going to work. Quite a place. What are we afraid of? Bluntly put, war. People listen when Putin rattles his nuclear saber, but that's why we have nuclear deterrence. So the US has one, France, the UK, so we should not be deterred. And then, should Europe be worried about the outcome of the election? Absolutely, and I'd say Europe needs to worry about either outcome of the election. But in any event, forgetting the outcome of the election, and the US is a great country, it will remain one, Europe needs to do more. It needs to do it now. It must do it in its own interest. It can't just play follow the leader. So let's get on with it.
Excellent. We don't quite have time for one more question, but I would really like to thank the panel. This was a very insightful discussion, and I think we all agree we need more action and less talk.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mina, for moderating the panel. If you could come over, please.
Thank you. It was great.
I just wanted to follow up with a couple of topics that you mentioned during the discussion. It was really interesting to see how much emphasis there was on reality. I remember Patrick Turner saying that West has absolutely no strategy to win in Ukraine, and that we need to do more and we need to do it now. I'm wondering who convinced you the most, because we heard a lot of arguments, agreements and disagreements, and what is the main takeaway from you, from this panel?
I think Patrick Turner also said, we need to give war a chance. So that was like a great quote to kick off the conference. No, but seriously, I think that it's really important, like all the points that were made, that we should also not like fall into this trap of defeatism, of thinking that this is an undoable, like that we can't do this. It is doable. We just need to get to it, and this is, I think, a very important message here.
The other thing that stood out to me was this appeal made by Julian Linday-French, who said that we need our leaders to lead, and we need our societies, especially citizens, as partners of resilience. But how can we achieve this?
There are models for that. The Nordic and Baltic countries have been really like working on that for a long time because the threat has been closer to us. So I think that there is a lot that can be done, and a lot of work is also underway. So also here, my glass is at the moment half full.
Thank you, Mina, for moderating the discussion and for these insightful remarks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
very much. With that, we're ready to kick it over to our next panel. During the second session, we're going to talk about the main opponents of the West, such as Russia, Iran, China, and North Korea, the threats they pose, and how they cooperate. Let's welcome our panelists.
Stephen Biegun, former US Deputy Secretary of State.
Chun In Bam, I hope I pronounced it right. My Korean is pretty rusty these days. So, distinguished military fellow from the Institute for Security and Development Policy.
We have Karsten Sondergaard, former ambassador of Denmark to Russia.
And Rob De Viek, professor of international relations at Leiden University.
And the panel will be moderated by Sharon Weinberger, national security and foreign policy editor for the Wall Street Journal.
But before we begin, here's the visual component, that is the clip.
As the global power balance shifts, a new league emerges, not of nations seeking harmony, but powers bent on reshaping the world under their rule. Russia, Iran, China, and North Korea increasingly assert their dominance, challenging the very fabric of the free world. Utilizing a range of strategies from military assertiveness to economic pressure and influencing democratic processes, these nations pursue their interests with an agenda that prioritizes extending their influence over peaceful coexistence. Today's panel will dissect these complex relationships and the coordinated efforts of these regimes. We'll explore how their push for control poses a stark challenge to global stability and what it means for the future of freedom.
Hi, good morning. It's great to be here. This is actually my third year at this great conference. And one of the things that reminds me of how much the world is changing and how much we need to be prepared for change is the idea of this panel wouldn't even have occurred to us in the first year. So one of the first things I wanted to pose to our panelists is there is a lot of growing concern about the relationship between these powers in trade, weapons help, but how much of this is durable in terms of an alliance, a bloc, a partnership, or whatever you want to call it? Maybe start with Steve and then go
Sure,
on.
thank you, Sharon, and thank you to PISM for inviting me to join you. This is my first year. It's been an excellent conference, so pleasure to be here with all of you. We are debating in the United States very much this question of durability. And where I come down, Sharon, is that it's not a durable partnership between these four countries, but it is real, it is present, and it is dangerous. And so durable in the long run, we can take some solace in that. But in the long run, it doesn't so much matter to us right now as in the short run. And in the short run, these countries are providing significant assistance to each other. We've seen them running political cover for each other in international bodies to prevent isolation and condemnation. We've seen them providing economic support to each other in order to compensate for areas in which their economies may have been hurt by sanctions or export controls. We've seen exchanges between them, including and up to military equipment, with it being in the unbelievable circumstance now where the Iranians and North Koreans are providing the weapons to kill Europeans in Ukraine, which is just a stunning thing when I think about particularly North Korea. North Korea has injected itself into a war in Europe. So it's real and it's dangerous, but I don't think it's durable. It's not durable because there are no shared history here for this relationship to stand on. It's not durable because there's no shared values unless you take a very twisted view of values as keeping your hold on power, corruption, repressing your own people and opposing freedom underpinned by liberal democracies, with hardly a sense of values that would unite countries together. There's no shared history. Many of these countries have actually been adversaries and even at war. And there is very little positive shared history they can fall back on. When we gather at a setting like this, we can recall the moments in recent and past history where we've joined in common cause in noble undertakings. Can you imagine 20 years from now, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping sitting around slapping their knees and saying, remember when we took down Ukraine in 2022? I mean, it's absurd. And it's, above all, transactional. It's based upon the personal relationships of four leaders, two in particular, who see at this moment great purpose in having cooperation with each other. But it won't be durable because it doesn't extend beyond those two leaders. It's an interesting thing about dictatorships. Dictators don't have deputy dictators. And the reason they don't have deputies is because a number two in a dictatorship has only one objective: to become number one. And so we can speculate that someone will succeed each of these leaders when they someday pass from the scene by either the choice of their own people or by biological realities. But that the idea that this transactional relationship could endure that transition seems to me to be a stretch.
Well, just to pick up on that and biological realities, does the death of Iran's president and foreign minister affect that at all?
Iran's president doesn't run Iran. Iran is run by the supreme leader. It's a fanatical, extremist religious state run by the Ayatollah. Presidents will come and go, but the real point of crisis for Iran will be when it comes time to select a new Ayatollah, because just like other dictatorships, there is no chosen successor.
On this durability of this alliance, it really depends, in my view, on the success of Russia in Ukraine, and the reason is quite simple. If you look why those countries cooperate, it is a collective desire to create a new world order, an anti-Western world order. Now, if you read, for example, the joint statement by Putin and Xi last week, then it is absolutely clear that there is a lot of rhetoric about a just and fair world order, world democracy, respectful sovereignty, by the way, which is also included in the joint statement. But this doesn't count, of course, for Ukraine. Now, what happens here, if you read this joint statement, then it's absolutely clear that winning this war is far more important than peace for China and for Russia. Because if Russia doesn't win this war, it's a victory for the collective West, as they call it. And that is hugely important, because if this is a victory for the collective West, then it's impossible to create this new desired world order. And that is exactly what is on paper. If you read between the lines, then this is the message. So there will be no desire to have negotiations for peace or a political solution, a ceasefire, whatever, because this is more important. And at the same time, this is a marriage of convenience between the four countries mentioned. And it is not durable in a way that if Russia loses, then the coalition will collapse. If Russia wins, it will be reinforced. So we simply cannot say how durable it is right now. But that brings me to a strategy towards Russia. Overstretch is a real danger for Russia. If you look what happens right now, enlargement of NATO, we put more money in our defenses. The cooperation and the relationship with the southern former Soviet republics is weakened. There are huge problems for Russia in the high north. So there is a real danger that Russia has to spend too much money on its own defense. And Putin referred in one of his recent speeches to this when he said, look, the West brought us down at the end of the Cold War because we had to spend too much money on our defense, and this won't happen anymore. But it happens already. So there is a real reason that because of overstretch, Russia will collapse. And this is something we should keep in mind. It's not the sanctions, but it is the expenditure on defense that could bring Russia down in the end. And this is something we should encourage. That's part of the strategy.
Yes. Well, thank you. My view is that it's a group of countries that is a group. They are not allies. They have overlapping interests. They support each other up to a point, but not the same point. They play on the weaknesses of the West, and they are embarked upon what I will call a hybrid war against the West because they want to undermine the rules-based order. They want a new world order. It is a major project, and when I say major, I will measure it in decades. Actually, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov this weekend at a conference talked about relations with Russia and the West. It will go on, current state will go on for a generation. That's more than a decade, in my view. In my view, their profiles also differ. I mean, risk taker number one, that's Iran, in my view. Risk taker number two, that's Russia. And we will definitely witness innovation when it comes to a hybrid war. And a lot of things will be weaponized. There will be cooperation among them, but in my view, primarily bilaterally. So of course, and then, as always, events will occur, and they will use those opportunities. That will be my introduction. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I hope it is endurable, but the North Koreans have had this alignment with the People's Republic of China, the Soviet Union, and now Russia for the past nearly 80 years. And we never thought that the North Koreans could survive this long, and the North Koreans have been able to do a lot of things that we thought that they could not do. As of now, the Korean Peninsula is in a state of war. All my life, I've been in a country where we have been in a state of war. And when you live in a country like that, you forget that you're in a state of war, which is to the detriment of why we human beings go to war again and again and again. To remind the audience of where North Korea is, they now have the ability to strike South Korea, Japan, and probably Guam with an accurate nuclear device, ballistic missiles, hypersonic, cruise, and even a nuclear-tipped torpedo. It's only a matter of time that they will be able to hit not only the United States, but any European country that comes to the aid of Northeast Asia. So this is not just my problem. And another reason that it is not my problem, as stated before, is that the North Koreans are willing to proliferate. So we know that already the North Koreans have provided at least 50 to 100 Iskandars to the Russians to be shot at the Ukraine. And even in the Israeli conflict, the 300 or so cruise missiles and ballistic missiles launched by Iran, most of that technology came from North Korea. So they are more than willing to proliferate their capabilities. Finally, what really concerns me is that Mr. Putin waited for Kim Jong-un, which he normally does not do. He opened the door for Kim Jong-un, which normally he doesn't do. And he gave Kim Jong-un $1 million car. So how long this will last, not sure. But for the time being, is 1 year too long or 5 years too long? It's going to be a great relationship that will endanger the peace of the entire world.
So picking up on that point and making this a question for the entire panel, even if it's not a durable partnership or alliance, are there elements of Western sanctions being sort of the cornerstone of our policy, at least in response to the Ukraine war? Has it failed? Because as it was supposed to isolate countries, but in many ways it's created its own trading bloc of oil, of weapons, of dual-use goods.
I completely agree. I think that we overestimated the effects of sanctions. When I said it in the media in the Netherlands, everybody thought I was mad. But if you are familiar with the literature on sanctions, then you know that it is impossible to coerce a country to stop a military adventure. That is simply impossible. But what we see now is extremely damaging for Russia, because what we see now is a complete decoupling of the economy of East and West. There was already no economic relationship with the US whatsoever. But what we now see is a complete decoupling. The Russians are now investing in railway connections between Russia through Iran to the harbors in the Persian Gulf, and that tells you something, because the East-West trade is about to stop. The problem, however, is that we need certain critical raw materials from Russia, for example, palladium. And here we see a circumvention of the sanctions, because palladium, which is crucial for the semiconductor industry, is still coming to Europe and to the US. But it doesn't go through Europe, but it goes through Turkey and the United Arab Emirates. So there is something going on right now, and we do nothing about it because it will affect the semiconductor industry. So yes, we are decoupling. That will be hugely damaging in combination with the military buildup required by Putin because he has to defend a country of 11 time zones. And that could create havoc for the Russians in the long term, but not in the short term. In the short term, they're pretty well. They're doing pretty well.
Sharon, sanctions are an important tool in the toolbox for sure, but sanctions are not an outcome. They're a means to achieve an outcome, and sanctions aren't even in and of themselves a good policy. They have to be part of more effective policy. They haven't been used in isolation. Of course, the United States and its Western partners, and here I extend the notion of the West to our partners in Asia, who have also rallied to the support of Ukraine. Much support has been given to Ukraine, but as we've discussed over already the morning that we've been here, at times too slow, lacking in urgency, and not delivering the right systems at the right time for the Ukrainians, not only to save the lives of the flower of their youth, but to win the war. And I think underpinning this is this lack of urgency. And I think that may be one of the most debilitating things in this conflict. The sanctions would have been effective with a far more intense, upfront military reaction to Vladimir Putin's invasion. In fact, sanctions could have been part of an effective deterrent that perhaps could have ever had him enter Ukraine. Instead, we've chosen to take a pathway built on what I consider to be a false assumption that a longer, lower intensity conflict presents less risk of escalation than a sharp, indecisive conflict. And so what do we have as a consequence of that? We see regimes beginning to re-engineer their economies to evade the sanctions. That's what comes from a slower, lower intensity conflict. We also see new parties entering, the theme of this panel today. Iran did not enter this war until year 2. North Korea did not enter this war until year 3. Had this war ended in year 1, we wouldn't be here today talking about this axis of upheaval or axis of rogues or all the other cliches and labels that have been thrown around. It wouldn't have happened. A shorter, sharper conflict would have been much more decisive, and the sanctions would have been a much more effective part of that policy.
The West does have many problems, not only one, that's for sure. But the fact is that the bigger picture is not only about Ukraine. This is about a new world order. And the point is that we, the West, we are not really formulated a policy on how to protect and how to counter the threats against the rules-based order. We are nowhere near a strategy. That's the first point I'll make. Second point, we tend to compartmentalize our analysis and policy making when it comes to the 4 countries in question. I mean, we talk about Russia and the West, we talk about Iran and the West, China and the West, and North Korea and the West. The bigger picture, I say it's easier said than done. I know that, but it does have consequences but on how we also formulate policy and collect political public support for the policy to be pursued. Of course, we have made mistakes the way we read or dealt with Russia. Still, China, we have, I mean, the understanding that political, in those countries, politics does have priority, not the economics. And the West is still not there on China, that is for sure. It's difficult to influence the countries. Russia, definitely, we have touched upon that. Also in the previous plan is step up support. Ukraine is a key. I mean, in our debate, public debate, I quite often miss the point that the best way really to change the regime in Russia, that is to get a prosperous and democratic Ukraine. That will have a long-term positive impact on Russia. There are problems, I know that. I'll stop here.
Very little to add, except that I want to remind everyone that it's not just North Korea that's playing an action here. It's also my country, the Republic of Korea. We're proud to say that Poland has made some wide decisions in procuring the best systems that my country produces, as well as our willingness to transfer technology. I personally worry about that, but right now we're willing to share our technology with other nations, and our weapon systems, not all of them, but the ones chosen by Poland are really great weapon systems. And so sanctions might never have worked, but there is, I guess, some silver lining into this story.
We've touched on a bit of this in this conversation, but given some of the, whether sanctions work or not, what should we be doing now in light of this partnership and bloc?
I think that one of the key issues is that we simply are too late. We now have a discussion on changing world order. This is visible already for 10 years. And all of a sudden we have a discussion now. It reminds me of what Julian just said. So I'm sick and tired of having the same discussion all over again and nothing happens. That is also my idea. This is already visible for 10 years. And we now start to understand that there is a broader context for this crisis in Ukraine. So something will change. But the problem is that it could be too late. And one of the key issues is that we in the West, especially in Europe, cannot do power politics anymore. We do not know what coercion is, how to do that. We use the internal market and access to the internal market to change the behavior of countries. But if you have countries who do not want to have this access or block the access, then you simply cannot have leverage over those countries anymore. And you should do coercion, you should do power politics. And that is something we simply cannot do anymore. The problem is, and Julian mentioned it as well, we need France, UK, and Germany. But those countries are postmodern. They forgot how to do it. They are preoccupied with internal problems. We do not see security in territorial terms anymore, in terms of sovereignty. We see security in human terms. We call that progress. And I think it is progress, because we are preoccupied with injustice in the world. And that is also how we look at Ukraine. We have to end injustice, but this is more than injustice. This is about power in Europe. This is about the European security architecture in the future. And this is about world order. And we simply have no idea how to deal with it. So it's a mentality shift first. It's about resilience of the population. And then we can move forward. We should have discussions like this with the broader public. Politicians should understand what's going on here. And I'm afraid that too few politicians understand what's going on.
Anyone else care to talk about what we should be doing?
We can recognize the challenge of these four countries colluding together as a single problem and still consider the right response to be different answers. And I do think the answers are different for different countries in this group. With Iran and North Korea, our policy has to be an unflinching resolve at containment. We have to limit resources. We have to shrink time horizons. We have to proscribe the choices that they can make in order to press them into a less hostile and less dangerous state. In the case of China, we need a strong deterrent. If we look at the Russian invasion, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, there's only one person to blame. We know where blame lies. But in terms of the mistakes that led up to it, we can find many authors. We can find it in the tolerance for the deep corruption in the 1990s in Russia, in the failure for accountability for the Soviet system during that era that allowed the manifestation of a new set of security-minded authoritarians. We can look at the brutal war in Chechnya and the false flag operations in Moscow that killed innocent Russians in order to justify restarting a conflict in Chechnya. We can look at the Russian invasion of Georgia in 2008, or for that matter, Vladimir Putin's Munich Security Conference speech in 2008, when he told us to our face what he was going to do. We can look at 2014, the annexation of Crimea and the invasion of eastern Ukraine and the weak response of the West. When you roll all that up to 2022 and you look back, you can see that there are two things that failed. We failed at deterrence, and there was a failure of imagination. We have to deter China. If we knew then what we know now, when Russia crossed the border into Ukraine in February of 2022, what more would we have done to stop that? Knowing if we did, the level of misery and death and economic destruction and the intractability of the conflict and the degree to which it created tremors that destabilized other parts of the world. What would we have done? That's how we have to think about the challenge of China. Deterrence. We have to make sure that we do not get to this point. That can also include engagement. Deterrence with engagement is actually effective deterrence. But with Russia, containment won't work. Deterrence has already failed. There's only one option with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and that's to defeat Russia. In order to defeat Russia, in order to ensure that Ukraine is victorious, we do have to have a clear idea of what that is. And in a sense, Ukraine already has been victorious. because Vladimir Putin set out to eliminate the nation of Ukraine and absorb it into Russia, and he has abjectly failed at that. But even if the Ukrainians at some point reclaim some or more or all of their territory, this war will not be over, because Vladimir Putin, even in that instance, will be able to represent it in Moscow as a victory for himself. There's no question in my mind. There's only one thing that will be a clear refutation of Putin that will make it impossible for him to sell to his own people that he was victorious, and will ensure that President Zelensky can deliver the sense of victory to his people, and that's to allow Ukraine into the NATO alliance. There is no way that Vladimir Putin will sell in Moscow that a Ukrainian membership in NATO was victory in this war, and that's what we need to do.
But, I agree, but my question is how? In Europe, we neglected our armed forces for 30 years. In the past, I took part in the complete reorganization of the Dutch armed forces, and we created something that is completely unfit for the present situation, and not only in the Netherlands, but also in Germany and in most other European countries. So we don't have to do it. If you want to do something, you have to send in troops. Are you willing to do that? US? That's question number one. And the next issue is, of course, yes, I'm in favor of NATO membership, but how to do it and how then to give guarantees, security guarantees for Ukraine. I'm in favor of doing that, but how can we do it? So the how question is crucial.
Yeah, it's a good question, and let me answer it. First thing I'd do is I would deploy NATO air defense capabilities to the northeastern border of Poland and the northeastern border of Romania with a sufficient distance to be able to extend over the airspace of both Lviv and Odessa. Russians have already fired missiles through the airspace of NATO countries. If we are determined to enforce our commitment at not 1 inch, that has to both be land and air and sea. We should put those NATO air defenses there to cover 360 degrees, to relieve the Ukrainians of any responsibility to cover the western portions of their country so that they can push their defenses further to the north. In the Black Sea, which the Ukrainians have had tremendous success in driving the Russian fleet back, we should still be able to ensure the freedom of navigation of all shipping, including Ukrainian shipping in international waters, with maritime and aerial escorts. We showed in the interception of the Iranian ballistic missiles and other munitions fired at Israel that our air forces are capable of providing that level of defense, and we need to do the same for the Ukrainians now. We should have Ukrainian forces training at a minimum in Poland, being trained by NATO partners, and the assistance effort to Ukraine should be through NATO mechanisms, not through the Ramstein group, so that we are simultaneously reinforcing training and techniques that are consistent with NATO operations, as well as the interoperability that the Ukrainians need in their equipment to ultimately successfully become a NATO member. And then we need to do everything we can, faster, further than we have, to provide the Ukrainians the ability to win this war with the army that they have in the field. And if they can't do that, then we have to think about other things.
And who is we?
Would we do what I just described?
Is it the US or does it include all
The President of the United
countries?
States has it within his ability to do all of these things under executive authority. There's already plenty of reservation about Ukraine's invitation to begin accession talks. There's reservations, and have been persistent reservations, about deploying certain systems into Ukraine for fear of escalation. Ironically, all of them ultimately ended up in Ukraine, which is the ultimate indictment of that overcaution and self-deterrence that has been exercised so frequently in this war. I don't want to be ungenerous. I don't want to minimize the degree to which the United States and the West have shown leadership in helping Ukraine. I'm talking about the speed, the urgency, the quality, but not the sincerity. And we couldn't have imagined in February 2022 that we would be sitting here talking about ATACMS and Patriots, and we could barely decide to deliver javelins to the Ukrainians prior to this conflict. But again, failure of deterrence, failure of imagination. We already failed at deterrence. That ship has sailed. Let's not fail at imagination.
This is very interesting for me as a Korean, because I live in a neighborhood that has very powerful neighbors and now a nuclear-armed enemy. Everything that is done in Ukraine and that is not done in Ukraine is something that all of us Koreans see happening to us in the future or foreseeably not in the future. What can we do about all of this? It's very obvious. We prepare for war, right? But the reality is 90% of my people don't want to go to war. 70% of my people are really afraid of war. And I guess it's natural. We Koreans, we South Koreans, we spend about 2.3% of our GDP on defense, about 18% of our budget on defense, and yet we're still incapable of matching the North Koreans, who have 1/60th of our economy, because they're able to invest all of their capital into strategic weaponry, not to mention a huge conventional army that they have. The edge that they have is nuclear weapons. So my question to the European audience is, South Koreans, why can't we have our own nuclear deterrent? The NPT now needs to really reevaluate the situation that we have throughout the world, where countries like North Korea are nuclearly armed, and where does it leave South Korea? Because we are now tied from countering this kind of threat. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe that thugs like Putin and Xi and Kim Jong-un, they only believe in strength and the will. And they know that Americans have a problem killing women and children. They must never have that kind of doubt if we are to be considered seriously.
I fully agree with what has been said about the necessity for NATO or the West to step up military support. Nothing to add to that. But I believe the fact is that Russia's situation on the battlefield would have been much worse if it hadn't been for Chinese support. I came across a quote by Jens Stoltenberg in a speech in Berlin, where he says that Berlin continues to fuel the largest armed conflict in Europe since World War II. So, and they cannot have both good relations with the West at the same time. That's a basic message. So step up support, what is to be done, and then the West, we need to work more on the BRICS. It's much more, it's not that homogeneous, that group, certainly not. And we definitely have to nuance our policy on the global South. The problem is long-term, when we have to, midterm, long-term, when we have to protect the world order as we cherish. Where's the forum? I mean, we have G7 for obvious reasons, although when it comes to those countries, South Korea and Australia certainly are stakeholders in the problem. NATO, I really don't see it, even though there's outreach, because NATO too transatlantic, and some allies do have principles which make it difficult. EU, I don't see it. So we will end up with a lot of bilateralism or small groups. What does that mean? I believe it's difficult to see, in the near future at least, a proactive Western policy emerge, because we are not there yet where that is possible. What will drive it? Events, my boy, to use a quote. And the risk is, of course, we will continue to be behind the curve. So that's where we are. That's our challenge. So for such a long-term project. Thank you.
Just to pick up on the point about China, the conventional wisdom is that it has been Chinese assistance to Russia that's been instrumental in Russia's gains on the battlefield, and certainly there must be some element of truth to that. But I think the inverse is actually also true, which is Russia's successes on the battlefield have been instrumental in gaining delivery of more Chinese assistance. A year, 2 years ago, to speak to Chinese officials about Russia's invasion of Ukraine was to get a sheepish reaction, rationalized in a tortured way to square China's support for Russia with Chinese principles of foreign policy. The Chinese, in a sense, had a bit of buyer's regret about backing a loser. But as Vladimir Putin, in part because of our hesitation, in part because of my own country's hesitation to provide the necessary assistance to the Ukrainians when they needed it, Vladimir Putin has picked up momentum on the battlefield. It's inescapable. We all see it in the news. And that has begun to sink in with some conviction in Beijing that actually maybe Beijing bet on a winner. And that's a very dangerous thing for us. The more Putin succeeds, the more he's likely to gain support from Beijing, which is just another reason why the defeat of Russia in Ukraine is so important to us.
So I want to pick up on that point with some recent events. Yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, UK's defense minister said that he could reveal that we have evidence that China and Russia are collaborating on combat equipment for use in Ukraine. It was a little bit confusing, and I think later in the day, Jake Sullivan said that that line hadn't been passed. But the Chinese provision of lethal aid to Russia for use in Ukraine has long been a concern for the West. So whether that line has been passed or not, what do you think it would take for China to actually do it, and what should be the West's response?
Well, there's so many ways that it's already happening. We're talking about degrees here. And I saw the report as well, Sharon, and I don't have any access to any information that could confirm or refute that. But it does underscore something else for us, that these conflicts are linked. And we actually have a school of strategic thought, if you can call it that, in the United States evolving, that the Ukraine war is not important to the United States of America. Ukraine's war for independence is not important to us. Our focus has to be in Asia. Now, there are some very smart people who I respect greatly, like Elbridge Colby, who have written on this. In what I admire about Bridge is that he doesn't discount the importance of defeating Putin in Ukraine. He just believes there should be a division of resources, and there's a logic to that. It's not one that I share, because I think both of these are a fight, and I think the United States of America has a vital national security interest in the security and freedom of Europe. But the most worrisome thing to me about those arguments, even when they're made well, is that they provide cover for isolationists to masquerade as strategists. We have many voices in the United States who are calling for us to leave Ukraine because China is a more important threat. But I can tell you that if the democratic peoples in Asia are depending on those people for their security, they're in big trouble. The United States has interests in peace and security in Asia, peace and security in Europe, and we need to remain committed to that. And if there is no greater evidence for us on why those are linked, we simply have to watch what Russia and China are doing together, because they understand it.
I think it's quite difficult to do something about it. We know that most Chinese companies more or less obey to the sanctions. That's in their own interest. At the same time, we know that a lot of semiconductors go from China to Russia, so there is already support. There's also economic support because it's now a lot of Russian gas doesn't go to Europe anymore, but to China. But what can we do? The problem is also that there are huge interdependencies between the West and China. For example, we need critical raw materials coming from China. We need certain technologies that allow us to have a green economy. So it's extremely difficult, for example, to decouple the Chinese economy from the Western economy. And that's probably the only way of really coercing China. So I cannot see that many options right now to do this and to really block the export of, for example, weapons from China to Russia. Moreover, what we also know, and look what Russia did already in 2014 when it carried out the annexation of the Crimea. Some leaders are willing to sacrifice their own economy for a bigger good, and that's changing of the world order.
Well, my view is that I'm not surprised, but I don't know anything about it. But when I say I'm not surprised, we should be prepared for being constantly tested. Small steps, how do we react, and so on. So, and we can be tested in several ways. Also, as I said, with regard to the innovation of the instruments, with regard to the hybrid war, and so on. So we are just walking down a new path, and this will be difficult. And we have to, at some point, no is a no, and we have to show it. Thank you.
So just to pick up on that, if China were to publicly say, yes, we're providing lethal aid to Russia for Ukraine, what should be the response? Would there be a response?
Well, can there be a response? I think that is the question.
My response would be that's a failure on our part as well. That would be my response, because I don't think we actually need coercion with China, and I don't think we need. We certainly don't want conflict with China. What we need is a deterrence. Deterrence is to be clear that the consequences of those steps will be so costly that they're not worth taking. That's where we have to be clear. That's where partnership between the United States and Europe on potential measures, those are the things that I think we do. I don't think we need to embark upon decoupling. I don't think we need to use coercion. I think we actually need engagement. But all of that only works with deterrence. And deterrence means having a formidable toolbox of responses from security to economics that we can draw upon. And we can only put that together working as a collective West.
Yes, I completely agree. But the question is, again, how? Because I just mentioned, and Julian also mentioned, a couple of major European countries who became postmodern, who can't do power politics anymore, coercion, they have no idea how to do it anymore. And I completely agree with you that we have to work together, because this is a part of the solution. But to be honest, I do not always trust Western politicians.
Well, actually, we've focused on China. What about North Korea? Are there any ways to deter it from providing weapons for Russia for use in Ukraine? Do we have any tools left?
I don't think so. Right now, North Korea, Kim Jong-un is not crazy. He's not an Idi Amin. He's a very shrewd, calculating leader. And the way that he's been showcasing his teenage daughter, it implies that he's not going to be the last Kim. It implies that whoever his successor is, it'll be another Kim. It's amazing how that society has been able to continue. So North Korea is a real big problem. And even in dealing with the Chinese, North Korea has a potential to be a chip, because surprise, surprise, even the North Koreans do not like the Chinese. When they first exploded their nuclear device, it is said that Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong-un's father, exclaimed, "Now we don't have to worry about the Chinese." He didn't say we don't have to worry about the Americans. So there's a possibility there that North Korea could actually be something that could balance or off-balance China. Can you imagine if the North Koreans were against the Chinese, what that would be like in that region? So there's a possibility there. But in direct answer to your question, I I'm not a pessimist, but in dealing with North Korea, especially Kim Jong-un, there are so many vulnerabilities in that society that they're even afraid of our music, and yet they're able to sustain themselves through starvation, sanctions, and all of this, and have been able to successfully develop all these weapons. And it's not just nuclear weapons. Electronic warfare, they have a very advanced electronic warfare capability. We also term the North Koreans as cyber superpowers. So these kind of capabilities exist, and to be very honest with you, the challenge of deterring North Korea is a very big challenge, and again, it's not just my problem. It's a world problem, maybe bigger than China or even the Russians.
I agree completely with Mr. M. And this is why I think containment is the right strategy for North Korea. But at risk of sounding like a broken record, if we want to curtail the delivery of arms from North Korea to Russia, make sure that Ukraine is victorious in its war of independence, defeat Russia. That's the simplest and most straightforward, and quite honestly, the one that's the best choice for us on addressing this problem.
Great. I think I will actually turn to the audience for questions. I think that there are microphones available. I saw a hand. Did I see a hand over there? Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Jason Worledge. I'm the Resident Program Director for the International Republican Institute. Great to see you again, Steve. This question is actually more for you. What degree of confidence would you say that you have in our European partners to play a role in deterrence towards China, considering as we speak right now, the PLA is more or less entirely circling Taiwan and a set of military activities designed to punish separatism as a result of the inauguration this week? Thank you.
We're getting there, is what I would say. We do have increasing strategic dialogue and cooperation, and we've done some incredibly innovative things in the alliance in just the recent few years, including bringing in Asian partners, Asia-Pacific partners, including Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand to our considerations. All four will be represented at the leader level at the NATO summit in Washington, D.C. Just 7 weeks from now. So we are integrating transatlantic security and Indo-Pacific security, and I think this is the right thing to do. We've got great leadership from the European Commission. I think the dialogue between the United States and the European Commission has produced quite a bit of alignment. Member states and within their various areas of responsibility have different interests that they continue to defend. We heard a little bit about that up here today. The value of deterrence is that Germany can still conduct its auto trade, and France can conduct its trade with deterrence. Deterrence is the safety net that allows us to explore the limits of a normal relationship with China while avoiding the worst case possible outcomes. I think that has to sink into Europe, but then it has to be complemented, of course, by an issue that the previous panel talked about at some length, and that we should talk about again, which is the necessity to have the capabilities to do so. Political will, U.S.-European transatlantic alignment, and capabilities are going to be absolutely the critical elements to having a good policy that keeps peace and security, not just in Europe, but in the Indo-Pacific as well.
I think a question up in the middle row. Yes. Thank you.
Super, thank you. Agnieszka Leguska from PISM. Can we play with the myth busting? Because one thing what is also outcome of your panel is that actually those regimes, the aim or the winning strategy is to stay in power, to stabilize the system and state power as a dictator or tyrannies. And also the outcome of that kind of internal system is exactly aggression towards neighbors, or like threatening others with changing the global order. It's like a tool to preserving power. But and also that was the thing that was raised in the first panel, that we are afraid of successor of Putin, about the destabilization of Russia. However, when I look at it from the distance, it looks that we're not supposed to be afraid of destabilization Russia. We should keep pressure by sanctions, but other actions, because actually destabilization of those regimes are much bigger threat to us than so-called destabilization. Thank you.
So this is about fear of destabilization of Russia. Personally, I'm not afraid for that, because what I argued is that we should strive for overstretch. We should help Putin to spend too much money on, for example, its defense, and then the whole thing will collapse in the end. The problem is we simply do not know when this will happen. It could take another 10 years. And God knows what will happen then in Ukraine. So I think that the collapse of Russia should never be an issue that guides your policy making. The short-term issue is, let's say, for the next 1, 2, 3 years, is what will happen in Ukraine. If Ukraine loses, we have a huge problem with respect to European security, and this will also reinforce the changing of the world order at a global scale. But on the other hand, in my view, this regime is not durable, but for different reasons. So this is not about the collapse of the regime. If Russia is defeated in Russia, it probably will stay. The real problem is overstretch for Russia.
I think we had a question up here in the second row. Great.
Konstantin Agate. My question is to whoever cares to answer, probably Steve actually. One country that was not hugely mentioned during this discussion is actually Iran. And we do know that Iran helps in a very material and practical way, without any equivocation, helps Putin to prosecute the war. What can be done about that? Could Israel be brought on board more to exert more pressure on Tehran, including maybe through some kind of paramilitary operations? And Steve, what do you expect will happen in case we have a new administration in Washington with regard to Iran and its links to Russia? Thank you.
So in regard to Iran, we need a much more effective containment strategy. While Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine is a catastrophe of scale, the longer-term and much more pernicious challenge that we've faced from any of these four countries is the deeply destabilizing activities of the Iranians among many of its neighbors, including Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, and also their support for Hamas. And make no mistake about it, Hamas is a creation of the regime in Tehran. They were funded, they're trained, and they're equipped by the Iranians in anticipation of them undertaking exactly the kind of terrible and destabilizing atrocities that were done on October 7th. We make a mistake oftentimes of misaligning ourselves in our relationship with other countries. Iran has sought to destroy Israel since the Islamic Revolution. And the Israelis have never mistaken that and have acted accordingly. We ourselves are in effect engaged in a war with Russia. I am fairly convinced that the president of Russia wakes up every morning and the first thought on his mind is, what can I do today to defeat the United States of America in the war that I am in? And I suspect our president wakes up every day, and at some point, the thought that crosses his mind is, what can I do today to make sure we don't get into a war with Russia? That's the pattern I've seen for the last 2.5 years. That's a dangerous mismatch. And so what I hope we get out of the next election, Constantine, what I hope we see, regardless of who the American people choose, is a growing clarity of the challenge that we face. And I understand that there's a lot of nervousness and trepidation among friends and partners in Europe and elsewhere in the world about what's at stake in the U.S. elections and the various choices. I would say, the American people are going to make this choice. There is a wisdom to the country. As Corey said earlier, it'll be white knuckles at times. But we will be there. We're there right now. Our United States Congress just passed a $61 billion assistance package for Ukraine, as large as all the assistance combined that we have provided to date to the Ukrainian people. We did it with a Republican speaker in the House of Representatives. We did it in the midst of a presidential election in which one candidate made this the centerpiece of his foreign policy, and in the end, the other remained silent. In the United States, we have a saying, silence equals consent. We succeeded in doing this, so don't get too caught up on our politics. Have confidence in us. Do the right thing in Europe, not because it's for us, not to protect yourselves against the exigencies of American politics. Do it because it's the right thing to do. Strengthen your defense. Align your policies with your democratic neighbors and your democratic allies, and show a sense of urgency.
That is a great way to wrap up this panel. Thank you so much to all of you for this great discussion. Thank you.
Sharon, please join us over here. I would like to follow up on some things that have been said during the panel. So it was mentioned several times that the countries you discussed, that it's not a formal alliance, that it's just a group of countries with the same interest, that it's not durable, and let's hope it's not durable. So if that is so, what do you think about playing those countries against each other? Is it doable?
Well, you have to find something to play against each other. I mean, I think one of the things, in some ways it was very pessimistic. I think one of the things the panelists agreed is that we have limited tools for trying to break up that alliance. But I think one of the things that was agreed upon is that a Ukrainian victory is perhaps one of the best ways of trying to break up that alliance.
Sure, and so that was like an external aspect. And what about the internal aspect? What about a common approach of the West towards those countries? Do you think it is attainable?
I think it's hard to speak about the West in general. I think one of the things that was brought up is that there are differences between Europe and within Europe and the U.S. So having a unified strategy, NATO may not be, as they mentioned, sort of the right platform. The EU might not be. So the West needs to come up with that strategy together.
Thank you, Sharon, for hosting this session and for your insight.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next panel. The third session will involve a discussion on the naval component of our winning strategy and how to strengthen the Navy. Please join me in welcoming our panelists.
Andrew Michta, Director and Senior Fellow at the Scowcraft Strategy Initiative in the Atlantic Council.
Second Lieutenant Commander Donata Rosa, based at Headquarters Multinational Division Northeast.
Lin Ying Yu, Assistant Professor from the Graduate Institute of International Affairs and Strategic Studies at Tamkang University.
And this discussion will be moderated by James Rogers, co-founder and director of research at Council on Geostrategy.
And as before, let's start with a short video.
As the arteries of our globalized economy, the maritime domains from the Baltic to the South China Sea are vital. Here, Europe's commitment to naval excellence is key to our collective strategy of winning. Amid escalating competition, our state-level adversaries invest heavily in naval power, employing both traditional buildups and asymmetric strategies. To counter these moves, Europe strengthens its naval forces and deepens cooperative ties, safeguarding sea lanes and critical infrastructure. This united front is vital in maintaining stability and security. Today's panel will delve into how Europe's naval strategy plays a crucial role in this broader alliance, ensuring our seas remain free and our economies thrive.
Okay, thank you, and it's very good to be here today in Warsaw. I noticed the icon of the conference today is, of course, the Strategic Ark, and an ark is a ship or a boat, and it has a nautical theme. And of course, arks are very important for protecting people and animals from floods and deluges. But as the citizen of a sea power state, what I really like is warships. Warships allow you to project power and influence around the world. Now, the sea and the naval domain is often invisible. Even in countries such as my own, island states, the sea is often invisible. People live largely in towns and cities, and they are oblivious to what happens beyond their shores. Humans, after all, are land animals. But the sea has been central to wars throughout history, not least during the Second World War. Of course, many people saw the land and air battles. They also saw the activities of the home front, including the huge industrial enterprise to provide the munitions of war. But the sea was important. It was important in providing the UK with military material from North America, but it was also important to the Soviet Union. The Arctic convoys provided a vast amount of military equipment that was used in the Soviet war effort. Vladimir Putin likes to remind us how important the Soviets were to winning the Second World War, but he often forgets to remind everyone that up to a half of the tanks that were used by the Soviet forces in the Battle of Moscow were actually from the UK. So sea power is central to victory in war. It's also central to winning and upholding the peace. So today's panel, Safeguarding the Seas, Making the Navy Great Again, will try to delve into some of these issues. I have a number of questions I'd like to ask the panel. The first one looks at the general theme of maritime power. I think without a shadow of doubt, the two greatest powers of the modern era have been the UK and the United States. What has defined them as great powers, perhaps more than anything else, even their science and technology, is their ability to project naval power over the surface of the Earth. So my first question today is, what is so important about naval power, and why do great maritime states tend to win wars and shape the subsequent peace more effectively than their terrestrial rivals? And I'd like to put this question first to Andrew.
Thank you very much, and thank you for hosting me and inviting me to this very important conference. And full disclosure, in my previous life, I was professor at the U.S. Naval War College in Newport. And one of the key lessons I took away from that was that the United States is a quintessentially maritime power. Those Americans in the audience who may remember politically incorrect maps from high school where our hemisphere was in the middle, Eurasia was chopped up. These maps have disappeared from our high schools, but they used to be there. That gives you a very clear insight to what the U.S. really is. We're a continental island. We are essentially uniquely blessed by the fact that we live in a uniquely secure neighborhood that allowed the country to grow from 13 subsistence farming colonies into a power that transformed and took over the entire continent, established regional hegemony in our hemisphere, and then projected power across the Atlantic and the Pacific, so that when you look at where the U.S. deployments are today, both in the Pacific and the Atlantic, and you just kind of draw circles around it, that will give you a sense of how vital the maritime domain is to American security, prosperity, to our homeland security. And it augments this kind of very unique, extremely secure, unusually secure for a European neighborhood that America lives in. If you look at the map, a lot of dangerous Canadians to the north, very dangerous people. Mexico to the south, a lot of water east and west. So that's the first point. The second point, this is also recognized in our Constitution. It states that Congress shall provide and maintain a Navy. Too bad, Army guys, it will only raise an Army. So there is a clear sense that the Founding Fathers understood how critical that maritime domain was to our prosperity and security. And I'm bringing this up to make the following point. On the previous panel, you heard a lot about the discussion about prioritizing Asia, pivoting to Asia, a very unfortunate concept because it flies in the face of some of the fundamentals of American geostrategy. First of all, when I think it was either President Obama or Secretary Clinton in 2012 that first brought the concept of pivoting, and that developed an industry over time, if you will. And it's largely a conversation about resources. It's a conversation about how much we spend on our defense, what's the tonnage of our Navy, what's the size of the active and reserve components. All these things are in the mix. But this is largely a political conversation domestically, and it's very important at this time when we're entering into an election. But the reality is that great powers like America don't pivot because our neighborhood is global. And our prosperity and our security depends on being able to have secure sea lanes of communication, which without the US Navy would have not made globalization possible. The last 3 decades, where you have this massive shipping of components and resources, none of that would have been, you wouldn't have been able to write insurance on those transports without America guaranteeing security of those sea lanes of communications. Secondly, 70% of our Navy is already in the Pacific. And the reason why is because what we face there is essentially a long-range fight. It's a very different theater than what you see in Europe. And I'm speaking in those terms just to underscore that because we're in Central Europe, we're looking at a quintessentially land conflict right now. We tend to forget that, about how America projects power, how it operates globally, and why both the Atlantic and the Pacific are critical. This is not an either-or proposition. And I have this running argument with Bridge Colby, whose name was raised here before. This is a together with. If we lose our credibility in the Atlantic, we'll lose it in the Pacific and vice versa.
Can I?
Yes, of course.
When I heard the first time that there will be a panel, Make the Navy Great Again, I said, what? We are great, come on. There's no one else who is such fantastic as a naval. But then, you know, I'm an academic teacher in the previous life as my counterpart. And I was thinking, what creates a sea power? It is capability to create control, to use the force for their own purpose. But I was reading also very old Polish definition from 1934, when one of the Polish greatest admiral was saying that sea national interest does not lie only on the sand. The sand is not the clue. It is the place, it is the state that everywhere where the national interest requires the Navy. So the Navy is crucial for all country. Just remember that 70–80% of nation, this is coastal nation, that 70% of trade, it is sea trade. That we need a Navy, and of course, we need a Navy in each place, in each, well, we should say, the global ocean. But we need a naval which have capability to work and to operate in each region when our interest will go with that Navy.
Thank you. How about from a Taiwanese or Indo-Pacific perspective? Why are navies still so important?
Okay. The first thing I want to share is about when we say the sea power, but another word is command sea power. Especially in this time, I always should say, yes, today I think a lot of people, all of you maybe were interested about in this morning, PLA have the big exercise to Taiwan. So today is my first time to come to the Warsaw, but in the morning I wake up because a lot of media ask me about that. But that is a very, very good case study about when we discuss about sea power. Because in the Navy, that is totally different like other service. It's not like the rocket force. It's not like the Army or Air Force. The Navy, he can to driving and showing a nation or one country his the attitude. Especially, we call that, as we know, that's the Navy diplomacy. Especially in this time, mainland China, they will be not want to destroy the Taiwan, but he will be using his ship driving near Taiwan to give the Taiwan, maybe they call the punish, or they will be showing the flag to talking to other country, maybe like the Japan or in the South China Sea, in the Philippines. He want to showing the flag, let other country to know he can handle this area. And especially in this time, we also will be saying that is the gumbo diplomacy. He direct to say, okay, mainland China, maybe they will be not like the new president, his speech. So he will be doing something. So in this time, from the start from the World War I, World War II, okay, Cuba, and until now, Navy, that is a very important tool or a very important communicates fleet or communicate the case to showing one the country's attitude. So I will be think when we discuss about the Navy, great again. Maybe sometimes not only for the fight, especially more the missions is about diplomacy.
Yeah, it's the beginning of the Navy. The naval was created to be a ship ambassador. They create the embassy, they create the diplomacy abroad. But to be honest, we talked today morning that there was big event on the Taiwan, but the same situation we have on the Baltic. 2 days ago, Russian statement that they will change our border in the Finska Bay. So it was, of course, connected with the big exercise of the fleet. But you know, this kind of statement not build a very stable situation on our region. Because it's impossible to change the border just like that due to the Sea Law Convention. But just, you know, put this kind of statement into the world, create the situation when all governments just, you know, move and ask question what's going on, how they want to change the border. And the same situation is the morning from Taiwan.
Yes, there's definitely a predisposition of authoritarian states, the revisionist powers, to challenge the maritime order at sea, whether that's in the South China Sea or around areas of the Black Sea, or indeed now we see most recently even in the Baltic, which many people thought only a few years ago was one of the most secure and peaceful seas of the world. Let's turn a little and think about technology, because technology has the propensity to change the relevant power of the sea powers. And there's been a lot of talk over the last few years about the obsolescence of navies, given the implementation of new technologies such as remotely piloted aircraft, colloquially known as drones, as well as ever cheaper ballistic and cruise missiles. These technologies have certainly challenged the Royal Navy and the US Navy in the Red Sea since the Houthis began to attack shipping in December last year. Ukraine has also used such technologies to overcome Russia's naval dominance in the Black Sea. Consequently, some strategic analysts have gone so far as to argue that these technologies will render certain vessels, particularly aircraft carriers, obsolete, just as air power ended the reign of the all-big gun battleship. At the same time, new ship-based technologies such as the Dragon-fired direct energy weapon system and Arsenal ships or missile rafts promise to reduce the threat from drones and inexpensive missiles, or to increase the striking power of Western fleets. So my next question is, how do you think new technologies will change naval warfare over the next 20 years? And what will this mean for maritime strategy? Perhaps we can turn back to Andrew.
So I'll take a slightly old-fashioned look at this. And I think one of the lessons we've learned that over looking at the battlefield in Ukraine and what's happening now in the Indo-Pacific, the Chinese are building their ships at speed and scale numerically, actually, not in terms of tonnage or capabilities, but numerically you could say it's now the largest navy in terms of how many units they can field, We have staffing problems at our end. So in terms of capabilities, the US Navy, in my view, is unquestionably the most powerful Navy in the world. But I'm going to underscore something different. That's our fascination with technology to a point that we believe technology can solve the numerical problems of mass. And that's unfortunately the mindset in how we build our weapons and how we approach our procurement system. The Air Force in the US has always been the service that prized precision and range and technology. American Army historically was actually about mass. It was the concept of a citizen soldier army that was raised in the event of a crisis. But as it began to contract during the post-Cold War era, I joke sometimes, it acquired an Air Force mindset and started talking again in terms of long-range precisions, drones, and the rest of it. And I am not being a Luddite here trying to dismiss it, it has place, but even the most capable ship cannot be in two places at the same time. So the notion of having sufficient scale, redundancies in the system. I was last year at the annual US Navy League Conference, Sea, Air, and Space in Maryland, where for the first time the conversation was about the fact that our logistics will be threatened, that there will be missiles flying at those ships and at those planes. Remember that for 3 decades, we actually fought what I call scheduled wars. We could determine how much ordnance we needed, the troop strength. We had completely uncontested logistics unless we sailed somewhere around, near Iran. All of that is going out the window. We need speed, we need scale, and we need redundancies in the system. And that goes for our Navy. I would argue numerically we're too small. We have 2 new aircraft carriers under construction. There's talk about 5 more. I don't see the aircraft carrier as an obsolete platform because it's part of a network system. You also have to remember that the US Navy has about 3,700 aircraft, in addition to combat vessels. And then you have sensors, and then you have networks and the rest of it. So it's a system of systems. But I keep coming back to the fact that somewhere in the beginning of that post-Cold War peace dividend and transition, we lost sight of what we will need in numerical terms. I was recently at a conference where US Transcom was looking at what it needs to do, and the Navy will be a part of that, just to supply the 2 theaters, to protect these sea lanes, to make sure that logistics work, and if they're under threat, that we have to assume a certain element of loss because of the kind of near-peer competitor we'll be confronting. So when I hear let's make the Navy great again, we have a very technologically sophisticated, capable Navy. But that Navy needs to grow just like our Army needs to grow. I will remind you, our authorized NDAA strength now for the entire force, the joint force, is 1.3 million. Nowhere during the Cold War did we have fewer than 2 million personnel in our forces. We're now spending at 3.2% of GDP. If you look at the cost, the inflation in weapons procurement, we're probably at about 2.7, 2.8 in terms of the actual purchasing power of what we have. Height of the Vietnam War, we had a force of 3.5 million. We're spending close to 10% on defense. Average during the Cold War was 5.6 for the US. So we are ourselves having this conversation about, yes, technology can get us up to a point, but if we do not invest in rebuilding the numbers, we may not be up to the task, and technology will only take us so far.
Yeah, I will be opposite to Andrew. I will be modern. Last year, European Defence Agency created so-called future tellers gremium for the future tellers work. I was one of the future tellers, and I was working with EDA how to create the naval great again. What will be the future of the Navy? And this is a lot of idea, from the circulating ammunition, from the drone platform, from the, in my opinion, very important thing, cooperation between drones and helicopters, multi-domain operation works. Moreover, there is also new idea which use Ukrainian fleet. It is called Mosquitoes fleet. So using fast boats to fight with the Russian fleet. There is also increasing the idea to increasing reconnaissance distance up to 300 kilometers. There is also an idea to evaluation of drone to create the drones capable to use more deadly devices. There is the idea to learn the system with AI, like machine learning AI. There is the idea of it's called tactical conscious. There is the with artificial intelligence, but in the end there is the human. So you can create all you want, but in the end there is the operator. And I'm in the opinion that we should save the best people, because we don't have as much people as we want to. So in the end of the process, there's the human being, the operator, the soldier, and we need to create the new soldier with the capability to operate in multi-domain battlefield.
Yeah. Yes, and in my view, I think technology, yes, that is very important, but not number one, not the first. The first is it depends on your strategy, especially your country, your geography strategy. For example, okay, Taiwan, we are just an island, so we need to keep our slack. So we need to our fleet. But for some country, maybe they will be don't need to too much focus on the navy. And another view we can try looking, it will be, for example, Taiwan. In Taiwan, the navy, we don't need the aircraft carrier because we don't need to become the blue navy. We know blue navy, green navy, yellow's in the navy. So sometimes in Taiwan, we are just to keep our slack will be more safely. And then we will be defend the PLA navy when they closing our island, closing our land. So sometimes for my view, the first is not the technology. The first is your strategy. Especially, it depends on your geography strategy and defining and the design, and finally you will define your strategy to follow what kinds of technology you need to. And another is organization. For example, because the ship is expensive from Taiwan, we need a F-16 or a submarine first, or we need an M1 tank. Sometimes it will be your geography strategy, and it will be designing the organization and what kinds of acumen you need to buying the first. And finally, I will be follow you saying the human capital. The battle still back to the sailor, officer. So sometimes if you have maybe you have technology, but you still need a human to writing or to using that weapon. So in that times, technology is important, but that not is the first things. That is my view.
Yeah, we create the strategy. All nations create the strategy. Poland has a maritime strategy. European Union has a maritime strategy. In my point of view, it's also very important to sometimes updating this document because, the strategy is not given one for, an era. You need the updating document because the situation is changing, and I agree with Andrew that the sum of fleet like UK is growing up very fast. Your idea to build 48 new ship is like incredible idea, and I know that you have agreement of your parliament for building it. And the same in Italian. Marina Militare is building perfect fleet right now. but we need to remember that, each country realize their strategy.
Okay.
Could I just add one point to this? Because it's very important about technology not to just talk about the technical aspect of it without looking actually at what is currently happening, especially the Sino-Russian alliance that has formed, and also the North Koreans and Iranians, but especially the Sino-Russian alliance, since we're talking about the Navy. So because of the last 3 decades, the Russians, using post-Soviet designs and with access to Western technology, have made some significant advances in some area. Attack submarine propulsion, for example, much quieter than they used to be. I remember talking to a senior flag officer who said, when I was a young lieutenant, I could track them with one sub and they had no idea I was behind them. Right now, I have to use surface, underwater, satellites and whatnot. And so I said, okay, what about the Chinese subs? And he started laughing. He said, they're like buckets of nails. And my point is that just because China can manufacture at speed and scale a lot of consumer goods, it doesn't mean that it can design and build state-of-the-art weapon systems. However, as Russia becomes more and more dependent on China, that technological aspect, I think, will be the prize China will be seeking. It will try to leapfrog into that area. And the second thing is, I think on the previous panel, one of the speakers said that, we don't need to decouple from China. I beg to differ. Because if we continue to allow the Chinese unfettered access to our R&D base, our universities, allow them to direct commission research, we're basically training their future weapons designers, and we're having the kind of technological bleed that allows them to improve their naval capabilities exponentially. And last point, if you look at what happened when Iran attacked Israel, we were very successful defending Israel, but we shot millions of ordnance, of very sophisticated, expensive weapons at 5,000 a piece drone that was flying in that direction. This whole model is unsustainable in my view. So again, our fascination with technology and technological edge has to be weighed against our ability to produce at speed and scale, or else when the Russians, even to use the European example, when the Russians park a wall of old tanks, steel, on Europe's border and start driving, every tank will take a javelin, a round, or whatever. If you run out and they keep driving, it's over. So my point is we need to rethink how we apply technology, especially in the maritime domain, but also on land. And we, in effect, need to have a serious conversation with our premier defense and space contractors about what they need to do. We only have 5 today, major defense and space contractors in the US, not because they didn't want to get the business, but because one administration after another said, no more big orders, just-in-time deliveries, efficiencies, the Cold War has ended, peace dividend, and as some panelists here said, Europeans, for the most part, use their defense spending as piggy bank for social programs. And the net result today is that most of the Europeans are incapable of deploying, operating, even at the most basic level.
China in the last 5 years built fleet so incredible. It is like 5 times France fleet, as I could remember.
Yes, we'll come on to China in a moment. I've got an explicit question about that. So if we could just hold that one. What I would like to actually dwell on for a moment, given that the idea of maritime strategy has come up, is the role of sea power in the context of the NATO alliance. So last week at the first Sea Lords, that's a very good title, Sea Power Conference in London, one participant explained with some certainty, I might add, that NATO's principal purpose is to defend its most exposed allies from attacks by Russia from land and air. But this is not entirely how NATO's first Secretary-General, Lord Ismay, saw it, nor was it the view of NATO's intellectual godfather, Sir Halfred Mackinder. In 1943, writing in the Journal Foreign Affairs, he called for the creation of a Midland Ocean alliance once the Third Reich had been defeated. He thought that such an alliance, backed by the awesome maritime strength of North America and the British Isles, would smother permanently the geopolitics which had plagued continental Europe for so many years. This begs the question, who is right? Is NATO primarily a maritime or a terrestrial alliance? How important is the sea to NATO, from the blue waters of the North Atlantic to the peripheral seas, including the Baltic, Black and the Mediterranean seas? And what can NATO allies do to strengthen the alliance's maritime posture? I might ask Donata to answer that.
NATO is a maritime alliance, it is no doubt. There is lots of exercise in the Navy field, I will say, as practical user of the exercise, what's going on. We have dynamic mongoose. We have one of the oldest exercise on Baltops. The exercise which are connecting all nation. Just you have to remember that, for example, Baltic is not the same sea for us as for the Russian. And I don't agree that the Baltic fleet is dead. It's not right, and I never agree that the Russian fleet is dying. Last year, in the defense meeting in India, they offer, to the India fleet the engine for their submarines. They are still growing up, and they are still very, very dangerous. I think that the cooperation between NATO and European Union and the exercise which we are doing all the time on different kind of seas, like 2 weeks ago on the Mediterranean, there was a big exercise, Mare Aperto, with connection with 2 missions. Don't remember the Aspides mission and the Atalanta, which we have also in that region. It keeps going. A very good cooperation. Of course, it is the question, is cooperation effective, or maybe it's too much and we not touching the most important things. For example, there is no such cooperation better than in Baltic. Baltic region is unique. And the cooperation in the Baltic region is amazing. We have everything. We have even the church cooperation, the cyclist cooperation. We have even photographic cooperation. And we have Baltic island cooperation. And, there is, in one of my articles, I was asking what's more we need. Because we have everything, and not, if we have everything, it means that maybe it's not working very good. So to start the cooperation, for example, to create a forum, Baltic Black Sea Forum, to create a new form of dialogue which can, for example, help Ukrainian. Because all forums which are Ukrainians, the Russian also are in. So maybe we should find a way to start another cooperation with the Ukrainian fleet, and to start another talk on the cooperation with the NATO.
Those are definitely some very interesting ideas, and connecting the Baltic to the Black Sea more explicitly, I think, is one of the kind of premier issues of the age. Maybe we can think a little bit about Indo-Pacific experiences here. What can Europeans learn from those, particularly in relation to resisting Chinese pressure in the South China Sea? Yingyu, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the first I want to follow you saying, I think yes, the NATO, the Navy come through the Pacific to fighting with China, that is very hard, that is impossible. But in these times, I will be saying we need to more the military cooperation, no matter in the South China Sea or the cross straits. Sometimes maybe like the UK, their aircraft carry driving near the Taiwan, or the France, you're the ship, Germany, you're the ship driving through the past the cross strait. That's already like before I say showing the flag. It will be let the mainland China will be more understand this area is international. So it will be, I will not say deterrence, but it will be showing the power to warning the mainland China, don't do it too much. And the second is a military cooperation. I want to show you one case. Like recently, Russia, they will be a lot of them join joint exercise with PLA Navy. What they are learning, because we know the Ukraine don't too much the fleet fighting with the Russia fleet. So the Ukraine have to attack from the land to attack the sea, to the sea, using the missile, using the UAV to control that. That is also will be happening when PLA want to attack Taiwan. So Taiwan, we buy the Habong from American. We also have the Xiongfeng missile. When the PLA Navy driving near that, maybe in Taiwan, when we're under attack, we will be, our radar, our C4 ISR will be cannot work. So we will be get the American signal to handle or control or manage our missile to attack PLA. That is PLA, they will be learning from the experience, learning the experience from Russia. So in this time, that is mean in Taiwan, we should, or we can do the more cooperation with the, not only the NATO country, the other country, especially not only the Navy tactical. For example, the Taiwan recently, we will be doing by ourselves the new submarine. That is a lot of technology. Maybe we can do more cooperation. It will be keep the Taiwan more security.
Thank you. Those are some very interesting ideas. I'd like to turn now to the Indo-Pacific explicitly. So over the last 10 years, well, at least since 2015, China has added 72 new warships and submarines to its fleet. That's comparable to 734,000 tons of combined displacement. To put this into perspective, it's comparable to almost 3 French navies or almost 1 Royal Navy, and they've done it in less than 10 years. Not since the Soviet naval buildup of the 1970s or Germany's construction of the High Seas Fleet before the Great War has a systemic competitor generated such a force in such a short period of time. While China's naval expansion has now slowed down a little, only 100,000, still considerable tons of new displacement of warships and submarines has been added since 2022. The People's Liberation Army Navy, as it's called, is gradually evolving into a blue water navy, backed by the largest marine industrial base on Earth. I'll put it to the panel, what is China seeking to achieve with this fleet? What does it mean for us here in the Euro-Atlantic? And what can we do, i.e. As Europeans, what can we do to respond to China's maritime ambitions? I'd like to put the question first to Andrew.
Thank you. Well, in a nutshell, what the Chinese are doing right now is they're trying to establish regional hegemony in the Indo-Pacific. They're no different in that than any other great powers that it industrializes, rises, becomes geostrategically assertive. I am not as overawed with the numbers because numbers is one thing. The ability to operate, geography, how those crews are trained, what they're capable of doing, how networked they are. This is all a very complex problem set. The advantage the Chinese have, especially vis-a-vis threatening, vis-a-vis Taiwan, is that they plan to operate close to shore. They're not at this point, in my view, nowhere near to be able to challenge, the United States on high seas. The problem is we have the tyranny of distance. I mean, if you look at how far we have to project and where we have to deploy, that's a pretty complex problem set for us. So the Chinese have this advantage that they're operating close to shore. The biggest question, of course, to me is, would there be not just the capability, but also a determination on the part, not just of the United States, but also of our allies and partners to respond in the event of such a challenge. And just to touch on the question, is NATO an Atlantic alliance, or is it, look, if a Chinese or North Korean missile hits Hawaii, right, doesn't that make it immediately a problem set for NATO? NATO invoked the Article 5 on September 12th for the first time. Why? In defense of the United States. So to me, these are kind of academic conversations. I cannot imagine that European allies of the United States, that America helped to protect and defend with its forces, its nuclear umbrella. For 75 years, we're going to be having a big shindig in Washington very soon celebrating that Europe could sit it out and say, well, that's not our fight. We're really here to deal with the Ruskies. Impossible. The American public, the US Congress, and quite frankly, I think the European body politic would not tolerate that. The People's Liberation Army Navy is growing. Numerically, if you look at the Chinese forces, they're already bigger than what we field. But again, this is not a battle-tested force. This is not a country that has been actually running multi-domain operations on a regular basis. I will put more faith in my British colleagues in terms of what they can do on water than I would put on what the Chinese can do. And the largest question to me, whether deterrence holds or doesn't, if Taiwan remains free or not, will rest on the politics of it all. Because deterrence is not just about capabilities, it's about demonstrating the willpower to use capabilities in a crisis. I would submit to you in 2015 when the Turks shot down the Russian jet, I think the Ruskies got the message. You know, Erdogan is not going to be fooled with. When the Russians dump fuel on our drone in international airspace and we nearly crash and don't shoot that son of a you-know-what, that sends a message, right? So we have a lot of politics to work through. And one final comment, the Indo-Pacific theater and the Asian theater in general is very, very different from what we're used to in the Atlantic. You know, in Europe, you have a network of interlocking, highly bureaucratized, often very ineffective, creaking, groaning, but existing structures. The environment you have in the Indo-Pacific and in Asia in general is much more traditional, you know, security guarantees, balance of power, mutuality of obligation, this kind of stuff. And I will tell you that the United States, both in Europe and in Asia, in my view, will find a way to skin a cat. We will work with the allies that want to work with us, that are real contributors to security. And a comment, because we're in Europe here, we're talking in Poland, I'm very tired of the Europeans when we talk about NATO, or Europe when we talk about NATO. There are individual countries that are doing their share and more. And there are countries that, quite frankly, are not doing even what they should be doing in the first place. And unfortunately, we don't have yet a clear understanding in Washington that we should be rewarding those countries that are willing to take the risks, that are willing to spend the money. And instead, we're still operating in this kind of legacy framework, because what our alliance looked like traditionally, and we look at GDP sizes and we look at population resources, well, there's a temporal dimension to war. Geography matters, and the same will be true about the Indo-Pacific.
Yeah, we are doing as much as we can, Andrew. Believe me. About the China, you know, I think that it is also the idea and initiative, the Road and Belt, and the new Silk Way, the idea. But in my opinion, very important, it is also that China Ocean Shipping own all harbor of Piraeus. And I think that if they will not fight with us, they will find another way, like trade. They will slowly buy harbors like Piraeus to create their point of trade in Europe. And they will find another way, not only typical military navies to be in Europe.
Yes, so Ying-Yu, I mean, Taiwan is very much on the front line here in the Indo-Pacific. What would you like to see European countries do to improve the situation in terms of security in the Indo-Pacific?
The first I want to follow the saying the mainland China. Yes, the navy and their ship is very such powerful. But the first thing I want to point out is not only the pure navy. Recently, they also using Coast Guard. There, the Coast Guard is below the PAP. That is still controlled by the CMC. So it will be part of the military system. It's not the police department. So sometimes they will be using the Coast Guard, try to driving near, not only near Taiwan, but for example, recently in the Philippines, in the Japan. So sometimes maybe in Taiwan's role, international role, we cannot direct to using the Navy cooperation. But in the Coast Guard side, Coast Guard, this department, maybe it will be more easily to cooperation. That is the first thing. And then the second, in the, mainland China, there the Navy is rising such grades, is too much, is rising very fast. But let us to the reminding in the 1819, the Yellow Sea Battle, Qing, the mainland China's navy is powerful than Japan, but finally Japan's fleet will win. Why they will be win? Sometimes it's not only how much you have, it's your technology, your strategy, and your command control system. That is, I think, the PLA Navy. They're the big problem about the PLA. PLA, that is party's army. So party command the gun. As we know, recently the PLA, a lot of the top level, the general or the admiral, will be under arrest or is lost. Why it will be happen? Because maybe they will be not loyal by the Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping not trust them. So if the one country, if the military force, your general will be changed very fast, and they just to reset they are the one that survives. The SSF, Strategic Support Force, is over. They renewed that to set the three the new department. It's still not yet military reform. In this time, PLA will be ready to fight. I think I'm still using the question mark.
Yes, thank you. So I'd like to now open up a bit to the audience, and it's a bit difficult to see, but I can see a lot of people waving their hands. So I can see two people over here. Maybe the microphone could go over there. Maybe you would also tell us who you are when you stand up and ask your question.
Yes, Konstantin Agat. My question is to Andrew, and I would like you to focus on, well, basically the area where we are now. Much has been said about the Baltic Sea now becoming the NATO lake after the accession of Sweden and Finland. At the same time, you see Russia interfering with GPS signals over the Baltic. And now, 2 days ago, they said they're going to unilaterally readjust, quote unquote, borders, sea demarcation lines. At the same time, we keep hearing that the Baltic Sea Fleet of Russia is ridiculous. Now, what would you propose? Does NATO have to do something about it in terms of demonstrating naval power, organizing major exercises, blanketing St. Petersburg with some kind of electronic lid for 5 minutes or something like that? What is your assessment of the situation, sea situation here?
Okay,
I will go back to, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to take one more question and then we can go to the panel. Yes, there's a lady, I think, over here in the middle.
Thank you, Charlotte. I have the question both to you, Lieutenant Commander, and for Andrew. The beginning of your presentations remind me the phrase that once I heard in the United Kingdom from one of the very famous think tanks. They said, our reputation is much better than what is the situation in reality. And can we really speak about the great sea power of some countries when the United Kingdom are now considering decommissioning few Navy ships because they cannot hire the crew? The US doesn't have any Navy presence in Alaska, and Turkey doesn't have any Navy bases on the Black Sea coast. So should we reconsider our naval posture, probably, both regionally and in terms of the priorities, if we really would like to speak about the great powers?
Okay, thank you. So there were two questions there. The first one, I think, focused on the Baltic region and what can NATO do or countries around the region to push back against Russia's posture. And then secondly, are we living on an outdated reputation? That is particularly the dominant naval powers within the NATO, I think, alliance. Who would like to go first?
Can I about Baltic? Come on, we are not the lake. Come on, Baltic is not the lake. I feel like we are doing. It's not that we are not doing everything. That all exercise or with all things which we are doing are for nothing. Look, last exercise, Mare Aperto 24. When we start the exercise, the Russian fleet just go away, and even it is only for the exercise. We see our strength. We see how to cooperate. We see how to understand each other procedures and things, how we work. I will always say that train as you fight. So first, you have to train because otherwise you will not know how the situation will be. For me, it is very important that we are exercise, that we are talking, that we have meeting, that all create a good field for the cooperation in the worst situation?
I think we're not demonstrating decisively enough that this will not be tolerated. This is not just the Baltic, it's also the Black Sea. If you talk to the Romanians, the amount of jamming the Russians do, the driving ships through their exclusive economic zone, and just the rest of it. Every single time when a missile flies into the airspace of a NATO country and there's no response, or the response is delayed, it raises the bar, that the actual moment of confrontation will be more expensive. So I would strongly encourage people to think in terms of making sure it's absolutely understood that the NATO fence is sacred. So far, he has respected it to some degree, but he's testing and probing all the time. To Julian's comment about how the Brits actually saved their hide because they started on the Spitfire platform and the radar and the rest of it early enough so that by the time the war started, those Spits were fully operational. Radar, that fighter jets and a number of other things, that saved them in the Battle of Britain and then allowed them to fight another day to defeat Nazi Germany. Everybody now is talking about buying new weapon systems. Finns are buying over 60 F-35s, the Poles over 30 some F-35s, the Romanians. The problem is production capacity. The same goes for the M1 A2 SEP V3s that Poland is supposed to get, 250. Once everything is in line, this will be an incredibly potent force. But there's a temporal dimension to the conflict. If you look at the Russian force reconstitution, they're doing this much faster because they're pulling old post-Soviet stuff. So the delta between how quickly NATO can rearm and how quickly the Russians can actually get to where they think they have an opportunity, that's the risk level for our military, for the regional plans and the rest of it. So the larger question we have to ask is our economic policy. If you listen, I'm back in Washington 8.5 months after 7 years in Europe. Most of the conversation that I hear about national security is reactive and it's normative. We're defending the rules-based international order, right? If I went to a farmer in Iowa and say, pay your taxes because you're defending the rules-based international order, what do you think he would say to me? What are you smoking, right? What are you talking about? I need to know what kind of a geostrategic outcome I want to achieve. I want the other guy to be on his heels. I want us to be leaning in and being proactive. I want to speak in terms of specific theaters that we have to secure, and then what kind of force posture do we need? To your question about are we living in our former glory, yes and no. The numerical aspect will be there for us. What I said at the very beginning, and this conversation, I even remember the Obama-Romney debates, when Romney for the first time brought this up, saying, Mr. President, our Navy is smaller than at any time since 1918. You've endangered America's security. And then President Obama said, but these are extremely capable ships. They can fly to the moon, make ice cream, and do all sorts of things. But the truth is that even the most capable platform, if it is not deployed in the critical theater, makes no difference. So we need to, and the second point is this, we're supposed to go to war if China attacks Taiwan because it's in our national security documents that we will deter and, if need be, defeat that aggression against a country on whom we depend for 80% of our antibiotics, right? Where actually, if you look at steel imports, critical supply chains, manufacturing, you cannot go to war if you don't have a degree of autarky built into your system, and the same thing goes for the Europeans. When you look at lead times for ammunition production, for example, at Rheinmetall and the rest of it. And defense business is not charity. They will build if there is orders and purchases. And finally, we shut down so many production lines. Like if you look at the F-22, for example, when the Cold War ended, we never fulfilled the contracts that we're going to fulfill. Those engineers are now sitting in front of television sets, watching football and drooling. These are retirees. So it's not just clearing enough people to put them into the production process, it's actually getting that skill set and the ability to maintain and the rest of it. We're 2.5 years almost into this war. Since 2008, since Georgia, we should have been thinking about this. That was the 1934 for the Brits. 2008 should have been the wake-up call. 2014, 2015, Syria, finally the second invasion of Ukraine. Every single time the Russians used military power, they scored a geopolitical win and paid virtually no consequences for that, right? And Putin is no dummy. And then, of course, we had our less than glorious withdrawal from Afghanistan shortly before he decided to move into Ukraine. And I am sure he thought that he was going to get away with it one more time. So unless we grow up and understand there is no free lunch, this is what I tell Bridge Colby all the time. You know, if you start your strategic thinking about the Indo-Pacific based on the resources you have and not on the vital national interests that you have to secure, then this is not going to end well. And finally, leadership. Our leaders need to speak to our respective publics about what's at stake, what has to be done. I wrote recently a piece arguing that we need to restore national military service in the US. You should see how much hate I got on social media immediately. But then I talked to the guy who runs our selective service. We need to address reserves, trained pools of people. Where are we going to pull people from? Every service in the United States, except for the Marine Corps, had recruitment shortfalls, including the Navy, including the Army, including the Air Force. The Air Force was fudging the numbers a little bit.
We are now down to the last 30 seconds, and I'm told that we have to finish because otherwise you will not be able to have your lunch. So I just like to say in the final few seconds that I hope very much that this has been of interest, that the naval domain, the maritime domain matters and will continue to matter. And I hope we can agree that given the successes that we've had in the past, and the way in which the sea powers, the maritime states, have prevailed against their terrestrial adversaries, that we can maintain an upbeat stance and think and hope at least and take the necessary actions that we need to take to ensure that we prevail and win in the future, not only in relation to helping Ukraine, but also in seeing down our revisionist competitors, whether Russia in the Euro-Atlantic or China and others in the Indo-Pacific. So thank you to the panel.
Yeah, just one thing to add in the naval, we don't say well done, we say bravo Zulu, so bravo Zulu for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James, thank you so much for moderating this panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I want to pick up on that point that Andrew Michta made at the beginning of the conversation, that although we have experimented for a while, politically or intellectually, with having an either-or approach, it appears to be a false choice. And in fact, we have a growing connectivity of these two theaters, Indo-Pacific and Euro-Atlantic. And my question to you is how to connect better the Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific theaters. Are we able to do this, and do we want to do this?
Yes, that's a really good question. I think it's also solved to some extent because in the UK's integrated review refresh of last year, the UK dispensed with the idea of two separate theatres and said that the two theatres are merging into one, an Atlantic Pacific. Not only are Europeans and Americans going to the Indo-Pacific, but countries in the Indo-Pacific, such as China, through their Belt and Road initiatives, Global Security Initiative, and so on, are coming to the Euro-Atlantic. And we can also see that through the support that countries like Japan and Australia have provided to Ukraine. Those countries have provided more significant assistance than some relatively large European countries. So this shows the connectivity of the two regions. And we can do more in that regard to bind them together, both intellectually but also in terms of substance.
James, thank you very much for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I urge you to join the audience. Thank you very much. So we had some food for thought, and now I would like to invite you to go out for a well-deserved lunch. So please come back at 1:30. We've got an excellent lineup afternoon, starting with the European defense. Thank you very much, and see you in and about an hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. Thank you for returning to this afternoon session. We are about to begin the second leg of the first day, and we'll strive to stay on schedule. Well, I think that we had a really productive morning, and we are all prepared to continue.
Let me introduce you to our next panel, which will tackle the topic of European defense. Our speakers will be analyzing how it should be shaped and the approach it can and should take towards the United States. Please welcome to the stage
Xavier Châtel, Advisor for Strategic Affairs to President Emmanuel Macron.
Jakub Wiśniewski, Under-Secretary of State at the Foreign Ministry of the Republic of Poland.
Guglielmo Picci, Director of International Relations at the Machiavelli Center.
And Tomasz Pojar, National Security Advisor to Prime Minister of Czech Republic.
Director Sławomir Dębski will moderate this session.
And as before, let's start with the clip.
In an era of complex global threats, Europe faces pivotal decisions about its defense strategy and its relationship with the United States. Is the future of European defense one of enhanced cooperation within NATO? Or is it time to consider more autonomous capabilities like a European army or nuclear deterrent? This discussion will critically assess these options, exploring how Europe can balance a strong partnership with the US, while also expanding its own military independence. We will delve into the evolving dynamics of the transatlantic alliance, seeking innovative approaches to share burdens and strengthen Europe's defense posture without undermining long-standing ties.
Fantastic. Welcome back after the lunch, and I'm really pleased to have on the stage people who actually do the politics, implement the policies, with exception of Giovanni, who actually is a former deputy foreign minister, so he knows the stuff from his own experience, but temporarily, he's not doing policies. The first the question, the point of departure, I would like to suggest, to offer, is of course Ukraine. I'm not going to talk and explain to you how Ukraine is important for Europe, why Ukraine is important for transatlantic relations, what we should do. All previous panels were referring to this notion, what we should do. So now we have people on the stage who actually are doing things. So I would like to start with the question, how we can help Ukraine more on defense, how we can more contribute to Ukrainians' attempt to fence off Russian aggression. And I will ask Xavier first to take the lead. Why? Because out of respectful panelists on the stage, Xavier represents the country who carries a special responsibility for world peace. France is permanent member of United Nations Security Council. France is a major European power with a long tradition of shaping European history, European politics. It's quite natural that France would have a loud say about the future of Europe. So, Xavier, what we can expect in the coming weeks, in the coming months, to read on the headlines of world news, what Europe can do more for Ukraine, what Europe is doing more for Ukraine now?
Thank you very much, Sławomir. First, I would like to thank you for having me here and say on this occasion that I cannot understate how important Poland and the partnership between France and Poland is. But maybe I'll have an occasion to go further into this but only for this, thank you for having me.
Are there official LTT?
Say again?
Are there official LTT you need to express from this stage?
Okay, we happen to be in Poland, but yeah. What can we do? What more can we do for Ukraine? On the 26th of February, President Macron organized, at a moment when it was clear that it was complicated for Ukraine, because at the time the supplemental was not being voted in the US, and the balance on the ground was tilting in an unfavorable way for Ukraine. And we were seeing many aspects which were quite negative. And he felt that this was a moment for the Europeans collectively to have a sort of, not a wake-up call because we're all very awake to what's happening, but a moment of reflection on what more we can do. And out of this meeting came a number of ideas, and I will just flesh them out very quickly for you now. So the first one, I think, it's ammunition. And here I would like to pay tribute to our Czech friends and partners, Thomas in particular here, for the great work that they've been doing on this. We are trying to contribute to it in several ways, including through diplomatic leverage with countries and mapping who has what, and it's not necessarily something which is straightforward. Another element which I think is quite key for the Ukrainians is long-range strike capabilities. And here there are several dimensions to it. Meanwhile, the US has adopted the supplemental, which includes ATACMS and things which were not previously delivered to Ukraine. On our end, we've been trying to do two things. One of them is really, scraping the barrel of whoever has capabilities like the Scalp missile, which we've given to Ukraine and which I think have demonstrated time and again their very strong military efficiency against Russian and hard targets. And also, we've been increasing vastly the production of gliding bombs, guided bombs, called Hammer A2SM, and offering them for purchase and integration to other partners. It looks like very technical, and it's actually quite important. And if you look at what's happening now on the ground in the area of Kharkiv, this is exactly what the Russians are doing. They're using exactly that kind of capabilities with, unfortunately, great effect against the Ukrainian military.
Do you have any conversations with your German counterparts about the Taurus missiles?
What I can tell you is we have, what we do with the Germans is complementary. The Germans are spending a very large amount of money on Ukraine. I think they may be the first military donor of military assistance to Ukraine in Europe, and we should be grateful for that. We do things with an edge that the Germans cannot always do, and we have broader conversation with Germany on deep precision strike beyond Ukraine.
Thomas, Xavier already referred to the Czech very innovative approach to the assistance for Ukraine. Is there any room for continuing this kind of initiative? I mean, this ammunition initiative of the Czech authorities. What we can do in this respect more, or is there we should look for other options?
Well, if we are talking about ammunition, and especially 155 millimeter ammunition, there is. It's not a question if there is a room. There is a room, for sure, because we must really continue with the long-term support, and long-term support in providing that type of ammunition to Ukraine. So now we have raised. Support from about 15 countries for about 500,000 rounds. From June, dozens of thousands of rounds per month will be reaching Ukraine. But it will not be needed for next months. It will be needed for next years. So what we really want to do is to keep this coalition for a long-term support of supplies of this type of ammunition to Ukraine, that Ukrainians themselves would have to focus on the other types of ammunition and wouldn't need to focus on this type of ammunition. The other types of ammunition is basically what is still needed. There is the Soviet type ammunition, and we as a coalition will provide them with 155 or other Western type ammunition. So there is definitely a room, and our target and our goal is to have several countries committing long term. And the initiative is now to be buying what is available for reasonable prices and reasonable delivery times on the world market. But eventually, of course, it is about building our own capabilities and capacity to produce. So at the end, we don't need to spend our taxpayers' money to be buying from the other side of the globe, but we will be buying in our economies and supporting also our economies and then supporting Ukraine. So to be buying on the world market, it's to be filling the gap at the time that there is not enough production at home. At home, I mean in Europe. And I hope that within 18 months, 24 months, there will be enough production in Europe because the production is going up. So we will be spending that money for the domestic European production, but still we should keep the production reaching Ukraine. Regardless of if there is, for example, a de facto the Euro ceasefire a year from now or 2 years from now, even at that time Ukraine will need support and continuous support, that there is a significant deterrence on the Ukrainian side vis-à-vis Russia not to restart the war after a limited time ceasefire. So yes, there is a room, and by the way, you can use this mechanism not only for the ammunition, you can use it for other goods. We've been supplying Ukraine from day one of the war. We have, with our partners, supplied Ukraine on average every day with one piece of heavy equipment, meaning artillery, helicopter, tank, infantry fighting vehicle, MLRS system, etc. And we have per day, on average, supplied Ukraine with 15,000 rounds of mid and large caliber ammunition, or with over 1,000 rounds every day on average of the large caliber ammunition. So it's possible. It's just about the will to join forces and to collect money and to commit for the long term, and then we can do it.
Thomas, we've read in the press that after the list of countries contributing to the Czech ammunition initiative was published, Russia went to these countries and trying to derail their commitment. How many countries dropped out of this list because of Russia counteractions?
You mean the donors or the source country? Donors? I don't think any donor dropped out. So the donors are members of, all donors we are talking about and we have are members of the EU and or NATO, and nobody dropped out. There are still some countries who can join, okay? So there, we have a list of those who do have still chance to join.
Okay, Jakub, I would like to turn to you now. Poland was one of the first NATO EU countries who actually rapidly provided Ukraine with the hardware, 340 tanks, a lot of armored vehicles, artillery pieces, ammunition. What Poland can do more to help Ukraine? Is there any room? What is your in Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Polish government menu now?
Well, first of all, Poland has a special place given the geographic proximity to Ukraine, given the transportation and the role of Rzeszów airport. But as a ministry official, I see how much of an effort goes into the diplomatic talks at the Foreign Affairs Council. My boss, Sikorski, tries to defy the presence of friends of Russia there. Hungary increasingly behaves as if it was a proponent of Russia. There is this task of helping Ukraine. This is a coin with two sides. So on the one hand is mobilizing all the support, be it military equipment, but also financial assistance, participating in an effort in planning for recovery, but also this flip side of a coin, which is containing Russia. And Poland is a fervent supporter of the next 14th package of sanctions. One of the hot topics is going after frozen assets of Russia, where Poland is a hawk. In contrast to some European countries, this is where the American support counts very much. I would also like to underscore the importance of preparations for the presidency of the EU. One of the priorities is to get the enlargement process going, which means starting negotiations with Ukraine. Hopefully this will happen in June. It also means looking for potential problems or some things that can derail the whole process, including the positions of our societies. Sometimes people are confused. Sometimes they fall victim of Russian disinformation, which means that they tend to go after populist arguments that say roads should be blocked because farmers will suffer as the integration process will proceed.
Giovanni, Italy was mentioned a number of times in previous panels. Also because I think Europeans and the world was amazed by Italian contribution in reaction to the Russian aggression on Ukraine. Prime Minister Meloni was one of the very determined leaders of the free world, making case for Ukraine, where Europe can do more on supporting Ukraine. From your Italian point of view, how your country may contribute to this general effort of defending our rule-based order in Europe, our peace in Europe. What's your take on this?
Well, first of all, although out of office, you can influence and do things from the outside, sometimes much more effective than when you are inside the will. So let's say in the last 1.5 years, I was able to achieve and to contribute to Italy doing things much more effective than in the 17 years before that I served in Parliament. Having said this, there are two main things that on the side of Italy, but I would say that every European country, and there's been almost said, one is to build an industrial base for the long term. That's a critical issue. We have been dismantling all our, shell, bullets, everything. We have, I remember once, the UK was producing, bullets in South Africa. Italy and my region was a huge production of all the possible size of bullets and shells, and we stopped doing that. So rebuilding an industrial base, of course, as others said, I mean, we can fill the gap buying from third parties, but unless we create an awareness that a military industrial base is critical for deterrence, for the long run, we are not doing a good service both to Europe and to Ukraine. The second element that is not to be underestimated is to my Polish friend was referring to. We have to explain our people what we are doing. And I'm less critical to the outsiders. So, of course, the other countries are doing their propaganda. That's, I mean, fairly obvious. I'm not surprised that, people that are not our friends are trying to influence our public opinion. I look inside what we can do internally to explain why we should do that. And with all due respect, I think that in some countries, as my own country especially, we are failing to explain it in a proper way. So unless you have the public opinion to buy in, it's very difficult then to take any sort of decision at political level. And that's the critical element. So it's not just words. It's crucial to have long-term support for Ukraine or to be ready for any future threat that might come from everywhere else in the world. So I think that requires an internal investment, because otherwise, yes, we might have capabilities, but we might not be able to use them.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for mentioning this production base, because that's exactly the topic I would like to raise now in the context of transatlantic relations. We all are hearing messages coming from the other side of the pond, that Europe is, first, a kind of the secondary theater, second, that Europe is not doing enough, and the third, that, well, in the end of the day, United States may not be there if something wrong happens. So there is a political question. How we see the relationship with United States from the point of view of defense, of defending Europe? Do we want to see United States as a European power, contributing to our industrial base as well? Or we would like to have or to see United States as a power in Europe, and Europe should act independently of United States, developing its own production base, its own defense industry. So should we develop, regarding of, if we choose option 1 or choose option 2, there is a question how we should shape our industrial base, together with United States or alone. Xavier, France is leading this debate as well. So the ball goes to you first again.
Thank you. I'm not sure we will have a choice. I don't think we will choose what America's involvement outside is going to be. So it depends on domestic factors, it depends on long-term trends that we've been observing. What we should know, and I've sat in as an observer or working on NATO defense ministerial meetings for more than 20 years, I can't remember a single one in which the US didn't tell us, my friends, do more. Do more for your defense. Get your house in order. So I think that's exactly what we should do. And we should do it in a number of ways. One is defense expense. And we've all been, we're certainly not where we should be, but we've all been increasing in a massive way. It's 2014, which was the historical low, we were 171 billion euro. Now we are 240 billion. Could do more, but it's a sizable increase. As for France, over 2 mandates of President Macron, we'll have doubled our budget. So when I arrived at the Defense Ministry, defense programming law was 45 billion a year, and now it's 65 billion. And then there's the issue of production, because I think that what we know for sure is we have with certainty only what we produce. So if we're going to buy equipment from countries which can be on the other side of one ocean to the left or on the other side of one ocean to the right, they will have their own security equation. So if there is one day a contingency in the Pacific and you buy Patriots, will the Patriots go to Europe or will they go to Guam or Japan or Korea or etc. It's just we are going back to the simplicity of geography. Geography binds us together, it exposes us to similar threats, and it creates a natural terrain for solidarity and cooperation. And that's what we should do, and we should work not on having less US involvement, because we're lucky to have US involvement. We should work on our ability to face up to our threats, because we cannot bet we cannot stake our security on the decision of voters in swing states in somewhere else.
Jakub, Xavier sounds very Polish. Would you like to improve his message a bit?
Yes, that's why I was trying to find some major disagreement with Xavier, and I struggle, but still, I would like to reinforce this message, how much we still need America. For now, we don't have these capabilities, and the threat to our border is already there. Moreover, NATO as an organization was designed several decades ago with this US presence and supremacy written into the organization, which means that we have to tread very carefully. And also, USA has this technological edge that we need so much, and they, just because they have been the standard setter in many areas, many technologies, military equipment, they are very much needed, and they are a sort of plaster on the wound in Europe, which is the diversity of military equipment, the diversity of tools that we are using in our defense capabilities. France is gifted with a wonderful, competitive industrial base as regards defense. With Poland, it's not the case, and we would not like to simply get rid of everything European. We think that there is a way to combine the European input and the one which is American. To make a long story short, it will take several years for Europe to decouple and emerge as an independent global player. For now, we need to avoid the discussion which would be full of recriminations, blackmails on both sides of the Atlantic, and also which would sound too transactional. We as Europeans, yes, we have a homework to do. We need to raise our expenditure, but at the same time, Americans should understand that this will not happen overnight.
Giovanni, making Europe great again on defense is also the story about competing with the Americans. And Italy has a very long tradition of let's say, hard talks with our American allies about capabilities, about investment. And on the other hand, Italy is a founder member of the European Union. So you have a say in, even bigger say traditionally, in the process of shaping European Union policies in this regard. What would be your Italian recommendation for European Union in this aspect? How we should deal with Americans on the field of defense industry, support for defense industry by the European Union?
Well, with our American friends, first of all, in terms of industrial base and capabilities, I would say that reciprocity has to be the first point. It's not that if one of our national champion buys a specific corporate in the US has to be ring-fenced, and the board has to be appointed by the Pentagon, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, we'll never allow a true growth of the European industry. On the internal side, the domestic side of Europe, we are not able to do the sixth generation fighter jet together. Main battle tank, we are buying from the US, or having programs that are lagging behind, started many years ago. So it's really a will of the national member states to decide whether they want to progress in building an industrial base throughout Europe. Italy is at the forefront, has always approached the program co-investing in locally, and in Poland is an example, in Romania and many other countries we have done co-investments. Others, by their legitimate national interest, they decide to do something else, to prefer to protect their industry, not to have joint programs, or to have joint programs if they were in the lead. So if I have to give an advice to all the defense, to the defense community in all, both political and industrial, I would say, guys, wake up and try to sit around the table and find a solution. Money is there. There are programs that are, fully funded with billions of euros. So unless we start to decide politically to do them, we will, every time start this discussion again that goes on from what, 20, 30 years, at least since I'm joined the political field. So my advice to my prime minister would be get the other leaders, sit down and decide, how we do the next main battle tank, how we do the next fighter jet. If we have to do it with Japan, I'm very happy. I mean, we have a program, the Tempest, with the Brits and Japan. I don't see, maybe the Swedes are partly in, but I don't see Germany and France joining in. Doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so if you are to provide advice to your leader, you would recommend him or her to going to Berlin first, or other capitals?
Well, honestly, I mean, the order of protocol is, I'm not a diplomat, so I'm not very interested where to go first. I would say that the one that listens and that wants to do is my friend. So, I mean, if I have to respect the protocol and, let's say the Germans get offended first, I would go to Berlin, but it doesn't really change yeah. We know what we are talking about. We know what is on the table. I mean, if we want to build a tank, I mean, the actors are very clear who they are, where they sit. So come to Rome, and instead of us going somewhere, or if we want to do in a neutral place, we always have our friends of San Marino that could host a summit. But I mean, I'm tired of hypocrisy in this discussion on defense. Unless there is really the intention of doing it, then it has a sense to make, a speech on European defense, on autonomous, all the stuff that we have been hearing in the last years. I don't see the scope in the near term for all this discussion, honestly, and not because of Italy, because of many others. So national interest is at the forefront. Okay, we understood this is the case, so let's work around it. But until we get, stuck in the discussion, yes, let's have the European defense. Let's be autonomous from the US, and then everyone buys, from Boeing or the F-35, and we don't build our own capabilities. I'm happy to work with the US friends. I think the way forward, there is no dilemma. I mean, we have to work with them. So let's do our own works first at the political level. So once we have sorted, then we might progress.
Thank you. Thomas, Czech Republic was once labeled American Trojan horse in Europe. From that perspective, Americans had numbers of Trojan horse, not, so the problem was that they had many of them. So my question to you would be, from your perspective, how we should, talk to our American friends and react on the messages coming from Washington. Not all are, let's say, not all of them sounds well in our ears, particularly in the,
Well, maybe we were labeled Trojan horse of US, but we were the worst in defense spending in Europe. Okay, so that was, and that's been the case until this year. And fortunately, this year will be the first year we will reach 2% after a long time. And when I accompanied Prime Minister to Washington right in the week of the vote about the package, then our messages were very clear. And we were saying, listen, we as Czechs and as Europeans, we are contributing to the Ukrainian defense and we are paying for the Ukrainian defense. And that's why we are asking you Americans to do the same. And that, from that point of view, the ammunition initiative, which, by the way, is labeled Czech initiative, but I think more properly it should be Czech, Dutch, and Danish, because without Netherlands and Denmark, it would not be so successful. And with those two countries, we started to work a year and a half ago. Yeah. And then we argued that finally we are reaching 2%, and we are buying F-35s and American helicopters. So we are contributing to American economy. By the way, to Mike Johnson, we said that we have already spent $1.5 billion for LNG gas from Louisiana, his home state. And that if we are continuing spending, that we will be spending more. But even our defense companies are starting to invest into US and are employing Americans for the production, especially with the small arms, pistols, rifles, as well as ammunition. By the way, the ammunition factories are Czech-Italian through Fioca Munizione, and hopefully buying more factories in US now. So we were telling them that it's to the benefit of Americans, and we were also saying that if they don't help us now with Russia, that they should not expect, not us Czechs, but majority of Europeans to be helping Americans with China in the future. So I think at the end, we must argue that we are doing enough, that it's beneficial for two sides, that it's beneficial for Americans, it's beneficial for us, and that mutual benefit is the only hope that the bond will last. And for your question to Xavier, if it's going to be option number 1 or number 2, at the end it's going to be combination. But it's going to be combination only under circumstances that we will spend at least 2% of GDP for defense collectively in the next 10 years. So I've never had a problem with concepts of strategic autonomy. But we can really talk about strategic autonomy at least after 10 years of serious investment into defense. Otherwise, it's a philosophical talk, nice talk, but it doesn't have anything in it. It's a joke. If we do invest, then we can perhaps, in 10 years, if we are serious, or 15 years, then we can demand buy European and have reciprocity with Americans. How we can now demand buy European if we buy altogether 40 Patriot missiles per year? It doesn't make sense to have a Patriot missile production in Europe. If we buy now 500, then the Patriot missile factory will be reopened, and those lines will be reopened, and then you can say, okay, then you American companies invest in Europe, keep the US market open for investment of defense companies from Europe, and this is the best way how to move forward, and this is the best way how to keep being competitive on the world market at the end, and how to be the strongest. But the first condition, again, is the necessity of us Europeans spending at least 2% of GDP, if not more, for the next 10 years. And then we can talk about autonomy, and then we can have a stronger European defense industry, and better, I think, at the end, better transatlantic links.
Perfect. I have one more heavy question, but I will leave it for the end of the panel. Now I would like to open the floor for questions. Julian first, Robert second. Oh, yes. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. Cassie Glott, European Leadership Network and Center for European Policy Analysis. Thank you very much for the presentations. I would like to bring the UK into this conversation because the UK, if we take just defense only, it has been a leading partner of these EU countries and just of the EU countries on supplying key capabilities to Ukraine, on providing training, on providing weapons, ammunition. So my question is, first, more general, is there any way, especially if Trump becomes re-elected and there will be this lack of support from the US to bring the UK in more closely. Is there any talk about any more structural EU-UK dialogue on defense rather than ad hoc initiatives which exist? And more specifically on European defense, does it make any sense to exclude basically the UK, which is a key player in defense, from European EU defense tools like European peace facilities and others? And I guess it's a question to everyone, and the second part is maybe particular to Xavier and the French position on that. Thank you.
Okay, so let's start from Xavier.
Okay, so we work a lot with the UK on Ukraine and on many other things, and especially we value the fact that it's a partner with which we can do high-end things. We will find ways of working with the UK also when the UK is out of the European Union. Referring to the peace facility, etc., etc. I mean, European money. If the UK wants to invest money, let the UK invest money. If the Europeans invest money, they invest money. It's only normal that when we spend our taxpayer money, it should be on our industry rather than on someone else's industry. I don't know any country that would, object to this very simple rule of democracy. And then it doesn't exclude, of course, that we should do many things with the UK. And now you're going to have elections, so there's going to be other developments.
Jakub?
I will be very quick. For us Poles, it is evident that more of Britain in our security arrangements, conversation, the better for us. Soon there will be an interesting situation when we have new European institutions, new US administration, and new UK government. And this creates an opportunity for innovative approach to platforms, for example, connecting the EU dialogue and the one with Britain as regards defense. We miss British voice every day in the EU, especially when we are not convinced that we are all on the same page in terms of values, in terms of measures that we can take against Russia and in favor of Ukraine.
Gianni?
Well, Italy is doing a lot with the UK and will keep on working with the UK. So for us, it's not a problem. Just to mention that it's not that the EU is excluding the UK from the European defense. It's the UK that excluded itself from the EU. And it was those values that we defend every day around the world. So it's the people have the power to decide, the vote. That's democracy. Some people may like it or not, but it was how it was. But Italy demonstrates with future generation aircraft that we can do things together. What we should not do is the competition that we are doing, that Italy first and France after, with our competing industries down under. So we had the best product to win with the Australians with the frigates. The French had already an agreement with the submarines, and then we had the competition and using the more Anglo-Saxon family for hijacking almost closed deals. So that's something that closed. In our case was that close and was 20 billion. I mean, as big as yours. And so that's something that we should not do if we want to be on the long term, not just in the NATO. Anyway, NATO exists, and the voice of Britain in NATO is very loud and well respected.
Thomas?
We are fine with Britain. if Brits are interested, we are interested, okay? So that's it.
Julian?
Thank you. I hear that AUKUS has lifted its head. I would advise my French friends to simply build better nuclear attack submarines, and which was the real nub of the case. I'm interested in this debate in that I think we're looking at the defence industrial and technological base of Europe with respect in an old-fashioned way. With the new technologies, the emerging and disruptive technologies entering into the battle space in the next 10, 15 years, we're going to have to build new relationships between prime contractors, software producers, platform producers, And it does strike me that there's a wonderful opportunity here for collaboration between European countries, the EU, the UK, to really consider how are we going to organise our defence and technological industrial base, involving many non-traditional defence companies, as we look to include things like machine learning, big data, quantum computing, all of these technological issues that we're going to have to confront if we are to maintain an edge in our defence. My question to the panel is, to what extent can we look beyond national borders to consider a much broader concept of that defence and technological industrial base, so that we can include these new kind of companies, many SMEs, in major big-ticket defence projects in which we have platforms that last 40 to 50 years, but systems that rotate every 5, maybe even less?
Well, perhaps we'll start from Thomas.
We are a tiny little country of 10 million people compared to those giants sitting next to me, okay, from all of them. So for us, it's a necessity to include those companies and to go beyond the borders, because we can have a strong Czech defense industry, which I think we have and we will have stronger in few years. Thankfully, that's mostly private industry. So it's very much competitive globally in some segments. And we are ready to support this industry as much as possible. But the strength of the industry is not based on the Czech domestic defense spending, even if we spend over 2%, because it's dependent on the performance on the global market. And as the Czech authorities and Czech state, we should support that industry. It's by definition, it has to look beyond the Czech borders, and in some segments, by definition, it has to look beyond the European borders, I mean EU borders, in order to stay relevant and stay competitive. And by the way, the success of the Czech ammunition initiative is thanks to the wise policies of the Czech government and the Dutch and Danish cooperation, etc. But it's because it is based on capitalism and on the world market and on the ability of the Czech companies to buy on the world market. It's easy. It's very simple. It's easy. So I know that you have to have subsidies for something. And I know it's good to support something through EPF and other mechanisms. But at the end, what we see now, that capitalism works. And if we let it work, the production will go up. The problem is that those gigantic defense corporations are sometimes too lazy. So they wait for the contract and for the prepayment, and they wait for the governments to be ready, and the governments are slow. And then, if they have contract and prepayment, then they order a new CNC machine to set up a line, and the line is there in 3-4 years. So I really believe in those sharks who believe that there is going to be more spending, who believe that if they invest today from their own money, that they will grab it, and then they will have a more portion of the world market or of the domestic European and then the world market. And I think we should support them. So at the end, it is. I think the trend will be that there will be more push for the consolidation in Europe, which is fine. We should not have that many platforms. At the same time, we should keep competition within Europe. So not everything should be Thales, okay? So we are ready for consolidation and for European projects, but not only Thales and Airbus or Leonardo to that way. And to keep healthy competition and to keep capitalist instincts, and then it's gonna work. We will not if we try to over-regulate it, and if we try to set it up everything from the government's point of view, it will not work, it will not be competitive, and it will not be able to go beyond borders and to get into the world of new technologies, etc., not at all.
I think it was a very comprehensive response, so allow me to take 3 more questions, and we'll take them. Robert.
Robert, and studies and formerly NATO. Thank you, Mr. Poya, for your straight talk, particularly on the issue of various concepts like strategic autonomy, etc. But question I would like to ask is, it's about relationship between two great organizations, NATO and European Union. I think for years we kind of avoided problems through some form of strategic ambiguity perhaps. But will the panelists agree that we have come to the point that some issues perhaps need to be discussed in more clear-cut black and white terms? Because you know, there are some dilemmas. I'll name three. One is standardization. It has been NATO's responsibility, and there are some ideas that it should sort of drift towards the EU. Second issue is coordinating the whole of military assistance to Ukraine, not just supplies, but actually training and other things. And again, at least I personally can't think of a better organization than NATO actually to take up this mantle. And the third issue is various, again, ideas at the moment to create some special responsibilities within the European Commission. I have specifically in mind the European Commissioner for Defense. So I would like to seek the panelists' views on those topics and the whole issue of the synergy and cooperation, the future relations between NATO and EU. Thank you.
So we'll take two more questions.
Thank you. Irena Krasnoshtan, International Center for Ukrainian Victory. I have two short questions to Monsieur Châtel. First is about European nuclear deterrence that President Macron recently mentioned based on French nuclear capabilities, how realistic and credible it could be without US. And second one is Ukraine related. Also President Macron mentioned this idea of civilian missions at the border with Belarus and with Moldova. Somehow the debate was then overshadowed about the sending or not sending the troops to Ukraine. But I think this idea of civilian missions that would help protect the borders for Ukrainians is very useful. Could you and other speakers share your thoughts about the prospect of it? Thank you.
I saw Marek Świerczyński asking for. Was I okay?
Yes, thank you. I would like to ask about something that wasn't yet discussed here. That is, what will it take to form a defense union within or out of the current European Union? Thank you.
Wonderful. So I think that we will start from Xavier because the two questions were directly addressed to him.
So on NATO, EU, to be honest, the issue is for the Europeans to do more, and I think do more on their defense, be more involved, develop their European industrial base for defense, and that's really what we have to do. I think the NATO-EU relationship, I've sat so many times in Brussels and it generates an awful lot of interest in Brussels, and apart from that, I mean, some here and very few others. So I wouldn't invest too much on that issue. I think the relationships are very good and there's a very good fit between the organizations. On nuclear deterrence, our deterrence is meant to be credible irrespective of anyone else because it's the policy of the nation. So, and then the president in February of 2020 expressed pretty much there was a trend with the previous French presidents, but he expressed it with more clarity, I would say, and some more detail. The fact that we were considering that in the way we conceive of our vital interests, there was a European dimension. And he offered a dialogue with interested member states to go deeper into what it means and to see if those interested member states could be associated to certain activities. And this is meant and made to be credible irrespective of all the rest. And then in terms of the civilian at the border, so I referred to this meeting on last February. Many lines of actions were discussed. One caught the attention of the public, as you rightly mentioned, and it was the fact that the president said you know, maybe at some point we will have to deploy some form of presence to Ukraine. And then he picked up from an idea, which was actually a Polish idea, to see could we do something at the border between Ukraine and Belarus. And then there's been discussions about should it be a civilian presence, should it be equipment, should it be other things, and it's still an ongoing discussion also with Ukrainian counterparts. And I'll stop at that.
Jakub.
I want to make an almost philosophical remark by saying that all this question about the European initiatives, whether it's a maximum plan of defense union or the more modest projects, initiatives that we have been seeing throughout the last 20 or 30 years, I think the key question lies elsewhere. It's simply whether we trust that, say, President Macron and his country will come to defense of Poland when things come to a head. And if we assume yes, and we have every reason to believe that it's the positive, would President Marine Le Pen do the same? Our countries have been experiencing a lot of populism these days. We can see how the election campaign is going on before the European elections, and we see a lot of uncertainty, a lot of nationalism, and I think it casts a long shadow as regards all these initiatives. It's good that European Brussels bubble people are coming up with increasingly all these matters. I want to see this rapid rapid reaction force materializing, but before it happens, I'm glad that NATO exists and I still count on American presence in Europe.
Well, few points. On the industrial base, Italy is mostly formed of SMEs, so for us there is really not an issue of involving all the flexible small SMEs in any industry. Dual, trial use, I mean, use what you want, I mean, we are there. Let's put it in writing what NATO has to do and the relation with the European Union. Because to me, it's not very clear. I mean, the same soldier might be used for internal, for domestic issues, for NATO issue, and for the EU, but still the same soldier. Then one suggestion that I would put forward. In 1975, we had the Helsinki meeting and the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe. We have a multilateral organization, a multilateral tool that we might revive and use. That is the OSCE. So far, it's a dead organization, missing the Secretary General, or soon to be missing the Secretary General. Maybe if we are able to revive the tools that we already had and were used during the Cold War when the situation was maybe as harsh as now, maybe we do a good service both to the UAE, to the NATO, and to the member states. Thank you.
Thomas, last comment.
EU is important, NATO is important, but I strongly believe also in the concept of coalitions of willing. Okay, those countries who want to work together on some project, they should be allowed to work together. And those who do not want or cannot for some reason, for domestic political reason or for some other reason, constitutional reason, should not be forced to follow. Okay, and you can have it now with the ammunition initiative. It's a coalition of willing. You can have air defense initiative, coalition of willing, long range ability, coalition of willing, and you can have it with the procurement. So if everyone in the EU was forced to buy Leopard tanks, no Leopard tank would be bought. If it's a coalition of few countries, where, by the way, Italy and us are talking to Germans about doing it, and the Dutch and some others, then there will be more Leopard tanks, there will be more stronger defense industry. By those tanks, by the way, those tanks are being produced, or the new ones will be produced in not far from Munich by a company which is Franco-German these days. So this concept of coalition of willing, I think, it's been already there for some time, and it will be there in the future. Be it regarding the defense capabilities and the defense industry build-up, and also regarding the operations abroad, not only here in Europe, but also globally. Look, the counter-ISIS coalition, etc. Some joined, some didn't join, and some joined with the real force and air force, and some didn't, and nobody was forced to go there, and it has worked. So it's sometimes impossible to agree on everything within the EU and the NATO, and it's even harder to agree of EU and NATO together because at the end it's more countries like involved. So we have to keep it in the balance, and it's the coalitions of willing should not go against the EU and NATO, and the EU and NATO should not be forcing everyone to do the same and should not be against the coalitions of willing concept.
Short intervention from Xavier.
And just to press the point just made by Thomas, President Macron had suggested a European intervention initiative, which was exactly as you say, coalition type, including the UK, and including so EU, non-EU members based on able and willing.
Well, that was a fascinating conversation. This panel managed to produce, I think, quite optimistic message. So please join me in thanking these decision makers, very busy people, for contributing their time to the strategic arc of this year. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much for this thorough discussion. I've got a couple of questions for the moderators, so I'd like to invite Director Dębski to join us here. Of course. So, did you find reassuring the remarks that have been said during the discussion? Are you leaving the stage with a lighter heart than when you entered it?
Yes, indeed. Our previous panel were very good in producing quite gloomy messages. This one, I think, inspired us to think that things are going in good direction, that decision makers know their staff, know their agenda, they know what needs to be done. And actually are very determined, at least these four gentlemen we had on the stage of the strategic arc, they are very determined to deliver. So that was a good message.
Director Dębski, thank you very much for your insight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to proceed to the next panel, which will discuss a winning strategy for countering Russia. Please welcome our next speakers to the stage.
George Beros from Russia team and Geospatial Intelligence team lead at the Institute for the Study of War.
Liana Fix, Fellow for Europe at the Council on Foreign Relations.
Lieutenant General Krzysztof Król, Deputy Chief of the General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces.
And Benjamin Tallis, who is a Senior Research Fellow at the German Council on Foreign Relations.
The session will be moderated by Terry Schulz, a freelance reporter.
And please enjoy the clip first.
As global tensions escalate, the challenge of defeating Russia on the battlefield and in the strategic sphere becomes more urgent. The stakes are high, and the time for decisive action is now. Russia, emboldened and resource-rich, advances its agenda, not deterred by sanctions or international pressures, yet the resolve to stop its encroachment is stronger than ever. Our strategy? A comprehensive 360-degree plan that not only counters, but overpowers. Ukraine stands pivotal in this quest. By empowering and equipping Ukraine, we aim for a strategic victory that assures peace and security not just regionally, but globally. This panel will explore superior tactics that outsmart the adversary's madman strategy, ensuring a lasting peace through unified, calculated efforts.
Hello, everyone. There we go. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for being here, and also thank you to the people watching online, as I have done in past years, an important audience as well. My name's Terry Schulz. I've been covering NATO for the last 16 years, and the European Union as well. And I'm very happy to be here, and I have a great panel. We've been discussing what we're going to say here today, and if the last panel sounded slightly upbeat, I'm here to bring you back down. Because I've been watching all morning and I just don't see any other way to frame it, really. So we're tasked with discussing ways to defeat Russia in the field and beyond. as if somebody had made a decision somewhere to defeat Russia and didn't let any of the rest of us know, right, guys? So I think that we were tasked with delving into what PISM calls undefined policy toward Ukraine. And I find that slightly euphemistic, because if you consistently provide too little to Ukraine to win for 2 years, is that just a series of coincidences, or is that kind of a policy? And your policy is simply not to do what it takes. I ran across this quote on Twitter this morning from Estonian professor Mart Kuldkap that I thought was a good way to start this. And he said that Western policy toward Ukraine is largely explained by the very human tendency to measure the cost of every action in all imaginable detail, but to ignore the cost of almost every inaction as long as it hasn't become blindingly obvious. And I mean, leave it to an Estonian to sum it up well. So we're going to be discussing ways to defeat Russia, even though it would seem that that should start with an ambition to defeat Russia. So we are going to do what Patrick Turner called this morning telling ourselves pretty little lies, and discuss how it could happen if somebody wanted to do such a thing. So, George Barros, I'm going to start with you. You have said that Russia not only needs to be defeated in Ukraine, where it stands now, but that Ukraine needs to take back all its territory. That this isn't really a defeat if Crimea, if Donbass remains in the hands of the Russians. That this then sets the stage for a Russia-NATO confrontation before long. So, I mean, that's a pretty dramatic view given the way things stand now. I think it seems an impossible dream for the moment if you're Ukraine, but I'm very interested to hear how you think that could happen.
Thank you, Terry. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Polish Institute for International Affairs for inviting me here. It's my first time at the conference. It's a wonderful conference, so thank you. Look, the Russians are preparing for a major war with NATO. I don't know when and where Putin will make the decision, or if he will at all, but the Russian military is undertaking the steps to prepare for this future conflict. The Russians are fielding anti-satellite systems in space, with which they only have one application. The Russians have resurrected the Soviet-era Leningrad military district that faces the Baltic states, Finland, and Poland. The Russians have a stated goal to form a number of new mechanized divisions over the course of several years. And the Russians, just now recently, with their contestation of the way that the current naval maritime borders are drawn on the Gulf of Finland, they are now staking an official claim to change the borders. I think the Kremlin is setting the conditions for the inevitable war. If we defeat the Russian advance in Ukraine, then what that does is it sets us up on the shortest possible path to be able to, or rather the longest path to be able to evade this conflict. If the Russians win in Ukraine, in part or in whole, that is the shortest path to get us towards this conflict. If the Russians hold what they have in Ukraine now, the Russian military occupies roughly 18% of Ukraine, they'll be able to use the territory they have as a lodgment for the future renewed operations against Ukraine. Need I not remind us that the Russians used the territory, the lodgment that they had in Crimea in 2014, and the territory in the Donbass in order to achieve what they have now. The relatively stable front line that the Ukrainians have now is formed large in no small part because the Dnipro River is a major barrier to maneuver. If the Russian military gets to lock down what they have now on the left bank of the Dnipro River, then in a hypothetical armistice scenario, the Russians will simply bring all of their bridging equipment and logistic support elements right up to the edge of the river, and they'll be able to project further and go to Mykolaiv and Odessa. So really, it is any sort of serious strategy that wants to evade the Russian chance to reconstitute, finish conquering Ukraine, and go on to larger targets is predicated on the Ukrainians absolutely must be able to defend the rest of their country, and at a bare minimum, the Ukrainians have to retake the occupied parts of Kherson and Zaporizhia. I'll also add with the following. I don't actually think it's a pie-in-the-sky idea. I think the Ukrainians actually can win on the battlefield, and I think they can expel Russian forces from all of Ukraine. There are technical, tactical, and concept of operations challenges that we must address to be able to achieve that. But the center of gravity for this conflict is not actually what happens tactically or operationally on the battlefield. The center of gravity for Ukraine is the decision-making calculus in Washington, in Brussels, and Berlin, and Paris, and London. And if the Ukrainians lose this war, it will be because those aforementioned capitals did not take the serious and necessary decisions necessary to be able to enable the Ukrainians. The one final thought that I'll leave is that, we had a really great discussion this morning about how our fear of the Russians losing should not dictate our strategy. I would also add that the current ebbs and flows, the ups and downs of the Ukrainian battlefield should not dictate our strategy. So long as the Ukrainians still have the will and the capacity to keep fighting to defend their country, the international coalition of free societies that want to help Ukraine win, both for Ukraine's sake, but also for our own collective securities reasons, we should continue supporting Ukraine.
So overwhelming military force, overwhelming military support is still your option, even though, as you point out, those decisions have not been made in European capitals nor in Washington.
That's correct. We can get into this in the Q&A, but there are, like I said, technical, tactical, concept of operations problems, and I think there are solutions to them. But the key thing that the West has to do for Ukraine is materiel. I mean, materiel is the key determinant. People get into debates about materiel versus Ukrainian manpower versus command and control leadership, and I would argue that if you were to really boil it down to the key determinant, if the Ukrainians don't have materiel, then they're not going to be able to fight. They can have excellent command and control, they can have no force generation problems, but if you don't equip the military, they're not going to win. For example, the Ukrainians right now, they're in the process of generating 10 brigades. The current theory is that the United States will be able to equip about 3 of those brigades with mechanized equipment with the recently passed supplemental. The Ukrainians, in theory, are able to equip another 3 of those brigades with equipment that is manufactured in Ukraine by Ukraine. And there's no means to equip the other 4 brigades. Those are going to become essentially light infantry, not mechanized infantry, and they're going to be put in a trench somewhere. And the idea that Ukraine is going to just have to, essentially be held back by one of these key determining factors, that is materiel, it's not actually going to sustain the Ukrainian ability to defend itself, let alone win.
Okay, but Liana, this of course has to start with the decisions, with the political decisions. The Baltic states have long been advocating that the phrase, as long as it takes, should be replaced with whatever it takes. And that's also what George is talking about. But is that politically possible? Defeating Russia starts in Washington, Berlin, Paris, Brussels.
Yeah, thanks so much, Terry. I'm going to be a little bit provocative on whatever it takes, because I do think we have to be honest with the problems and challenges we would face with a whatever it takes approach. Otherwise, it can turn out to be a bluff that Moscow sees through. And the problems and challenges that
they're not seeing through this one now?
Well, let's see how we can address the problems and challenges that we have. And I mean, the first dilemma that we have is that we have overestimated Russia's military and now are underestimating Russia's military. Putin might not end this war even if Ukraine is able to expel Russian forces from the entirety of its territory. I'm perhaps less optimistic about that than my co-speaker here, but we might also end up in a cross-border war, because from Russia's perspective, there are real financial and economic incentives to continue fighting, and obviously political and ideological incentives. If whatever it takes includes boots on the ground, we do not only have the challenge of US-Russia, potential US-Russia escalation, but also of our own populations being overwhelmingly against this. Even here in Poland, a majority is against boots on the ground. And on the third point, if we think that a defeat of Russia in Ukraine can result in a better Russia, we should also be careful with that assumption. A defeat of Russia in Ukraine will not lead to a Gorbachev emerging in Moscow. It can also lead to a regime which is even more aggressive and even more radical. It doesn't have to be, but it is a possibility. And I think we have to be honest with that. And the conclusions that we have to draw for ourselves from these dilemmas and problems that we have is that we should prepare for a long conflict with Russia that might not end with Russia's defeat in Ukraine, that will challenge our own military capabilities, that we will have to continue sustainably, not only for 2 or 3 more years, but possibly for a decade ahead, and prepare for that. And that also means that we have to think about Ukraine's victory not only in battlefield terms, but we have to think about it in political terms. And we have to think about, if Vladimir Putin does not want to end this war, then we have to think what we can do on our side to bring Ukraine to its home and to make Ukraine a member of the Euro-Atlantic Alliance. And looking at the NATO summit this year, I don't think we see positive signals that this summit really will be a step for Ukraine towards NATO. Instead, it will be a step for continuing support for Ukraine, but it will not bring Ukraine closer to a membership path. And that's what we have to work on our side, instead of hoping for perhaps unrealistic changes of mind in Moscow.
I don't want to get you wrong, but if I understand you correctly, you're saying that even if Russia were pushed out of Ukraine, even if there was a defeat on Ukrainian territory, Putin is so determined to continue fighting that he would do the things that countries along the front line right now are saying will happen if he is not defeated. You're saying that this is an inevitable outcome, whether he's defeated in Ukraine or not. Am I correct? And if so, then that will remove some of the impetus for actually defeating him in Ukraine if you're looking at public opinion.
Well, I think we should not be naive and assume that a Russian defeat in Ukraine will lead to a positive change in Moscow that we would like to see. And I think it would be a dangerous naivety for us to do so. Of course, a Russian defeat, Russian military setbacks will increase domestic pressure. It can lead to Russian elites thinking they have a better future with another leader than Vladimir Putin. But even another leader than Vladimir Putin will probably be, and we've written about this, perhaps more of a Khrushchev-type leader than a Stalin-type leader, but certainly, as I said before, not a Gorbachev-type leader. And if we do not sort of address this possibility realistically, but just hope that this war will end with a Ukrainian victory in 2 years with a major Ukrainian counteroffensive in 2025, and that will lead to positive change in Russia, and then our problem is solved. That, from my perspective, is dangerous naivety because it does not prepare us for a conflict with Russia, which may last much longer and can even become much more difficult and much more complicated than it is right now.
I promised pessimism, people, but Liana packed extra. Okay, now moving on to General Kroll, who said I can call him Chris. Looking from the military perspective, if we look at the building blocks of if there were a strategy to defeat Russia, has the alliance, have the allies individually or together, put in place the building blocks of a successful strategy, whatever their end outcome would be, in this case, theoretically, that Ukraine doesn't lose. Does that exist? You've been working on this for years as well.
Okay, thank you very much for invitation to this event today. At the very beginning, a small correction. I'm not Deputy Chief of Defense. I advise Polish Chief of General Staff.
He's worked at NATO. He knows the line of thinking.
I was Deputy Chief of Defense 2018, 2020, and my previous position was Chief of Staff, Allied Joint Force Command Brunson. So I will do my best to share with you my national perspective, but also a little bit of NATO flavor as far as answer to your question is concerned. So, as you rightly mentioned, this was highlighted and stressed during the whole day today, one of the most important prerequisites to win this war is to ensure proper definition of the end state, or what we want to achieve as far as Ukraine victory is concerned. What does it mean to defeat Russia? From military perspective, it is absolutely critical because this end state, political objectives properly set for military instrument of power on strategic operational level should define at the end of the day proper defense planning and operational planning processes in the respective country and in entire NATO. So the political settings should allow military to define military strategic objectives. These military strategic objectives should allow operational effects definition, and at the end, military actions that are necessary to meet these objectives. So from that perspective, this would help military to define scale of donation, transfer of weapon, scale of transfer of weapon that is required. quantity and quality of supplies, scale of training, and potentially even other activities mentioned during today's discussion. So from my perspective, as soon as we define what is expected from us military, we'll do our best to provide you knowledge, what kind of and what type of ammunitions, in what quantity and quality we need, what kind of air defense systems we need, how to ensure that Ukrainians will be able to regain initiative and retake terrain. This will allow us also to ensure that Ukrainians are capable to target target objects that are in the depth of Russian defense. Frankly speaking, this is the way NATO would fight. So we should not limit Ukraine waging war in the same way as NATO would do so. So from my perspective, creating these political conditions will help us military to define proper requirements as far as operational plan and, of course, the defense plan at the end is concerned.
You're speaking in the hypothetical, the subjunctive, we would, we could, that would be okay if today were 2022. I mean, WTF, Ben, really? Like, how are we having this conversation 2 years after the war started and you're saying that this hasn't happened?
I'm saying that we really contributed heavily to the defense of Ukraine with our donations, with our...
We being Poland or we being NATO? Who are you?
I'm talking about both NATO and Poland bilaterally as well. But from my perspective, we did not... we haven't yet created proper conditions for Ukraine to win with our plans. I would say, if we define what is required, we could, we military could easily design proper plan, let's call it enhanced Trident, and try to define what is really necessary for Ukraine, what kind of supplies, what kind of weapons, what kind of additional training. Of course, supplies are absolutely critical in this regard. From my perspective, we help Ukraine to sustain, to survive, but in order to win, that's another issue.
Absolutely, and Ben, that's what we're going to talk about. And Ukraine brings lists. You don't have to make up the lists of what they think they need. Ben, do you want to take it?
I do, thank you, Terry. Anyone confused can look up WTF, which is a technical military term, later. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, as Terry said, perfect. It's great to be back here in Warsaw and great to be back at the Strategic Ark. And fittingly, for an Ark, our problems seem to come 2 by 2. We have as long as it takes, whatever it takes, and they both suffer from the same problem because they don't define the it in there. And unless we define the it, unless we actually say that is victory, we're going to struggle to get to where we need to go. It's been clear from all the discussions today, we know this, the goal defines the means, and once we've set the goal, we will set the means. But as I said in a Chatham House session last night, for all this talk of political will, what we actually face is political won't. We won't define victory as the goal. And that is as true in Berlin as it is in Washington. And until we do that, we will not shape ourselves with the tactical means, the economic means, the institutional means to actually get this victory where we need it to go. So the question is, really, as it was put also in the panel this morning, how do we do that? How do we actually overcome that? How do we get from should, which we're all saying, to did, which is what those people in this room agree needs to happen? So I would put it to you that instead of looking in the same places, because we keep looking in defense places for this, we need to broaden our net a little bit and say, what are the things that are holding back Berlin, Washington, and others from committing to victory? Why is it, in the face of the greatest clear and present danger that we've faced in Europe and in the United States, particularly in Europe, though, for a good number of years, we have still not been able to commit to the magnitude of increased defense spending and to sustain it over the period we think would be needed? Because we're not winning the argument with our populations. We're not having the argument with our populations. We're not making the case for this in a serious way. What we see in Germany in particular is now a discussion over the budget. When, you know, it's one thing when people around Europe say, or when I say to people around Europe, there's not political will in Berlin, they said, yeah. If I say there's not money in Berlin, they look at me and say, come on. You know, this is obviously a self-imposed restriction that has been put on. We all know about the debt brake, we know about the Schwarze Null, etc. But that's actually not really the discussion that's taking place. There's a discussion between, for example, social spending on one hand and defense spending on the other hand, as being in opposition or in tension. There is a discussion between making the green transition and winning the systemic competition. We're not making coherent strategy across these different fields. You ask people in the Green Party, for example, in Germany, are you aware how dependent your green transition is on materials coming from China? What happens to your green transition if the US sinks a Chinese warship? It sinks your green transition overnight. Because as was mentioned this morning, the US will then ask people to choose sides. And Germany is so dependent on US security that it couldn't but choose that side. So I think we're not getting our act together in terms of actually lining up our different sources of power, in terms of making coherent policy across these different fields. And that goes to a deeper problem, and I'll finish with this thought for now, is that we're not actually giving our people a credible enough vision of where we're going to take them in the future. And we've just done some focus group research at the DGAP on this. Many Germans feel as though their country's in decline. They are concerned about exactly the problems we are talking about here, but they don't feel as though their political leaders are actually providing solutions to them that credibly address these issues. So there is a leadership void there. And much like in many other countries around Europe, there is political capital to be made for those who can fill it. But I'd suggest that we already have examples of how to do this. We can see where things are going wrong. We can see where things are going wrong in the US, the UK, France, and Germany. We heard about this throughout the conference so far. But we also need to point to where it's going right. And we're in Poland, so let's start in Poland. The current government, reneging on its previously neoliberal positioning, not only continued with the PiS government's defense pledges, but also in the election campaign promised to keep their social spending pledges too, keep people on board. We can see in Finland, it was mentioned earlier, the happiest country in the world. They have a societal model of defense. We can see in Estonia, spending 3.2% on GDP, but knowing they have to actually live up to the promise of a liberal society winning the systemic competition, you get the legalization of gay marriage. You get an effort to reduce societal tensions and divisions. This is not to say that things are perfect in these countries, but to say we can start looking for the elements of how to deal with this in a more comprehensive way by looking to our allies as they are. But we can also look to our history. And this is something I think is really worth emphasizing. Last thing I'll say, in relation to that German debate on social spending versus defense spending. Look at our history in the Cold War. At the point in time when our defense spending across Western Europe was at its highest, we were building the welfare state at the same time because we knew this was a war we had to win on two fronts. We had to win that at home and actually make good on our promise to be better for our citizens than the alternative, at the same time to defend it. So I think there's a lot we can actually learn from, but we're not doing it at the moment because we limit our conversation too much.
I mean, I think this, again, was a thought-provoking discussion of what isn't going right, but we're under a lot of pressure, guys, to say, how do you get it done? This is the title of our panel, so we have to come up with ideas to make this happen. We know it's not happening now. So, George, how do you convince the people who need to be convinced that you send this material? We know that's what's needed. So, what's your idea? Ways to get it done?
Yeah, I think we have to be intellectually robust about really nailing down and not being hand-wavy about what the strategy is. I will make the argument the strategic objective for helping Ukraine should be decisive strategic defeat of Russia's invasion. Ideally, Ukraine going back to the pre-2014 borders. Bare minimum, Ukraine must retain the territory in the south so it can defend itself, right? If we can agree on that vision, then everything else, like General Kroll said, is very straightforward. The operational means become clear, the tactical requirements become clear, and the equipment requirements become clear. But it seems to me that the current approach has actually, in fact, subordinated the objectives to something that's not that strategic vision. I don't know exactly what the key objective is, but it's certainly not expel the Russians from Ukraine. Because if it was expel the Russians from Ukraine, then the whole suite of systems and capabilities that we have incrementally granted Ukraine now would have been agreed upon much, much earlier. And by that I mean the decision to send F-16s, the decision to send 300-kilometer range ATACMS, the decision to send HIMARS and main battle tanks. Like, each of these things in Washington was an arduous, protracted pitch policy to debate. Do we or not send this one item? When any competent staff who understands that this is the largest combined arms war in Europe since 1945, they're going to understand, of course, the Ukrainians are going to need F-16s to operate in the air domain after their Soviet-era MiGs were largely degraded. Of course, the Ukrainians are going to need deep precision strikes and fires. And of course, they're going to need tanks for maneuver warfare, right? But it's clear to me that because we don't have the agreement on the strategy, we're not getting there. Now,
But the point is, how do we get to that agreement? That is exactly what I'm asking you. This is what we need to find out. This is what needs to happen.
I think we have to think about what is the holdup? Like, what is the block? I can think of at least, I think, two, and perhaps we can contribute more, and I think we should dismantle them. I think the first one is we're concerned about escalation. We're concerned about what might Russia do that we don't want to do, and everyone, we know that that's the Russians potentially using a weapon of mass destruction or something. I would argue that I think that risk is very, very low, and we actually can push back on the Russians. And I think the Russians actually use reflexive control techniques to get us to self-deter. The other argument, I think, is that regardless of what kind of support we give the Ukrainians can't actually win on the battlefield. And therefore, really, the strategy should not be about, since that's a foregone conclusion, the Ukrainians actually can't do this, then we should fundamentally not give them what they need. And I think that feeds into a destructive cycle loop, and I'm prepared to have the argument of why I think the Ukrainians can win on the battlefield. But if there's any other reasons why we should not come to that vision, I think we have to identify them and then knock them down.
But Liana and Ben, how do you get Berlin to that point where they agree? I mean, at the moment, everyone says on and off the record, there's no way Germany's agreeing to go far enough. There's no way they're going to get there, which means we might as well go home now.
So at risk of making myself unpopular here, I will say I will say that I'm not entirely comfortable with just singling out the United States and Germany as sort of the main stumbling blocks, and otherwise we would have a Ukrainian victory. I mean, honestly, the United States and Germany are the biggest supporters of Ukraine in absolute numbers. Without the United States, but also without Germany, the situation would look completely different. And although I do think that Berlin should send those Taurus missiles that they don't want to send, even those Taurus missiles will not be the one weapon that can change the course of the war. I think we have to be a little bit more honest that the situation is more complex and that it is not just Washington and Berlin being self-constrained and everyone else being willing to put everything in for a Ukrainian victory. Otherwise, the numbers of support for Ukraine in other countries of Europe would look different if that were the case. And it also applies to the question of NATO membership and of sort of Ukraine's path towards NATO membership, turning the tables on all the other countries. Which country right now would think about accepting Ukraine into NATO and thereby risking being involved into a war? I think we have to be honest about these limitations because that not only the United States and Germany have, because if we are not honest about this, then sort of we have a wrong analysis of the problem. And what I would offer as an alternative is that we do not only focus on sort of these single issue questions of Taurus missiles, of every weapons you can think of, but we think about the political future that we want Ukraine to be in. And I think this is what is missing in the debate because of all the short-term problems that we have. The US supplemental, the problems, the budgetary problems in Berlin, the coalition problems, right-wing forces in Europe, the parliamentary elections. We kind of focus only on short-term crisis management for Ukraine and are happy every time we sort of cut the corner, but we don't have a consensus on the conceptual role of Ukraine in Europe. Do we want Ukraine to become what Poland has become, right? Do we want Ukraine to be a member of the European Union and NATO? And how determined are we? What is our model for doing that? How can we think, if we want to do it, how can we think realistically about a model for Ukrainian NATO membership? And instead of just talking about a bridge that actually is not a bridge, how can we speed up the EU accession process? Have we an answer to the question, can Ukraine become an EU member before it becomes a NATO member? What about Article 42.7 in the EU? How would that sort of play out? We need to find conceptual answers, political answers, not only battlefield answers. I would say it's not enough just to say it's the 1991 borders that have to be regained. We need the political answer first, where we want Ukraine to be, And from that political answer, we can deduce our action. As long as we don't have this political answer on Ukraine's role in Europe, then it becomes incredibly difficult to define the military targets, because even in that situation, the political goal defines the military target. And that's what is missing. And that will also doesn't seem to show up this year with the NATO summit in Washington and the US elections, and is postponed into the future.
At the risk of making myself unpopular with Liana, I'm going to push back on that a little bit.
We're not here to be popular people.
No, it's not the time to make friends, is it? The stakes are too high. Okay, so even if you change the question to the political one, which is what I agree and actually what I was trying to do, so I fully buy that, the location of the problem remains the same. Because again, as Andrew Michter said earlier today, when we talk about Europe not doing enough, actually we need to be more specific. There's particular parts of Europe that are not doing enough. When we talk about Europe not being clear about what they want for Ukraine, it's particular parts that very much include Berlin that don't understand what they want for Ukraine. If you go to the Baltic states, it's eminently clear what they want. And they understand NATO membership comes before EU membership, but the two mutually reinforce, etc., etc. So the question then becomes, why aren't we committing to that? And how do we overcome that? So this is what you're asking, Terry. And I think at the heart of that problem in Berlin, a small manifestation of which is in relation to Ukraine, a wider manifestation is in the overall lack of strategy, is that Berlin, or the current chancellery, let's put it very clear, does not want to see a world of systemic competition. They do not want to see the system-transforming effect that they think Ukraine winning this war, being brought into NATO as a democratic ally against an authoritarian foe, would bring about. Why? Because they don't want to change their trade model with China. Because they don't want to make the level of change that would be needed to actually get away from what has served Germany very well, or actually, let me correct that, what has served some German companies incredibly well for the last 30 years. Now, how do we change it? Well, this is what we're looking at how to do in Berlin. One is you embed the arguments for security with the arguments for the green transition, with the arguments for social spending, as I was making the case for a second ago. The second is you have to make clear to people what they stand to lose. If this goes wrong, what are the costs that are going to be borne? What does it mean in terms of your freedom? What does it mean in terms of how your kids can live? Third is you have to offer that a credible alternative, a viable future that you can actually buy into and say, this is why we've got to win it. This is not just about sacrifice. This is an investment in a better future. And for that, you've got to have some credibility to do it. You've got to be able to link these things together. We're not there yet, but I think this is the bones of what we would actually do to then have a coherent strategy whereby your economics does not undermine your geopolitics, where it's not either or between between managing or mastering the geopolitical transition and the ecological transition. These things have to come together. We are facing all of this at once, and we need to deal with it. But too many people have got their heads in the sand and are pretending not to. And just very, very last comment on that is, it's increasingly clear that the decisions that are being made by or influenced by very large multinational companies are not the same decisions that you would make if you were actually genuinely reflecting societal and national interest. We see an overrepresentation of some groups in our decision making, and we need to push back against that if we're genuinely going to have a democratic strategy to win the systemic competition.
Chris, just a question to you before we open to the audience. In the military, on the military side of things, are things much more clear to you? Yes, you can't do anything before you get a command from the top, a tasking from the top. But is it very clear when you're among the group of people who may have to go defend your own country if things go further south, does everybody understand that this is the best way to defeat your biggest opponent? I mean, is this something that just simply isn't even questioned among military ranks?
Okay, thank you very much for that question, and allow me to answer in a little bit broader way. We military used to exercise strategic level planning, and this planning commences with the system of systems analysis. And my the general staff understanding at this moment is that these 4 centuries of instability, Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea, they support each other and influence the rest of the world, enforcing free world leaders or
Western countries' leaders to shift their main focus from real problems, dividing resources and forces as well, into more than one theater of operation. The same happens in here in Europe. So from my perspective, the whole system of problems is not only Ukraine, it's also current hybrid warfare. Russia, supported by Belarus, execute here in Poland, in Western countries, with espionage, sabotage, with covert intelligence, with attempts to breach our communication systems, whatever. We must understand that the problem is much broader than just Ukraine. In order to help Ukraine, we need to properly settle all problems related to hybrid war, to build our own capabilities to defend ourselves as well, as a single country or as a whole alliance. And from my perspective, this is absolutely critical. So we have to first focus on building our capacity and capability, developing our resilience. I'm talking about civilian environment, maintaining governance, basic services, all that kind of stuff, from my perspective, is as important as support for Ukraine.
And this ties into what Ben was saying about taking the broader approach, because ultimately you need to convince civilians to elect people who make different decisions.
Correct.
And if you explain to them that maybe you really don't care about what's happening in Ukraine, okay, most people don't pay attention, we are a bubble to some extent, but you don't like it when, you know, your internet doesn't work, or you don't like it when you feel, you know, when there are food shortages, or you don't like all the other things that are caused by Russia. And I don't see that communication happening, but again, maybe I just focus too much on also on NATO and the military. But I mean, elections need to happen with people who make putting people who make different decisions in those spots. I want to open it to the audience, because otherwise we'll just stay here and be friends or not friends and talk amongst ourselves. It is very hard. Someone's waving their hand back there. Yes. It is hard to see up here. I saw all the other moderators doing this, and now I know why. Okay, I will take, at the moment we have the luxury of 18 minutes and 46 seconds. So I'll take individual questions for now. So, please, not very long statements, and direct it to one of the speakers if you wish them.
General question. Isn't this rather simpler than...
I'm sorry, can you identify yourself?
I'm Paul Schultz from the UK. Isn't it a rather simpler question? The reason why NATO hasn't got a concerted strategy for a goal is that standing in the middle of the road to that goal would be Russian escalation and potentially nuclear release. Now, they may not do it, this may be a bluff, but the anxious possibility of that seems to checkmate serious political work towards solving this problem as a political and military one. Isn't that simple? It's political poison.
I don't see it at NATO. I mean, honest to say, I talked to NATO. They do not seem that rattled by Putin's nuclear threats. Maybe I'm wrong, but because I see only the outward. But the nuclear posture hasn't changed.
No, exactly. And we have every reason to make Russia nervous about that as well, should we choose to. We have credible deterrence. The problem is, in too many NATO countries in our societies, the discussion stops at the nuclear saber rattling from Russia. We just panic and don't actually go into it. That's something we try and change in Germany, but I think we need a more general effort to actually address this.
Well, it's convenient for those people who don't want to do anything
It's
anyway.
awfully convenient, isn't it? It's a very good excuse, and it's one that we see used time and again.
Exactly. Another question here? Yes.
I have the mic, so that's useful.
That's a power.
Łukasz Kulesa, Polish Institute of International Affairs. Question to George and possibly also to General Król, because so far there's been a lot in this panel about the requirements on the blue side, on the Ukrainian side. But I'll come to the red team, the Russians. How do you assess the cohesion of the Russian forces and also the capability to sustain or even increase the tempo of the operation? Because a while ago that was an army almost at the verge of disintegration, and they had to use Wagner mercenaries to conduct the fighting. Right now the narrative is sometimes, I think, over-exaggerated, but I would be wondering, where do you see the Russian army as it is right now?
Sure, I can go ahead and start with that. The Russian military is not defeated. I'm actually kind of frustrated every time I see a Western political leader saying that we defeated and denied Russia's objectives in Ukraine. Yes, so far, but the game's still ongoing, and the Russian military is not defeated. The Russian military, over the last 6 months, they are slowly but surely restoring maneuver to the battlefield. They've made tactical gains west of Avdiivka. They've opened a new major operation, a supporting operation in Kharkiv, and they seized over 125 square kilometers in the course of just under 2 weeks. The command and control cohesion is poor. We don't see the quality of infantry assaults improving. They basically are running, platoon, company, and rarely battalion-sized maneuver attacks, but cohesion's poor, discipline's poor. They're not using the standard Russian TTPs. I have no reason to doubt that the Ukrainians, if supplied properly, they can continue to deny those Russian advances. I will flag for you, though, that the Russian command is slowly but surely learning and adapting. One of the major problems on the battlefield now is the glide bomb threat. The Russian Air Force was largely absent from this war for the majority of 2022 and 2023. Starting in late 2023, the Russians started serial production for these cheap glide bomb kits that essentially turned Soviet-era gravity dumb bombs into crudely speaking, a Soviet JDAM. And the Russians used these en masse to destroy Ukrainian strong points in order to enable infantry maneuver and make those sloppy dismounted infantry attacks that more effective. And it actually works. And the Russians are now replicating this tactic. This demonstrates learning. It demonstrates the ability to adapt. And the Russian defense industrial base is mobilized. It's on a wartime footing. They just got rid of Shoigu. They put in Belousov, who's known as a shrewd technocrat and an economist who should be able to help optimize Russia's war economy to sustain this effort. So I think if we actually help the Ukrainians and give them what they need, they should be able to deny it, because the Russians, they're dangerous, they're learning, they're improving, but not decisively so, not yet.
Okay. If I may to add to that, from my perspective, we have to take into consideration that Russians are not fighting in Ukraine and not planning to conclude the fight this year, next 5 years if required. We have to take into consideration that they create conditions for long-lasting war. War of attrition. That's something Russians used to do, and they get used to that. They have vast terrain, huge population. Citizens are just like it was said, a flash. And frankly speaking, population from the rural areas these soldiers come from, their wealth is growing, because the soldiers are properly paid, so the support from the population is also increasing. However, there is no doubt that Russia cannot build, produce, and develop everything. Therefore, 2 years ago, this year, they simply requested support from China, from Iran, from South Korea. And this is just an example that their stocks, their capabilities are diminishing. From my perspective, another point is also that Vladimir Putin, with inauguration of his presidency, decided to create conditions for the proper self-sustainment for the building industry that will be capable to provide everything that is required for Russian war machine. So from my perspective, we should expect that they will not only replenish, rebuild, but also develop more capabilities and more advanced weapons as well.
There's a question here. Patrick, you deserve one since I stole some of your lines earlier.
Thank you. So one quick comment, two quick questions. Comment, George said, I think referred to, we need to push Russia out at least of the south and maybe out of all of Ukraine. I think that either or is fundamental to address that, and I think we should be saying very clearly to Russia, it is our intent with all of our means that they leave all of Ukraine. For me, we need to say that clearly and now. That uncertainty is really debilitating in itself for ourselves, for Ukraine. So 2 questions. One, there was reference to 10 new Ukrainian brigades, 3 equipped by the US, 3 by Ukraine, and 4 without equipment. So who can equip the four? I'm sure we can, but ideas, please. And second, if the limiting factor on Ukraine being sustained, surviving, prevailing, winning, comes to be at some point people and not equipment, what should we do? We have plenty of people, so boots on the ground question. Not necessarily to go to war, but at least help in Ukraine.
Good, Liana?
I can take the boots on the ground question, and perhaps it's because I'm a German sitting in Washington, D.C., why I'm a little bit more skeptical towards how realistic that proposal actually is and whether Moscow can actually see through this as something that appears as a European initiative as not credible to Moscow. And the problem with that is that obviously we have Macron, who tries to position himself as a European leader, who tries to push the boundaries about what we can think, which makes sense in a conceptual way, to try to see where should Europe be at some point. At some point, Europe should be able to do its own operations, to send troops if they want to do. But at this very moment in time, without the United States, any troops on the ground are not credible from European countries. And they are not credible because the Ukrainian army is actually the much better army by now than the European armies that we have. And we have to be honest with our military capabilities that our first task is to rebuild our own credible conventional defense before we can sort of go ahead with propositions which then in the end will and probably inevitably have to include the United States, because if any European troops in Ukraine, even if not in combat roles, get hit by stray Russian missiles, it will not help to say, well, we have a European head, this is not a NATO head, because it will undermine the credibility of NATO in Article 5 if the United States would not react to that. So I think we have to be careful that by thinking about such initiatives, we are not undermining the credibility of NATO and of Article 5, because if we don't respond, if something happens, even to troops that are not combat troops, then we have a serious credibility problem, and there we have to be very careful to think this through.
That's part of the weight on this proposal, right, Ben? But also, can you also address the sort of lack of vigor with which Crimea is Ukraine has been reiterated lately?
Absolutely. I think responding to what Liana said, I think we can't let the perfect become the enemy of the good, and we can't hide behind the idea that Article 5 would apply to a training mission in Ukraine sent by a coalition of the willing. I simply don't think that would be the case, and I think that's a false excuse to use. So what we've seen very clearly is a proposal from several places around Europe, including from 4 German MPs, 3 of whom we work with very closely, to use NATO air defense assets to help defend the sky over Western Ukraine. If you do that, you have a cover for putting in a training mission, a serious training mission, and this is something that's been discussed by several European countries, including where Terry and I were last week in Estonia. And while I agree the Ukrainian military would have a lot to teach the Bundeswehr and other European militaries, those militaries could still do an excellent job in training new recruits to become effective soldiers. And we need to put that kind of mission in at scale, as has been argued by people from Elliot Cohen to Jack Watling to many others, if Ukraine is to properly reconstitute its forces. Definition of victory again. I fully agree with what Patrick Turner said. It has to be all Russian troops out of all of Ukraine. But why are we hesitant to set that as the goal? Because we don't, or some parts of we, don't believe in our ability to deliver it or our willingness to deliver it. And that again has to be the issue. We are not agreed as an alliance or even as a coalition of the willing yet on what that definition of victory is.
Well, it was easy to say at the beginning when it was, constantly Crimea is Ukraine, Donbass is Ukraine, but then you have former NATO Secretary Generals coming up with plans that you would take Ukraine in without those areas, and then, they're lost forever. George, you wanted to come in quickly.
To respond to the comment, I completely agree. All of Russians, all of Ukraine is absolutely required. That should be the strategic objective. No disagreement there. With regards to the 10 brigades, the one state that has to play and I think should play the strategic bridging role until European defense industry is ready to take more of a larger role in a couple of years, it has to be the United States. Only the United States has the depots with loads of tanks and loads of vehicles that aren't doing anything that could, in principle, have utility by being shipped to Ukraine. But the United States and Washington, we have made a decision to not do that, and I think we really should redress that.
General Kroll, any trepidation about having European troops go in to Ukraine on a training mission? How would you and your colleagues feel about that?
This is really very complex question. I could imagine European troops on the border between Ukraine and Belarus in some kind of the mission. However, under what flag? NATO flag, this would be very controversial, I would say.
But for you, it would be controversial for NATO troops, or it would be controversial for Putin?
It could be controversial for Russians.
Yeah, but who cares?
Who cares? Okay. However, I would say we lost opportunity a few months ago when Russians decided to collocate tactical nuclear weapons to Belarus. We did nothing as a NATO. So my point is, what if we deploy NATO troops to border between Belarus or between Russia and Ukraine in the part that is not the area of combat fights? From my perspective, we could easily involve NATO in this conflict. Russia would do everything to change its calculus to that direction. So, from my perspective, we must support Ukraine with all means, not necessarily crossing, from my perspective, a red line of territory. However, I do not exclude fires or air defense capabilities protecting Western Ukraine. This is another issue. From my perspective, this could just be another confirmation that all nations, either NATO or on bilateral basis, I would prefer to do it through NATO, that we simply execute and are capable mentally execute Article 51 of UN Charter. If somebody is attacked, the country has rights to defend itself, and whomever will support, it is legal from my perspective.
Okay, my panelists all want to talk, so I was going to take another question from the audience, but very quickly, because we're very short now.
Yeah, just to what you said, I do think it matters whether it is controversial for Russia, not because we have to respect Russian interests or security fears or whatsoever, but because we have to think this through and cannot be laissez-faire about Article 5 by saying, well, then these troops have a different flag or have a different hat, right? I mean, in the end, it is about European troops that if something happens, it is the credibility of the United States and NATO that is on the line. And so I think just saying they get a different hat or they get a different flag,
but then he scares NATO into doing nothing,
problem,
right? But then NATO's scared into doing nothing.
Well, I mean, if we want to go forward, we should have our populations ready to, that this might, in the worst case of cases, be an Article 5 case.
Yeah, I mean, we should be making Russia care about a lot more. This is the point. Give them something to think about. Our response to that nuclear exercise, putting troops on the ground in Ukraine. Thank you very much. You don't get to call the terms for us. We don't get to determine what happens with inside Russia, but we can contain its external effects. And that's another reason why we shouldn't actually fear change in Russia later.
Just last opportunity to intervene. I was chief of staff in Brunssum when the war began. So I do really remember that we thought that NATO will be involved this way or another in support to Ukraine, even in training mission. But at this moment, there is no activity, real tangible activity of NATO in support of Ukraine. It's European Union military assistance mission in support of Ukraine, executing the training of Ukraine troops, not NATO.
Not everyone would be proud of that.
Are in charge for that, but as an organization, as a chain of command, NATO is not involved.
Is that good, Ben?
Last thing on how we actually make the change happen that most of us in this room agree needs to be made. Allied pressure on those countries who have not yet moved to say victory is the it in whatever it takes. Let's get to it. Don't buy the bluff that's coming out of the Chancellery in Berlin that we don't respond well to criticism. I mean, sorry, you want to get beaten at poker by Olaf Scholz? I don't think so.
Okay,
right, so put the pressure on.
Speaking of putting pressure on, I'm going to ask each of you for one concise idea, not about what could be done in some hypothetical world, what should be done right now. What is the number one thing that can be done? Not should, what can be done right now to start changing this trajectory? George, I'll start with you.
Critical reevaluation of key assumptions about Russian entitlements. Russia is not entitled to a sanctuary for legitimate military targets. Russia is not entitled to save face and be able to have a negotiated settlement where Russia gets to dismantle Ukraine's territorial integrity. Russia is not entitled to be able to deter our own actions by using nuclear blackmail, because it will only encourage other rogue actors who want to unseat the democratic, freedom-loving states by acquiring weapons so that they can...
Okay, that was fast. Okay, Liana, quick.
Okay, without wanting to make this an argument match with Ben, I don't think
dinner later to have this
I don't think Germany bashing will sort of end the war against Ukraine, but I do think what we can do is at the NATO summit in Washington set up criteria for Ukraine under which conditions it can become a NATO country. As long as we don't do that, the NATO path of Ukraine becomes a Bucharest plus version instead of a real NATO perspective for Ukraine.
Chris?
I absolutely echo that.
Okay, that's just a ditto. That's quick.
So legitimate criticism of an inadequate policy is not Germany bashing. I want the best Germany you can get, and so do the German MPs that we work with.
Come on, Ben,
so
play the
what
game.
do we do? Who else wants this? A lot of German businesses who aren't the current tier 1 businesses. We work with them because they want a better geopolitical policy and a better geoeconomic guidance. That's, I think, how we should be broadening our stakeholder group and our vectors for pressure for change.
Okay, I think this was very productive. I think we did a great job on talking about what can be done. Thank you very much to my panel. I really enjoyed this. You guys. Now I have.
Thank you very much.
I have to go answer some questions.
I'm going to grab the moderator over here.
Okay. I feel like a pageant.
Terry, thank you so much. I would like to refer to your last question, actually, about the way how should we do this. Who convinced you the most?
Sorry, who convinced me the most? Well, I mean, I think they're all convincing. I actually would have liked to have time to bring one more idea in that I was hoping would come from the audience, so I didn't look like I was so greedy with the questions. But one thing that we didn't talk about is trying to remove some of the funds that are pouring in to Vladimir Putin's war chest. And, you know, their sanctions evasion is enormous. The shadow fleet is illegally trading crude oil and earning billions for Putin. And some of the countries that don't necessarily feel so excited about possibly putting boots on the ground or even don't want to give more material to Ukraine should be in favor of enforcing the sanctions that they have already committed to in the 13 sanctions packages by the European Union, for example. And that's not happening, and Putin is earning tons of money. One way you defeat Russia is by removing his ability to continue buying weapons and putting people back on the battlefield. And that's just something that I would have said. I'm convinced by that argument. But I mean, I thought my panelists were fantastic, so well informed. And I think they also brought ideas that we haven't been talking about. And that was really what I wanted to accomplish in the panel, and I'm so proud of them.
Thank you, Terry, for your insight.
Thank you so much.
That was very interesting. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our last session for today is dedicated to cyber and hybrid threats. Dear panelists, I want to invite you to take the stage. We are joined by
Ivana Hu, CEO of Omeles and non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Crawford Center for Strategy and Security.
Artur Kuliński from Google.
And General Chmielewski from Cyberspace Defense Forces.
The panel will be moderated by Susanna Song, a journalist from the Cybersecurity Simplified podcast.
Let's start with the clip.
In the shadows of our digital world, a relentless shadow war rages. The battlefront, the gray zone between peace and cyber confrontation, where the free world clashes with its adversaries. Armed with both primitive sabotage and sophisticated cyber operations, our foes aim to destabilize our political and economic landscapes. But the tide is turning as we bolster our defenses and sharpen our capabilities. The time has come to shift from defense to offense. To not only respond to cyber threats, but to anticipate and neutralize them, implementing an active defense strategy that turns the tables on our opponents. This panel will dive deep into the realm of cyber and hybrid warfare, outlining effective strategies for outmaneuvering adversaries and securing a decisive victory in this pervasive digital conflict.
Well, first of all, what a great day of panels. Such amazing panelists and speakers who've joined today. And a big shout out to PISM for bringing us all together and giving us this space to collaborate. Well, we are in the midst of a very complex and pervasive cyber and hybrid war. Cyber terrorism is on the rise. It's happening in our very own backyards. APT attacks are targeting our critical infrastructure, undermining public trust in elections, and spreading disinformation. In parallel, modern warfare today is not just happening in the trenches and in the battlefields, but we're seeing AI and autonomous weapons and technology on the front lines helping us fight. It's one thing for us to detect and to respond quickly to cyber threats, but what can we do to be proactive, to stay ahead of threats and incidents of compromise, and to be able to identify vulnerabilities before the exploit? And so for the next hour, we are going to explore the art of winning in this very context here in the 21st century. So the first question to my panel is, it's going to be a broad question around what is the reality of today's cyber threat landscape? What are we dealing with? In general, would you like to start?
Okay, so first of all, thank you for the invitation. And as you can see, in cyberspace, the velocity of our actions are very, very high. That's why I'm, as a deputy, joining you today, because the commander has been called to the Prime Minister for securing some issues connected with the information. But answering your questions, I think that the most important thing for us to understand is that dual-use technologies are helping today to, first of all, support the communications and the systems and technologies that we are using on the battlefield and in the battle space. We say that the AI, the data science coming with it, the big data systems or big data analytics are the tools that are being used for us to secure automatic and autonomous data processing, and of course to deliver the platforms that the military, that the defense market or the operational commanders are requiring for their ordinary everyday actions. The Ukrainian conflict emphasized that those technologies are the key technologies that they will be used in the modern day conflicts. The question is that what will change in the future when we will provide AI as a general AI for the technologies and the defense market to be used. And we say and envision that the broad application of AI will be implementing collaborative intelligence and of course swarm intelligence for not only controlling the specific individual autonomous platform, but swarms of drones. We have those systems. Some of the research projects that have been already announced on the US side and of course China, they provide us with, let's say, an understanding or a futuristic view what will happen. But trust me, if we combine large data sets, satellite imagery, drones, high detail vision or automatic vision on the drones with software-defined defense, you will see new types of weapon platforms and, of course, weapon systems. This is the future, of course. And we say, again, that software-defined appliances are the platforms that can be used not only for defense or defending the systems, but also they are chances and tools for us, the cyber folks, cyber warriors, for altering, for doing the offensive side, so disrupting the systems. And of course, we are using a lot of software in that manner and AI to cope with the data that we receive, that we also process from the monitoring of the systems that we provide for the armed forces in Poland.
So you ask about the state of the cyber scene now, but before I go to the question, maybe for some people in the audience it's surprising why someone from Google, the company from maps, photos and search is sitting here. You must be aware that we are actually protecting literally the billion of users from cyber threats, which actually makes us one of the biggest cybersecurity companies on this planet. And what we see, of course, we see the growing number of threats out there in the internet. We see actors motivated by the very different aims. Of course, we see financially motivated actors, we see APTs and hacktivists. But what is very significant now, it's being mixed and blurred. Now we see, like, for example, APT actors, the state-sponsored actors, being motivated by financial gains. For example, North Koreans earning money for the government, yes, because it's a low-risk, very efficient way of getting money. Yes, so definitely we see the number of information operations, misinformation, disinformation, and it's always going, of course, parallel with the conventional operations and kinetic war. But let's also take a look at some a little bit more positive aspect. If we look how good we are in detecting these threats and realize that something is wrong with our infrastructure, our systems. A few years ago, it took us several dozens of days to realize that we have someone in our infrastructure. I'm not talking about Google because we are not hacked very often, fortunately, but I'm talking about the global statistics. This year, we have only a few days, above 20 days, to realize that something happened. We are getting better with our systems, and with the rise of artificial intelligence, I believe we'll be getting even better.
Right. I think I'm going to answer the question by first going from the meta level, which is that from a capabilities perspective, we have it's a patch quilt essentially of different capabilities that we have, but they're not totally tied together. At the same time, cyber, which I'm going to define as both what we think of as hacks against hardware, but also including influence or information operations like disinformation, right? Because a lot of that's also happening in the cybersphere together. And if you look at that, we're very bad at defending against it. But we do have all these little capabilities, but nothing to really tie it together. So is this really convergence of capabilities is where we're really lacking. And this is especially true when we're facing adversaries like Russia and China, where, for example, within the GRU, their office, if you will, working on information operations is literally across the hallway from those that are working on your traditional cyber attacks. But if you look at any of the Western militaries, we don't have that, right? They're seen as very siloed from each other, and a lot of times they don't even talk to each other. And so from a defensive posture, I think we're still continuing to play catch up, even though the war in Ukraine has obviously accelerated the speed of that reform. And I also want to add that cognitive security is what we consider as sort of protecting your mind against disinformation or fake news, whatever buzzword you want to use. But we haven't really emphasized that. And if you really think about it, the cognitive security is the most important aspect that we have, because it ultimately affects our decision-making processes, so that when it comes to the other domains, land, air, sea, etc., it affects how we make those decisions from every level down. So we're not only talking about the military commanders, but we're talking about all the way down to the populace, right? So the civil society, the NGOs are working in this space, to the people to make sure that they don't fall for it. And that's why I think cyber warfare, as of today, is very, very asymmetrical, and is also incredibly hard to defend against. Not only do you have these sophisticated software and technologies that we're talking about, but fundamentally, to protect ourselves against cyber attacks, it's about us individually and our digital hygiene. If you think about the Colonial Pipeline attack that happened in the US, that shut down, right, gas and fuel to the entire East Coast for weeks, that was because one guy at a company decided not to change his freaking password. Right? And so fundamentally, it comes down to how sophisticated are our adversaries at social engineering these passwords and taking advantage of something that, you know, we're like, oh, well, it's just inconvenient for me to constantly change my password or have 8 different passwords.
Yeah, and social engineering was used recently at the casinos in Las Vegas. It took, you know, one person to look up on LinkedIn who the head of marketing was for MGM, and then to call their IT department. So I think you hit a very important point, Ivana, around the non-kinetic effects of hybrid warfare that really stems from the cognitive, right? And so how is that impacting geopolitical relations?
So you've spoken about the passwords and the things that are very clear and very often used as a first line that is being breached, and that happens a lot, actually. And it's very important that we need to understand that the cyber warfare, as you said, it often affects, of course, the technology. So this is, for us, the technology often works. The technology is secured, but the weakest link is always human. The weakest link is always human, and I say that the cognitive domain and the cognitive warfare, it's so important, especially in 21st century, because the technology and the backbone of each and every domain, actually, at the moment, needs or requires cyber. We say that this is a backbone. Of course, the technology affects our interpretation of information, but we see, and I've discussed this yesterday, I was on one of the conferences, and we've spoken about the newly developed device that will help to identify which data or which information is actually misinformation and disinformation. And even if we would have such device, and I presume it would be a smartphone, just imagine how we treat the information taken, or what functionalities of such device we require just to make the validation of or acceptance of this information, is it valid or invalid information, for us to understand. And to understand the policies, I completely agree with your point of view that the Western countries, especially the highly developed militaries, they do not share the intel as efficient that they should share. A lot of data comes from the enterprise. The enterprise develops the technology, and they are sharing a lot of CTI for us to handle, to understand, to react just in time to secure the systems. Because securing the systems is the first step. Defense is always, the second step. We need to fight over. And what we lack as Western countries, I think, is the ability to be eager, to to use the active defense in order for us to sustain or secure our needs and our policies. And this is the things that we are actually seeing, that a lot of militaries are very afraid what could happen if they apply offensive, this is a very strong word, but active defense measures to secure the systems. Because, you know, it's very hard to defend your system, to defend your way of processing the data without countermeasures or actively working against something. And this is the things we are already seeing in Poland during the hybrid attack on our eastern border. That's it.
I will start with, I'm really terrified that we are still talking about passwords and changing passwords, yes? I was born during Cold War, and I remember a lot of effort that was put to educate us about where are the shelters, how to avoid contamination, how to behave in case of contamination. Do we do the same now to educate our society, how to protect them from cyber threats, how to increase the cyber hygiene? The General Chmielewski will not come to everybody's house to update outdated systems, I hope, but generally you're always invited. But this is, I think, this is the field that we have really a huge homework to do. In terms of threat intelligence and being active, of course, from our perspective, we have the active incident response ongoing in more than 80 countries. It means we have the first-hand threat information that, of course, we share with our partners to protect their platform. But reality is that still the active defense is a matter of maturity. We have still, at least looking at enterprise market, we still have a situation when companies are not at this point. We are talking about changing password. We are talking about a second authentication factor for the authentication. We are talking about the antivirus, and the way to the active usage of threat intelligence is unfortunately quite long. So again, this is of course also our job to educate and to increase the level of the awareness of the cybersecurity.
To piggyback off the general's remarks, one of the things that we have not really thought too much about is this notion of a cognitive infrastructure or a cyber infrastructure. And so I'll just use the cognitive aspect of it as an example. So in the past 2 decades, Western countries have not, especially since the end of the Cold War, basically stopped investing in information operations. Psychological operations was a dirty word that you couldn't really say until about 10 years ago. Within the US, for example, the US government shut down the information agency, which did a lot of the active measures against the Soviet Union. And so those capabilities sort of just withered. But during that time, Russia, China, Iran actually went on sort of the offensive, and they were continuing their capabilities, and they built this massive infrastructure with, not only domestically, so think about the state-run broadcasts, but they're also in, especially the global South, they started creating these networks and outlets, right? Because in the global South, they didn't really have those. And so they said, you know what, we're going to be proactive, and we're going to fill the narrative vacuum with the stories and the values that we believe in. And simultaneously, they funded the training of journalists in the global South so that they were essentially molding these reporters into what the authoritarian version of a journalist should be. So when the Ukraine war started, they immediately latched onto these existing networks that they basically had proxy control over and said, hey, I need you to put out all these pro-Russia stories, to the point that still in Africa, and especially in Africa and South America, not only is Russia the #1 publisher of content in the Spanish language internationally, right? But around 70% of the population still have a very high favorable sentiment towards Russia. And that's where a lot of these third countries who are not supporting either side are, right? And so they were able to tap into that because they had years to build those relationships. Whereas for the West, we didn't have that luxury. So Ukraine, for example, they can do this very short counter, like, hey, what Russia is saying about the Crocus attack, the Crocus City attack is simply not true. It was actually deep fake voice. They can really only counter it, but for them to actually invest in long-term campaigns that last 5 to 10 years, it's just nearly impossible for Ukraine and the West to do. And that's where we're sort of, we're realizing that now. And I don't think it's too late to build up this infrastructure, but I do think that that's something that we need to be able to talk about a bit more openly, is this notion of defend forward.
I completely agree on the last thing, especially when we speak about the infrastructure, but not many people understand what is the cognitive infrastructure. It's not only one of the large social media portals. You said previously that to have people that understand how to prepare the information that will influence hearts and minds. We've done some of that when we fought in Iraq, in Afghanistan. But even thinking in democracy, having the society or the people that require as much transparency as we want, I think that the policy should be changed. We need to speak about the info ops more clearly, and we need to tune or prepare the people fighting in that domain. It is obvious that we need to have them and to recognize this. And I think that the biggest problem or the biggest challenge is that this is the domain of special services. And, as much as counterintelligence and intelligence people or intelligence community works with this domain, they are required to be efficient and proficient in that preparation.
Yeah, and I think to both of your points, it's challenging because information can be somewhat elusive, and the source, the attribution, sometimes can get blurred. So, what is the role then of civilians and military to work together to protect critical infrastructure?
Hard question. Very hard. But, so in that matter, I will be the last one, okay?
I can start.
A proposal.
I think when it comes to cyber, and this is why it's so unique from a lot of the kinetic domains that we have talked about today, is because 90-some% of cyber resides in the civilian space, right? And so it's hard to, and this is where laws of war also become murkier because you're not allowed to target civilians, but then at the same time, if your adversary is also using something like the internet, which is now a civilian public good, what does that actually mean for our ability to defend against it, right? And so this is where I do think that we need to work a lot more closely with civil society and with technology companies. The tension among all three of these groups is definitely something that we need to get over. But I do think there's already a lot of collaborative efforts out there that people don't like to talk about because it's seen as just bad PR for all sides. But I can think of, a good example right now is the U.S. government sort of in this quagmire because an American citizen who is a very well-known hacker but runs a legitimate company was targeted by North Korea. And he was hacked and he was socially engineered and he got really mad. So he said, well, screw it, I am going to hack North Korea back. So he turned off the North Korean internet for 9 days. So clearly it is possible to turn off a country's internet if he's one guy and he did it for 9 days. And it wasn't like after these 9 days, the North Korean government decided to bring it back. He just said, well, I think that's proportional to what they did to me, so I'm going to turn it back on, right? But this poses a very interesting question for the US government, which is, yes, we may have these capabilities, but as a government, how do we actually respond to it, and how can we be separate from the attribution to an individual who resides within my country and who is a citizen of, right? And so there are really two options. One is that they can just simply work with him on tracking North Korean hacks and ransomwares and crypto scams and all these other things. Or they can simply say, you can keep on going down your path as long as you're not breaking any American laws, and we're just going to keep on doing our thing. And so this is ongoing, and I think it'd be interesting to see which road that the US government takes, because I do think that is a good example for some of the ethical questions that are concerned.
From my perspective, it's not a difficult question. I think since 2009, after the Chinese APT hacked us in Aurora operation, we are actively watching and gathering information on APTs and cyber criminal groups by our threat analysis group, and we share this information, and not only with our defenders from the cyber army, but with everyone who wants to protect the fundamental values, democracy, human rights. So this is definitely how we cooperate, looking wider to the public-private cooperation. Even last year in Poland, we had a large-scale campaign to protect our election, to increase the cybersecurity of our NGOs, of our government agencies, political parties, committees, and so on. So this cooperation for us is something obvious, and we willingly cooperate to increase our security and safety.
Question back to you, Artur. Are large tech companies doing enough to collaborate with government agencies today? Or is there more that's required?
I know that I can take from perspective of my organization, I know that we are actually doing a lot, and it's not up to me to judge if it's enough. I think you are doing a lot. If you look what happened at the beginning of the Ukrainian war, we provided support to protect. The Ukrainians did amazing job in these circumstances. Then we provided the help to protect their web pages, government web pages, organization providing help from being switched off by DDoS attacks. Let's leave the technical details. We enabled cooperation with the free Gmail account. So yes, we try to contribute as much as possible to protect the free world.
I'm going to pivot a little bit, and this question is for the general. Let's talk about lessons learned from the Ukraine war. What lessons have cybersecurity officials in NATO and the EU learned from the war in Ukraine? I just read an article this week that Ukraine is the testing ground for cutting-edge warfare. And having just spoken with you, you said actually a lot of the tactics they're using are legacy tactics, stuff that they already had. And so talk a little bit about what has come out of the war that you've gleaned.
Of course, on classified level only, okay? So Ukraine, of course, is a testing ground for cyber, for sure, for CIS. They are working with dual-use technologies. They have proven that during the conflict, the 5G network or GSM network will still work because it's being used as an infrastructure for cognitive operations. So it's, for us, we presume that the other side, the Russian Federation, won't destroy the complete infrastructure. And it's very important that we also see that for strictly cyber ops, very interesting things that we observed was that not only the military and the intelligence community fought the war, but also the cyber guerrilla guys as well. So this was the first time when the public groups or people involved in IT, they joined together. Even we have found a lot of information in the media that the Slovaks, Poles, a lot of people from our, let's say, region here in Europe also supported their effort against, of course, the Russians. And it was very efficient. They've done a lot of stuff, securing and cracking a lot of systems, even in intelligence system. And there was a very interesting and very funny cyber hack that was done for one of the systems, worldwide systems, and they've actually presented the data in official meme portals that they've done it, and they presented this on many occasions to prove this it was done and it was efficient, just to prove the Russians that they do not possess enough defensive power against those people working together as collaborative effort. So this was the first argument for having this, and the second one is that I think that the civilians, the people that are always on the ground fighting or living alongside the military, that they become intelligence sensors. They are the first stage of the information to be used during the conflicts. The applications and the, let's say, camouflaging the military within the electromagnetic spectrum of ordinary civilians is another thing that we are observing. We are having those experiences implemented in our communications. And just to be sure, of course, the technological or technology giants are here to help. The problem is always choosing which types of technologies you combine to secure your sovereignty within the complete system. And this is the intelligent thing to have or to do. So picking the technologies that you require for very quick implementation, but securing those parts that need to be in your hand to have complete control of the information flow and the cybersecurity.
And as you guys leverage AI, oftentimes AI helps defend from the bad actors or the threat actors, but they're also using that same solution, the technology, on the offense. So oftentimes AI has become that double-edged sword. What are your thoughts on how we can still use AI effectively without empowering the bad actors?
I think we should not think that bad actors will not use AI to scale their operation. They will, they do. But I would refer everyone who is interested in more details to the report we published, which is called Defender's Dilemma. We are convinced that the rise of artificial intelligence will actually empower the defenders and will increase our defending capabilities. At this point, the intellectual, scientific, and technical resources are being accumulated on our side and our competition side. Of course, the AI startups, which are actually working to improve the capabilities for defenders. And so far, we see the proofs, solid proofs for this. So let's take the advantage of this situation. The one risk which I see We are going to implement the regulation around AI. And of course, these regulations are really required, and we need the regulation around AI. But if we do it the wrong way, we will actually limit the possibility to innovate for the defenders, while the offensive side will completely won't care about any kind of regulation. So let's be careful about this. And absolutely, from what I see at this point, the application of AI is giving the advantage to defenders, and I hope it will stay like this.
Interested in your take, Ivana.
Oh, I am of two minds about this. In general, broadly, I actually think of AI as pen, right, or a piece of paper. Like when they were created, a lot of people tried to prevent people from using pen and paper to write bad things or things that they didn't agree with. And that clearly has not worked. And AI is very much, the same way. But the caveat there is that while AI can be seen as like this neutral tool that can be used for good or bad, I think the R&D and sort of the development in AI now have inherently become political because of money that's being thrown in by the private sector and by the government, by everybody, right? And so there's almost now this inherent intent of I am going to develop the next version of this AI technology to achieve this objective. So by the time you have that objective in mind, then you're no longer neutral, right? And so I do think that sort of going forward, we do need to think about the intent behind the development. But the second aspect too is just like how we consume news in general, we also have to think about what is not there. And this is sort of the short end of the straw that the government always gets, is that there are a lot of AI companies, as Artur has said, that work to defend and to do good. But we can't afford the PR. So it's not like there are PR stories out there about how this company just defended against an attack, because A, that's not going to give you the number of eyeballs, right, and the clicks. And it's just not as exciting as like, oh, look at this thing that is going to invoke scary fear, anger, emotions in someone. And so I think when you're reading about AI development or any technology development, you also have to think, okay, what is actually not being written about?
In general, how will AI help us win against authoritarian adversaries?
To be politically correct, yeah. First of all, I also see AI as a tool. It's a very wide range of algorithms and, of course, methods for reasoning, for classification, for generating some content. And actually, when we haven't estimated the drawbacks that will be delivered to the market when we use generative adversary networks openly and widely, I think. And nowadays, we've heard about deepfakes, and this is the tool that everybody is seeing or even predicting it will be very harmful or can be used for of course, disinformation, for providing misgenerated or heavily altered content. And actually the problem with the whole content is that we haven't used watermarking technology or some kind of a checking or validation technology to cope with this type of content. At the moment, you've heard about the newly generated texts. It's pretty obvious, but the problems we are having is the video streams that can be produced, and the problem is actually the speed of content delivery. So if we are, as Denzel Washington said, first to deliver, this is the worst thing to have. If the media won't do the checking, the validation of the content that is being produced on social media or any other internet source, there will be a very large gap for, first of all, disinformation, for fighting against the people that are using this type of media stream. And I think for us, the AI is actually one of the tools that will govern the cybersecurity. It's obvious that we are looking for changes in data flows within the security equipment. We are looking for different anomalies in the information streams, and of course we are looking on the data that should look at the data that is being produced by those applications you've described. And I think the very important thing to understand is that we should have people working in NATO to find those bright minds, those talented guys that produce those tools, and we need to figure out how to stop them on this incubative first stage and try to convince them that they should work on our benefit. That's it. And the problem with AI is that we, on many types of algorithms, we do not know how the people will use them if the tools will be provided to the market. And this is a very interesting thing.
With every new technology starting from internet, mobile, cloud, and now AI, we introduced new threats to our threat landscape. For every new technology, we have to revisit our controls and our risks and apply new approach to these risks. And of course, in parallel to development of the AI technologies, we are developing a lot of tools and frameworks to actually make it happen, like SynthID, which is actually used for watermark artificially generated contents. But of course, we can provide these tools, we can provide these frameworks. What we cannot do, we cannot force everyone to use it. And it's the same with other technologies, yes? We can provide the technology, we can provide the means to protect from these threats. But what we cannot do, we cannot force people actually to use them. And here is the wide field for education and campaign to actually make people aware. It's also very true about the misinformation, disinformation. We cannot stop 100% of IO campaigns. Yes, we need people to apply critical thinking to what they see and information they consume.
And actually, this is a great area of collaboration, going back to your earlier question about how civilians can actually work with the military, is that every major company, including Google, they have red teaming teams, groups, divisions, whatever you want to call them. And their entire job is to make sure that the product that they have comes with guardrails, and that's not going to answer, for example, ChatGPT is not going to answer a question like, how do I make a bomb, right? And so they're constantly just stress testing, but that still comes from humans doing that work, and a lot of these people don't have the experience of being on the front line or what happens during a war. And so this is probably a place for the government to come in and say, hey, have you thought about these questions that terrorists and whoever and our adversaries might be asking, etc.
Just to add to this discussion, how important AI is for us at Polish MOD is our approach towards the AI, not only on policy and strategic level. I mean the analytical understanding how it works, how it can be used for developing the capabilities, but also, and this is our approach here, bottom up, is the implementation of AI within the data streams and our tools for command and control, for recon, targeting, etc. So We in Cybercom in Poland say that having engineers and analytics working bottom-up with the tools that we develop, understanding the technology, is the way to know the technology, know how to use the technology, and provide the analytical outcomes for our decision makers. That's why and this is actually the second panel that it will be announced. Yesterday it was announced by our Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Defense that we in Poland are developing at the moment a completely new military unit responsible for the implementation of AI in Polish armed forces.
All right, you heard it here from the Deputy General. I want to leave some time. We have about 10 minutes left for the audience to ask questions. All right, there are two gentlemen in the middle over there.
Thank you. This panel for me shows that technology moves forward. Human is always the weakest link. But just to link this discussion with the previous one about the axis of evil or axis of authoritarians, do you see the cooperation or partnership between some of these malign actors, China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, I would maybe add Belarus in the mix. In terms of exchange of experience, exchange of practices, maybe even outsourcing some of the tasks to a smaller or weaker part in this network. That'll be my first question. About the second, I would push on Ivana's point about the North Korea and the hacker. What would be your red lines or some, points that the government should not cross? Because I was thinking, why not using a deep fake technology against our opponents? Why not use the modification of information streams? Why don't do a character assassination on some people in the Russian or Chinese elite? Would that be still okay, or would that be a step too far from the government viewpoint? We know that some of the patriotic or democratic hackers can do that anyway.
Who starts?
Yeah, so the answer to your first question is from an information operations perspective. The axis of evil, I call them the RIC countries, Russia, Iran, China, and North Korea. I just combine them into RIC. But they are actually working together, and you can see this even back in 2014, 2015 in the Caucasus, where China and Russia especially, they were basically complementing each other's capabilities and also learning from each other's playbooks in the Caucasus. So for example, China before then was pretty bad at the languages like Georgian, Armenian, Azeri, etc. And so they kind of allowed Russia to write a lot of that content, but then they were using some of the Chinese networks there to disseminate, right? Increasingly, too, we're seeing a collaboration between Russia and Iran, for example, in South America, where they're actually co-publishing. So RT will take exactly the same content from TASS, which is the Iranian newswire, and then they will copy and paste each other. And if you look at the timestamps of their posts on Facebook and Twitter and Telegram, you'll see that they're basically within a few minutes of each other, but just in different languages. Right? So we're definitely seeing that. And then to your second question, I think the problem is that when it's a democracy, the best example or the best simile I can give is, for example, when Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan to visit, and the Chinese CCP was furious about it, and then they called Biden, the White House, and said, can you stop Nancy Pelosi from going? And he's like, well, no, because we're in a democracy. I can't do anything that another branch is going to do, right? Like, I can't control that. But to a lot of these authoritarian governments, the US is a monolith, right? And everyone gets along with each other to a certain extent, but at least there's some kind of backroom coordination going on. And while that might be true to a certain extent, I think that's a problem, is that when an individual is going out and doing it, it might be seen as, oh, this had a stamp of approval from the government behind it, because that's the way they're used to it. And that wrongful attribution can lead to something that's above the threshold.
I will go second because I believe that General Chmielewski will have the most interesting piece here. Of course, as a Google, we are not a power agency and we are not doing any offensive operations. We are protecting our users, but we do something very important. When we see some category of threat, we try to eliminate the whole category of threat that is there. I can give you an example. Phishing attacks. We introduced, for example, physical second factor, and now in cooperation with other tech companies, we introduced passkey technology, which I do encourage you to take a look, because it eliminates passwords at all, and it's really important, it's unphishable. So this is what we do. We have a large perspective of what happens out there in the cyber, and we see the really important threat. We try to eliminate the root cause within technology. That is exactly what we do. So that's the one question. The other question, I will be a little more conservative here. These are like secret operations. Yes, the APT threat actors, these are like secret operations. Very often the attribution in cyber is like one of the most difficult things to do, because we have to find by some very tiny things who is doing what. But very often they also pretend that they are someone else. So they're using the same tools. So the Iranian group can use the Russian tools, can use the same TTPs just to let us thinking that this is actually done by North Koreans, yes? We can expect, of course, that they are cooperate, yes? But also, let's be aware, all the tools they use, most of the tools they use are there in the internet. You can download them, and I don't really suggest using them or even try to using them. If you ever looked what is on a dark net, you will see it's like a Amazon for a crime, yes? So yes, I may suppose that they are cooperating, but it's very, very difficult in a cyber world to attribute to the actor.
So thank you for saying this. It will be very brief from my side, because it's very sensitive information. So first of all, as you said, from the information part, it's pretty obvious that the Chinese are requiring the people from that specific language region, that they need to have those people to work with the language, work with the semantics and the syntax of a language. And for us, it's pretty obvious how to identify people that, especially in Polish language, are not speaking good enough. But the technical part of the cyber attacks, it's even worse, because the TTPs can be used by different entities. And we say that, and I'm convinced, that the major visibility of APTs are in your systems. The APTs are using not botnets, they are using ordinary cloud environments. So each and every cloud provider is actually one of the best sensors that can be used for our benefit. The problem is to arm them or help them to develop efficient ways of identifying IOCs and TTPs for our benefit. And I think that the major technology providers are at the moment working heavily on the CTI that can be, first of all, taken from their infrastructure and shared between the allies and the all institutions to secure the systems. And this is working for our benefit. As a last reminder about sharing the information, just imagine, in Darknet, there is malware as a service and hack as a service. So you can imagine it's not so hard to pay for hacking, for malware, and this is completely different to dig up these zero-day vulnerabilities to use on your benefit. And for having 0 days and working with 0 days, zero-day vulnerability is completely different, because not a lot of engineers and military or intelligence can work on that level of maturity and, of course, technology advancement. That's it.
Well, thank you so much. Ransomware as a service is a multi-billion-dollar industry today. So, well, can we give our panelists a round of applause?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much for your insight.
Susanna, could you please join us over here?
Sure.
Thank you. So you covered extensively the AI, and I wanted to ask you, what are the main takeaways according to you? Because we talked a lot about, like AI being a threat to us in civilian ways, and rightly so. But what about using it, like against our enemies? What is your take on that?
Yeah, I think at the very end, the general mentioned zero-day exploits, zero-day threats. I think AI is so important for the defenders, for businesses, government agencies to use it to be able to respond, to detect and respond quickly. So we're not letting the threats live in our environments for days, months, years. And that's how ransomware then becomes a big thing, and millions of dollars can be taken, and businesses and countries exploited.
Perfect.
Thank you again for moderating the panel.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this was our last session. And, I think that we really had thought-provoking discussions today. And what stood out to me was that today, more than ever, there is a critical need to shift from the reactive to more proactive strategies. And the big challenge would be to transition from drawing analysis and threats and challenges to strategies that really aim at winning with a clear end state. What are your impressions, Tomek?
Well, for me, the recurring theme was actually this need to keep explaining to ordinary citizens why it is important to win this war. And one of the panelists said that you can't really tell a farmer in Kansas that we're just protecting a norm-based international system, because it doesn't work that way. So that was very interesting and inspiring.
So this will conclude our first day. And just a reminder, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. here in the ballroom.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all our panelists and moderators who contributed to our conference today. See you tomorrow, and please enjoy your stay in Warsaw.